Hey guys, quickly before the video. I have recently been considering using random game footage in the background of my videos. I thought I would get you guys in on it. If you want to, you can send me game footage of you playing games and I may use it in the video as well as give you a shout out on the platform you want. You can send your videos to me at darksage7yt@gmail.com. Anyways. Enjoy the video. Chapter 20, Kage Summit. It has been 2 days since Naruto left the hidden village in the leaves and things went back to normal once more. He enjoyed being out of the village. It brought a sense of freedom, while at the same time maintained the level of loyalty that was expected of its shinobi. True, he loved his girlfriend and the time he spent with her family was more than anything Naruto could ever ask for, but, being out here looking for missing nins was different. The thrill of the hunt was exhilarating. Add to the fact that he now had one of Konoha's best noses, no one could escape his grasp now. His next target, according to the bingo book, was last seen in Kage. Mangetsu managed to find traces of her scent lingering close by. The bingo book had enough detail on the target that a ninja dog, with enough training, could sense and triangulate their position. That being said, Naruto simply resumed to walk towards the gambling village of Fire Country. It wouldn't bode well for him if the woman spotted him coming a mile away and prepared beforehand. After all, it was the hunter's job to sneak attack someone, not the other way around. Not to mention that Tatsuko could very well flee and Naruto would have to chase the woman once more. Within half an hour, he reached the small gates of the gambling city and went inside for a quick scout, before finding a hotel to stay. One of the traits of a Hunter-Nin was that he didn't need to worry about time. If he wanted to take a week to capture a missing nin, he was free to do so. Not that he ever had to wait that long, but it only made the feeling of freedom that much more enjoyable. As Naruto passed through the city, he could hear varied emotions coming from the civilians and even some of the samurai/rounins. Some screamed to the heavens asking how they could have lost their savings to gambling, while others just savored their winnings. It was always like this, in the end. In gambling, either you win or you lose, just like a shinobi, he supposed. The only difference was that by gambling, you could lose all your money, but as a shinobi, you could lose your life, instead. Naruto could see Mangetsu sniffing around a bit and he knew it wouldn't take long for her to locate the Hyuga missing nin. However, if the woman was as smart as he assumed, Naruto liked to always overestimate his enemies, she would be aware of their presence, the minute she spotted the nin dog. He couldn't allow it to happen. Mangetsu-chan, let's find a hotel nearby, there is no sense scouting the entire village in one day, right? But if our target realizes we're here, she will have two choices. 1. Try to flee, which is not advisable since we would have to chase her, or 2, she decides to fight in the middle of the city. I don't want either of these choices, so let's continue the hunt some other time. You've already located her scent in the village. Just focus your nose and memorize it. After seeing the dog nod briefly, Naruto turned to see a nice little inn just on top of a sushi stand. It didn't take 10 minutes to get a room, as the hotel wasn't so popular amongst the tourists. To Naruto, it suited just fine. It wasn't overpriced like some of the hotels he had to stay before, and the hotel's location provided him a nice view of the entire village without having to look around for his target. A couple meters far from the inn, a purple-haired woman was trying her luck at the poker tables, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was being hunted. Being a missing nin, she didn't have a steady income, so whatever money she managed by protecting some merchant or being a Shylock for one of the small banks in Kage, she tried her luck in gambling. With her Byakugan, she could spot deception a mile away and, thus, she managed to win every time. It wasn't glorious, sure. But, her entire life wasn't glorious, after what her family did to her back in Konohagakure. The woman swore revenge against the man who used the caged bird seal technique on her. To this day, she could remember the unbearable pain. Suddenly, a lone tear escaped her left eye. It was a feeling she loathed, but still she couldn't get rid of it. In Iron Country . The trip towards the Kage Summit went without much incident, after the encounter with the Hanya clan. Iron Country was a neutral country, ruled by an old man named Mifune, a skilled samurai that perhaps was the only one with knowledge of chakra. As the party from Konoha entered the castle, they were soon joined by the castle guards, who halted their advance, in exchange for identification. As Tsunade handled her invitation, Kakashi eyed the guards. All of them appeared to use a white armor, covering their entire bodies and swords strapped on their waists. It was obvious that they were samurai. While one of the guards was busy checking the validity of the invitation, the rest of them were bending their bodies towards the swords. With this, They could draw their swords much faster, in case of an attack. Stand down, all of you, welcome to Iron Country Hokage Dono. A grumpy voice startled the Hokage and her bodyguards, before they saw the man responsible for this land, Mifune. By appearances alone, he didn't look like much. Long black hair, wrinkled face and a weird-looking beard, he walked around with a black metallic cane to support himself because of his old age. However, in the ninja world, like Kakashi said, you always had to look underneath appearances. Mifune were once one of the best samurai and his knowledge of chakra gave him an advantage in battle. Kakashi wouldn't be surprised if the man taught all his guards his wisdom. Konoha is the last party to arrive, the other Kages are waiting for you past the door behind me. The bodyguards will be on the upper level through the door on my left. The Konoha party nodded as Kakashi and Guy went to the stairs leading to the upper levels, while Tsunade accompanied Mifune to the meeting table. The castle interior was ancient and Mifune didn't care much about decoration. As soon as they entered the meeting, Mifune announced the Hokage's arrival, startling the other Kages that were waiting. As she laid eyes on the Kage, she gave Gaara a brief nod which was reciprocated by the young Kage. The Reikage and Tsushikage were old war veterans, therefore she knew all of them. Tsunade was surprised, though, when she saw the Mizukage. Mei Terumi was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and although very strong and equally beautiful, tended to be quite hot-headed and made mistakes. At least, that was on Jiraiya's report after the end of the civil war in Kirigakure. Greetings Hokage Dono, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance once more, said Wanuki, with a smile that infuriated Tsunade to her core. Kakashi did warn her that he would be goading her into retaliating because of what he did with Naruto, but she needed to maintain her composure here. Such unjustified acts wouldn't sit well with the other Kages. It didn't matter, though, she reasoned. In the end of this meeting, Iwagakure will be forced to comply with her demands, since the man just couldn't risk breaking the pact of neutrality without any justified reason. The pleasure is all mine, Tsushikage Dono, Tsunade said as she went to the Konoha side of the table, not even looking at the still smirking midget Tsushikage. The man was a little bit surprised at the lack of hostility in her tone, but didn't stop pressing his luck. No doubt, he would be able to goad her into retaliating. After Tsunade took her seat, the leader of Iron Country called the meeting to order. As all of you know, my name is Mifune and I'm the leader of this country. This meeting was arranged by Reikage Dono, who also appointed me as moderator. The topic of discussion is the organization named Akatsuki and the threat it poses to the elemental nations. As far as we know, they are after the demons called Baijuas and its respective Jinchuriki, Reikage Dono's brother being amongst them. I will now pass the word to the one responsible for this meeting. Before we begin any form of discussions, by all means Reikage Dono. After hearing his name, A lifted from his chair, before slamming both hands on the table, as he addressed his fellow Kages. He had white hair and a small, almost imperceptible beard. His exaggeratedly built muscles would suggest that the man preferred strength over speed, but anyone who thought that, would be crushed by his immense power and control of lightning chakra. First of all, I want to extend my appreciation for all you present here today. I understand that the threat Akatsuki poses isn't recent as many would believe, but right now they've gone too far. Not only did they capture one of my village's top jounins ni Yugito, but also they had the audacity of kidnapping my brother. It's time to put a stop to this. The Reikage, despite his frightening figure, was considered a kind man regarding his family and shinobi. However, it went without saying that this meeting only happened because the man suffered the loss of his brother. Tsunade relaxed her stance a little bit as she leaned on the table, exposing her large assets to anyone who wished to see them. I understand your concern, Reikage Dono, I really do. However, like you said, Akatsuki's threat goes back a long time, almost 5 years now. In fact, my fellow teammate and one of the Sannin Jiraiya worked hard to gather all evidence of this organization and hand it to all my fellow Kages, so that we could prepare beforehand. I'm sure you remember what you did with the information he supplied to your village, right Reikage Dono? The frown on the man's face was evident, but the jabbing was justified, he reasoned. When Jiraiya came with the Akatsuki file, Yugito wasn't yet captured. A was a proud man, therefore he didn't think one single organization could scare one of the great elemental nations. An organization formed of 9 S-class criminals, all from each hidden village, poses a threat to everyone. Not only have they had knowledge of our most intricate defensive system, but also how to find the respective Jinchuriki. As all of you know, I was a former Jinchuriki and they simply captured me right inside Sunagakure. And they did without even alerting any of my shinobi. Also, despite their recent losses, courtesy of Konoha's Sannin Jiraiya, they remain a threat that cannot be ignored. Tsunade smiled at Gaara, who despite wanting to proudly say that Naruto was responsible for some of Akatsuki's losses, didn't mention his name. He, more than anyone, wanted Akatsuki dealt with. However, when she saw that Kage smirking, she immediately knew something bad would come out of his mouth. That's a good speech and all, kid, but it seems your feelings against Akatsuki isn't shared by your predecessor and his advisors. I believe some of them even hired Akatsuki once or twice. What are you talking about? Gaara shouted as he lifted from his seat and slammed both hands on the table, quite to Onuki's smirk as he loved goading people. I'd advise you, kid, to question your advisor on this manner. You of all people here at Tsushikage Dono shouldn't be saying this, seeing as Iwagakure ended up hiring them a great number of times in the past. I guess the village resources were limited at the time, right? According to my spy network, before the Baijuas hunting even started, Akatsuki was collecting funds for their activities. Funds, I believe, that Iwagakure was all too happy to supply for high-level missions. Jiraiya may be a no-good pervert, but when it came to information gathering, there was no equal. Also, the reproved look of the other Kages as they stared at Onuki made it all the better. I believe we are deviating from the subject at hand here, Mifune said, receiving glares from the Kages, but he remained impassive. Whether or not one of the villages was responsible for the group's upbringing, we just cannot continue with the accusations. Now, as moderator of this meeting, I propose an adjournment. Today was meant for introductions only, but in the end, it resulted in bloody accusations to one another. We'll continue this meeting same time tomorrow. Now, all your accommodations are ready, so please follow my samurai. None of the Kages objected to the order as they respected Mifune's call on this manner. In order for a negotiation to happen, the parties must maintain a clear and objective mind. With Naruto . The next day, Naruto woke up and covered his eyes at the sudden sunlight that invaded his hotel room. Quickly covering his morning routine, the Hunter-Nin was fully geared in half an hour. Mangetsu was still sound asleep next to his bed. With a smirk, the blonde ate some ration bars, before opening the scroll supplied by the Inuzuka containing their specialized meal which was given to all of their dogs. It didn't take 2 seconds, before he placed his dog's food on the ground and Mangetsu flew at him with its growling stomach. This food must have some kind of alluring substance to you, huh, Mangetsu-chan, Naruto said as he caressed his companion a bit. We'll be busy all day, so eat everything. The silence that followed was enough for Naruto to consider the situation in hand. According to his companion, Tatsuko's scent was still strong, meaning the woman hadn't left Tanzaku-gai yet. However, Naruto just couldn't face her inside the village, from fear of her using some leverage against him and getting away. He knew, though, that eventually she would have to leave this area. A missing ninja can't always be in one place. They must move constantly in order to avoid detection from the Hunter-Nins. It was a shame that Naruto's first A-rank target was this sloppy when it came to hiding her position. Even if now he had a tracker in Mangetsu, in normal situations, a Hyuga would be able to detect his presence and flee right away. Something was definitely odd in this situation, Naruto reasoned. His chief Uzumaki Naruto always instructed him to follow his own instincts. Therefore, Naruto always played safe by overestimating his opponents. It wouldn't bode well for him to underestimate someone, especially someone with a dujutsu like the Byakugan. It was better to assume that Tatsuko already knew that someone was following her. Seeing that the dog finished its meal, Naruto left the room and paid for the bill. After that, his eyes began searching for the missing nin, while formulating a plan to lure the woman away from the village and deal with her properly, without interference. After wandering throughout the village for half an hour, Naruto saw Mangetsu looking at a specific direction, before he looked as well at his target from afar. At least, she had the decency to hide her appearance from everyone, but it's her alright. Naruto, then, looked away as if he wasn't looking at her and told Mangetsu to walk away from his position, so that she can't find her. As soon as the woman rolled the dices, her instincts kicked in and she activated her Byakugan. Immediately, the image of yet another one of those hunter ninja appeared behind her. She immediately cursed as her sloppiness ended up revealing her position. However, according to her dujutsu, the man had yet to look at her direction, meaning that he didn't spot her yet. Cursing at the fact that she just lost her money, she walked away hoping to gain distance from the man. Quickly getting inside a dark alley, the woman started to run towards the village gate with the finesse taught by her clan and her experience of escaping the hunter ninja's persecution. Her dujutsu allowed her to triangulate his position and flee accordingly. Meanwhile, her heart was beating fast for some reason. Her breathing was strangely quick and she found out that her steps weren't soundless like it was supposed to be. She was having a bad feeling about this hunter ninja. Her dujutsu allowed her to see the shinobi's chakra coils, and safe to say, she was scared shitless. The Hunter-Nin's chakra was immense, far greater than anyone she'd ever encountered. If they ended up engaging, Tatsuko doubted if she could win. No, I cannot go back to that hell. I prefer death rather than returning and suffering the clan's penalties. After taking a great distance from the gate, she activated her Byakugan once more to be safe, but Tatsuko tensed when she saw the man appear a few meters behind her with his arms crossed. Immediately, she turned and faced the man with her Byakugan active and ready for battle. However, the fact that he managed to locate her position in a second spoke highly of the man's skills as a tracker. She could see his chakra coils building up, meaning he too was prepared for battle. The woman was surprised by the sudden change to fire nature chakra as the Hunter-Nin started a sequence of hand seals. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Tatsuko bit her lip at the sudden hostility. Before initiating the Hyuga's defense technique Kaiden, she learned by stealing a scroll from the clan's archive when still a kunoichi under Konohagakure. With it, it was easy to block the fire technique. However, when she saw the man once more, she cursed it as mock clapping. I'm impressed, Hyuga. There aren't many branch members that are able to learn main branch techniques, except for one, but that's not the issue. Also, I didn't think you'd manage this on your own, seeing as you were still a Jinan by the time you escaped. One thing Naruto knew about the Hyuga clan was that aside from Neji Hyuga, the rest of the branch members despised the main branch. And he was capitalizing on this weakness as he could see the woman flinch by his insinuation that just because she was not a member of the main branch, she didn't possess the skills to learn their techniques. Tatsuko, for her chance, tried controlling her breathing a little bit. It was no secret the hatred between the different branches of the Hyuga clan and the Hunter-Nin was capitalizing on her hatred. Stealing her resolve, Tatsuko focused on the Hyuga clan stance as the Hunter-Nin slowly approached her position. You know, I never bothered to tell my targets their options. I won't bother with you all the same. Get ready, Hyuga. Tatsuko didn't wait for Naruto, though, as she charged at him with the intention of closing his tenketsus. Her speed was interesting, Naruto reasoned. However, by focusing a bit of chakra through his legs, he was able to evade all of the tenketsu's closing strikes. Pumping chakra to his hands, he grabbed the hilt of his sword just as he dodged an incoming blow to his chest. When he took off the sword from the scabbard, it was already on fire as he aimed a diagonal strike at the woman, but she managed to move away from the dangerous attack by doing some backflips. However, Naruto wouldn't have it as he began a new series of hand seals, while molding a different elemental chakra. Fuuten Daitapa no Jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough technique. The woman couldn't even finish her movements as she was sent flying. Nevertheless, her eyes managed to save her life as they spotted a sudden lift of earth in front of her, courtesy of a Doten Jutsu. Flipping her body in mid-air, she managed to land both her feet on the now created hill, before focusing chakra for a strong jump towards Naruto's position. The blonde was startled by the move as he got ready for anything. The woman landed a few meters from him, before she initiated a familiar stance that Naruto instantly recognized. For a powerful clan as the Hyuga, their movements were too predictable, given that you actually fought another member before and lived to tell the tale. I'm sorry, Hunter-san, but Kaiden isn't the only technique I learned from the main branch. Haki Raku Juian Shao, 8 Divination Sings, 64 Palms technique. Tatsuko, quickly and swiftly, began her series of palm strikes, landing the first 2 on the surprised Hunter Ninja, followed by the rest 62 palms, before slamming the last one right on his chest, closing all of Naruto's tenketsus. However, her smirk died when the one she used her most deadly technique on vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing a tree log instead. She bit her lip at being beaten by a mere academy jutsu, before looking around for the Hunter Ninja. She just couldn't believe a man of such chakra to revert to simple techniques such as this one. Suddenly, 2 hands appeared from the ground grabbing her ankles, startling the Hyuga missing Nin as her mind processed the information and how to counter it. However, her Byakugan spotted a new enemy just in front of her, making hand seals. Fuin Hayashi no Jutsu, binding seal technique. Naruto slammed his glowing hand on Tatsuko's neck, before focusing his chakra on the seal imprinted on his palm, just like his father's notes explained. Within seconds, ink marks started to appear all over her body, binding her in place. Usually, the blonde would be against testing this new technique against someone who could retaliate from close range, but it worked in the end. Though, he figured that the technique wasn't complete, as the markings only went towards her waist, not binding her entire body, but at least enough to hold her in place for the death blow. Hyuga Tatsuko, A-ranked missing nin, considered guilty by the Hyuga clan and Council of Konoha of treason for openly attacking a member of the clan's main branch. This is your last chance to surrender. Tatsuko bit her lip, cursing this man and at the same time cursing her life. She never crossed paths with someone like this. It was unbelievable. Every damn attack she threw at him, it was either dodged or evaded. It was so frustrating. It was like he was one step ahead of her the entire time. Still, when she saw the flaming sword in his hands, she immediately knew it would be her end. Suddenly, all her life passed by her eyes in flashes as she realized her fate. Though, she briefly wondered why the man only sought to ask her to surrender after he won the fight. At least, I won't be killed by another Hyuga. I do not wish to surrender, Hunter-san. The moment I saw you, I knew you would be the one to kill me. I only want to ask one question, if I may. Naruto could see in her eyes that she already resigned her fate at his sword. Also, the markings could only be cancelled by either another Fuinjutsu user or himself, so he would let her ask. About what you said, you knew one of the branch members that managed to learn the main branch techniques. Do you know his or her name? His name is Neji Hyuga, son of the deceased Hyuga Hisashi. So little Neji-kun, I always knew he was destined for more. At least, I'll die knowing that the clan has a future after all. Tatsuko only nodded in appreciation for Naruto, before she closed her eyes, not willing to see how she died by the hands of the Hunter Ninja. Half her mind only wished it would be painless. Her wish was granted as Naruto's flaming sword sliced her head off in less than a second, before focusing his chakra on a small katen jutsu to burn her body. Quickly grabbing a new storage scroll, he sealed the woman's head inside and wrote a quick report to the Hokage. After that, he summoned another messenger toad. Gamakichi was on vacation, and asked him to take the scroll to the Hokage, which the toad accepted and vanished just as Mangetsu appeared from her hiding place. Now that she's dealt with, I guess it's high time for some training. Wanna join Mangetsu-chan? The dog nodded, before Naruto managed a single-hand seal. He gritted in pain, though, from using chakra, though as the woman managed to seal up 2 of his tenketsus, before he managed to escape her technique. Hey Fox, could you perhaps overload those tenketsus with your chakra? I'm in pain over here. I shouldn't, you know, you almost lost this battle, because you got too close for comfort. But what the hell, give me 2 seconds, Kyuubi said as Naruto was involved in red chakra for a moment, before the tenketsus were open once more. Smiling behind his mask, Naruto returned to the task in hand. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clones Technique. Suddenly, 3 exact replicas appeared in front of him as they got ready to fight against Naruto and Mangetsu. Okay, aside from the sword, everything goes, everyone ready. All the clones smirked at the terms as they all teamed up against the real one. Until now, Naruto never used his clones to this extent, but he figured that if anything, he will better learn how to use his ninjutsu, maybe to the point that he masters them. Plus, he was meaning to get more acquainted to using Fuinjutsu in the midst of battle. He just hoped that none of them got too excited over this, otherwise he would need to worry about his limbs being sliced by wind techniques. Naruto didn't get to ponder more on the possible restrictions as 2 of the clones charged at him in taijutsu, while the third remained back for support. The real Naruto blocked an incoming kick on the ribs from the first clone and dodged a punch from another just as his eyes landed on the third clone, making hand seals. He had to think fast, otherwise he would be torched as he saw the last hand sign. As the clones reached his position once more to stall him, the real Naruto blocked the incoming punch and managed to deliver one at the attacking clone's ribcage, sending him to the ground. These clones were created by using more chakra, thus they are more resilient to impact. The other taijutsu clone just jumped backwards as he knew the imminent technique was about to be completed. The ninjutsu clone, for instance, focused chakra to his lungs. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Missile Technique. The clone, then, expelled the dangerous white flame technique straight at the real Naruto, who quickly focused on the ram seal. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Technique. Naruto knew this technique wouldn't be enough to stop the most powerful fire technique in his arsenal. He was already developing a plan of attack, when the mud wall started to crack under the pressure of the hot white fire. Looking at the dog by his side, they both nodded and scattered, when the fire technique pierced his wall of mud. Mangetsu charged at the nearest clone with her Tsuga technique, dispelling it while Naruto charged the other 2. The clone nearest to Naruto blocked the assault, but wasn't fast enough to avoid a reverse kick aimed at his sideways. The clone was sent flying, just as Naruto finished some hand seals. Katen Zukaku, fire release, head mincing pain technique. Beneath Naruto, a torrent of fire was created, until it spread all the way towards the other two clones, dispelling them immediately as Mangetsu appeared by his side. Well, I guess summoning only 3 wasn't enough, huh? How about we raise the stakes, Mangetsu-chan? How about 10, this time? Think you're up for it? The dog's smirk was Naruto's only response as he made another bunch of clones with some of Kyuubi's chakra to increase their resistance. How about summoning some toads as well? This is a secluded region and I can't sense a single soul wandering around these parts. At least, it would please the toads a bit. Jiraiya once mentioned that despite summoning Gamakachi for tracking missing nins, Naruto didn't find usage for more. Sure, they understood his reasons as a toad summoner would attract too much attention from Akatsuki, who knew this particular skill. Quickly summoning 10 Kage Bunshines, Naruto bit both thumbs, before slamming both hands on the ground. The summoning kanjis immediately appeared from the ground, before 4 set of smokes appeared in front of him. He could see 4 battle-sized toads, all of them carrying weapons. They were a bit taller than he was and Naruto smiled upon seeing some familiar faces amongst the 4. The toads, for their chance, greeted their summoner while Naruto nodded at them and told their purpose for being summoned. He, then, took a moment to gather nature energy, seeing as his opponents were now toads, thus different from the Bunshines. Mangetsu-chan, why don't we stay out of this training session for a while? I just raised the stakes a bit more than I should. The dog just nodded and went to the lake nearby to have some water and some rest, while the carnage began. At the cage summit . A great distance away from Naruto's position, the Kages were busy dealing with the threat known as the Akatsuki. Mifune's idea to postpone the meeting for one day proved fruitful as the parties were much more relaxed than the day before. Surely, the man was expecting such level of resentment as the 5 hidden villages fought each other, since their foundation. Nevertheless, he could see that despite being powerful on their own, the 5 Kages know when to fight and when to concede. Looking at the Hokage, the man couldn't help but wonder about Konoha's force over the other villages. The Hokage was proof of that, as not once did she overact or use any sort of threat against her former enemies. Her voice was calm as she brought a great deal of experience in fighting against the organization. After all, Konoha did kill the majority of their members, on its own. As Tsunade explained to the other Kages about some of Akatsuki's members and their known abilities, Kakashi and Guy were listening from the top-level floor. After the first meeting, the 3 arranged a meeting to discuss their strategies. Kakashi smiled at the fact that Tsunade managed to avoid either glaring at the Tsushikage or even give the man any form of indication that she actually wanted his head on a silver platter. As to the meeting itself, the man had its reservations. The whole point of this meeting was pretty obvious at this point. Otherwise, the Raikage wouldn't even think of such a thing. The question was, would it be wise to take such course of action? The Scarecrow Joun intended to be quite realistic and he expressed his reasons to Tsunade, although the woman was convinced that should the proposition manifest, she would accept it. He just hoped, beyond hope, that history won't repeat itself. Seeing as all parties were up for it, Mifune gathered everyone's attention by clearing his throat a bit. I believe that all 5 of the Kages agree with me about the mutual interest in getting rid of the organization Akatsuki. Therefore, I hereby propose an alliance to be formed by all 5 villages in order to deal with this threat. As soon as Mifune finished talking, there were murmurs from the top level as none actually believed such a thing was possible, considering what happened in the past. The Kages, though, aren't as skeptical as each of them smiled at the offer, especially the Raikage who wanted nothing but to destroy those responsible for his brother and Yugito. Indeed, an alliance between the 5 nations would build an unstoppable force. Akatsuki may be formed of S-ranked criminals, but there is a reason why they fear even one of us. Kumo is in favor of the alliance. Sunagakur agrees as well. Gaara rose from his chair as he extended his support to Mifune's idea. His actions were mirrored by the Mizukage, who said that the mist was no longer known as the Bloody Mist and was now searching for means to prove that. The Tsushikage, though, didn't express his agreement at first. As expected from a man of his experience, it wasn't easy to simply let go of the past and abide to this alliance. He looked at Tsunade only to bite his lip at the thought of joining forces with the Leaf. The same village that was responsible for nearly extinguishing Iwagakure from the map. Worst of all was that only one man could be blamed, damn you Yondaime Hokage. Even in your grave, Uzumaki Wagakure, huh? I bet you're laughing right now from hell, but I have no choice. 3 villages already said yes to the alliance and no doubt, Konoha will abide by as well. If I don't, then Iwa will be badly viewed by the others. I can't have that. Iwagakure accepts as well. If Tsunade was surprised, she didn't show it as she remained her impassive face as all 4 Kages and Mifune looked at her, waiting for her response. She couldn't help but smirk, though, as Iwagakure dig its hole even deeper by accepting this alliance. He just can't back away now. Oh, Konoha is in favor. However, there is one matter I wish to clear out with my fellow Kages, before we proceed. The woman's smile was almost vicious now and her attitude changed completely. Others just wondered what was wrong with her, but that Tsushikage was suspicious. During the last Chunin exams held in Iwagakure, one of my Jinan shinobi reported to me some serious breach from the old pact of neutrality that our past generations worked so hard for. For you see, the Jinan named Uzumaki Naruto was deliberately attacked by the Tsushikage himself. While the Jinan is safe, the attack alone constitutes a severe breach on our pact. The rest of the population inside the room glared at the Tsushikage, demanding an explanation, but the Hokage had other plans in mind. Gaara's glare was the hardest, seeing as he was the one that protected Naruto from the kunai onslaught as well as Jiraiya. He even showed a faint smirk at the Hokage's political ability in getting what Konoha deserved, without any form of retaliation. He knew that any wrong move on her part could jeopardize everything. The possibility of Konoha and Iwagakure engaging a new war once more would be devastating. And with the Akatsuki still on the loose, surely it would be something to capitalize upon, in hopes of capturing the only remaining Jinchuriki. Just so all you know, Konoha doesn't plan on backing out of this alliance. We'll just settle for an easy agreement here with all our fellow Kages as witnesses. Fair enough, Tsushikage Dono? The look on the man's face was priceless and the woman was doing victory laps inside her head at her achievement. No doubt, Naruto's attack wouldn't go unpunished and she could use a few A-ranked earth techniques to boost the strength of Konoha's shinobi. Not to mention that the fine amount would serve to acquire new ninja tools that she knew people were complaining about the last couple of months. Mifune, for his part, cleared his throat one last time so as to get this meddling situation out of the way and discuss the alliance. I happened to read the Pact of Neutrality signed by all 5 Kages after the last Great Shinobi War. As stated, any village that breaks the pact, in any form of way, will be condemned to a fine and be obligated to hand the attacked village 5 of the village's A-ranked ninjutsu. I believe that in favor of our present agreement, Tsushikage Dono, you won't object to this penalty. The Tsushikage narrowed his eyes at the smirking Tsunade. She must have planned this the entire time, he reasoned. Now, with 4 other Kages as witnesses, it would simply be too high of a risk to deny the accusations. Thinking back to the assault on Minato's son, he cursed at the Kazekage's interference. Those kunais would pierce Naruto's body entirely, and seeing as all the kunais were laced with poison, not even the almighty Kyuubi would be able to heal the boy. Iwagakure's revenge wasn't meant to happen and Konoha itself made sure of that. No, I do not object, Mifune-san. I'll only ask that the Hokage can arrange some of her men to reach Iwagakure, in 3 days. I'll have everything ready. Wanuki spoke in a defeated tone, much to Tsunade's pleasure. I'll be happy to assign a team right after my departure. Now, let's continue with the meeting at hand, shall? Tsunade spoke, but was interrupted by a sudden feeling. I hate to interrupt this meeting, but it's all for good reason, I assure you. Everyone's eyes snapped in attention to 2 Akatsuki members, namely Pain and Madara. Chapter 21, Caged Tiger. Beta, QB 123. The 5 Kages were startled to see the famous Akatsuki robes, as if both individuals were considered plagues that needed to be extinguished once and for all. The majority of the Kages, though, remained under control and listened to what the man with the orange swirling mask was about to say. The Yondaime Reikage, though, couldn't control himself and started emitting lightning energy all over his body. In no time at all, he landed a punch at Madara, only for him to pass right through the Uchiha founder like he wasn't even there in the first place. The Reikage gritted his teeth and focused his attack on the other member only for him to be sent flying once more, courtesy of Pain's attack. As I was saying, before we were rudely interrupted by the Reikage, I merely wished to talk with you all. It's quite rare to see such an occasion, I might add. In my time, this very thought would be a sign of weakness. I guess the times have changed. Unsurprisingly, the comment only reached the grumpiest individuals in the room, namely the Tsushikage and the Reikage. Though none of them attacked this time, and that Tsushikage considered the man's last phrase. It's quite rude of you to raise this much of animosity between our villages and not even introduce yourself. Am I to assume that a man who appears responsible for this madness doesn't have the courage to let the enemy know his identity? The mocking laughter that followed managed to piss everyone at the lack of obvious respect this man had shown towards the Tsushikage. Even if the other shinobis had different alliances, belittling a Kage just wasn't done without terrible repercussions. To do so meant that either this man was a lunatic or had enough skills to face a Kage-level shinobi. This wasn't surprising, considering that the group targets the tailed beasts. Doing so at this point Wanuki would be quite counterproductive. You see, I came here in order to reveal to everyone about Akatsuki's plan, our goal, to be more precise. By the mention of my name, some of you will feel quite nostalgic, for as in my time, most of you weren't even born yet. My name is Uchiha Madara. The sudden silence in the room was almost palpable as some even started trembling. Uchiha Madara was perhaps the strongest ninja of his time, next to the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama. And to believe that the same man is here amongst them right now was quite impossible to imagine. Tsunade, for her part, knew the man from her childhood, the man to whom her grandfather considered his friend and rival at the same time. He was responsible for the village's foundation and founder of the powerful Uchiha clan. Madara counted on this feeling before he revealed his ultimate plan. I can see that all of you trust my words to be authentic, as I don't have reasons to lie at this point. Now, it's time to reveal what the Akatsuki's main goal is. Madara managed the room's attention as he began his history lesson. A long time ago, the Rikadu Sennin came to these lands, preaching about peace in the midst of chaos that ruled. As some of you know, though some consider the man to be only a legend, the Rikadu Sennin was the founder of the ninja arts we so proudly use. A certain time, he faced the almighty 10-tailed beast called Juubi. Even to some as powerful as the Rikadu Sennin, killing the beast was next to impossible. Therefore, he used every available power he had and sealed the beast inside his own body. Fearing that with his death the beast would escape, the Rikadu Sennin decided to split the Juubi's power amongst 9 parts, hence the creation of the tailed beasts we all know and fear. He stopped a little bit so that the information was slowly being digested by everyone. Therefore, with the powers of the tailed beasts gathered together, it will be within my reach to bring the Juubi back to life and become its Jinchuriki. With it, I'll have the power to control everyone. In other words, everything will become one through me. Once I possess the Juubi's power, I'll have access to this world's most powerful genjutsu called Mugen Tsukiyomi. With it, I plan to obtain total peace. Now that the truth was out in the open, people were too speechless to be asking questions, though some in the room had their doubts at the plan. Real peace is a dream many revolutionaries shared. So far, none of them managed it. What makes yours different? It was Kakashi's voice that broke the silence. Quite true, Sharingan Kakashi. However, where others failed, I'll succeed. As of right now, I declare the start of the 4th Great Ninja War, said Madara, before he and Pain vanished from the vicinity. Afterward, a good 10 minutes of silence ruled as everyone started pondering of the implications behind such a declaration. Gaara was the one that voiced everyone's concern, though. It's imperative that we guard the only remaining Jinchuriki, for it's the only thing separating Madara from achieving his plan. Although it was an understatement, everyone in the room approved the motion, before the Raikage raised from his chair. Let this be this alliance's first mission together. Each one of us will assign one of our bodyguards to retrieve the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and bring him here where we can later decide his protection arrangements. Everyone nodded while Kakashi and Tsunade wondered how Naruto would react once he learned that once more he would have to be taken off active duty. In little less than 5 minutes, the 5 assembled shinobi stood outside the castle. Kakashi, knowing where Naruto was, or at least where he should be, was declared the leader, followed by the Raikage's censor-type ninja named Shi. Tamari from the sand and Kurotsuchi from the rock also joined. Last but not least, Ao, the Mizakage's bodyguard, was behind them as he also was a censor and a hunter ninja just like Naruto. With Naruto . Not knowing about the decision made at the meeting, Naruto and Mangetsu marched towards a random location. The day was surprisingly cloudy today, as if gray spider webs covered the sky. While walking, Naruto was busy flipping over the pages of his bingo book, making relaxing noises with his throat, much to both Mangetsu and Kyuubi's irritation, since both tended to possess akin hearing senses. While flipping through pages, Naruto would get images of his fight against said missing nin. Some were tough, others not so much. The book on his hand represented his career as a shinobi and how it progressed as he marked the pages with red X, meaning the criminal was either captured or killed. His focus landed on an interesting foe, before he was interrupted. So, Naruto Mangetsu spoke, before Naruto took away his attention from the book and looked at his canine companion. Did you choose who is next, or are we just walking around? I just found an interesting one to chase. Her name is most peculiar, considering her skills and crimes committed. Nagoyaka Kusabana, Gentle Flower, is an A-ranked criminal kunoichi with large experience in explosive seals and deadly traps. According to the bingo book, the woman used a simple escorting mission assigned by the Sandaime Hokage towards the fire capital as leverage to rob a bank. She had succeeded in her endeavor, but a few weeks later, she ran away when the head of torture and interrogation Marino Aviki unraveled the truth and came after her. Now, she is a freelancer kunoichi with just as dirty clients on her payroll. After the explanation, the conversation ended as Naruto, once more, returned to his relaxing tunes, while studying the woman's location. According to his bingo book, Kusabana was usually spotted near Fang Country, at the capital city. At times, he wondered how the Hunter-Nin commander managed to gather so much information about the missing ninjas. But then again, the man must have a spying network as good if not better than Jiraiya's, so it wasn't so surprising. He has never been to Fang Country before, but from his map, he calculated that he would need at least a day to get there. He didn't remember much about the country, though. Only that it didn't have a ninja village, so he shouldn't be concerned with someone spotting him. Not that he feared having to fight someone, but as a hunter ninja from Konohagakure, he couldn't simply march in the country and start asking questions. Besides, the bingo book had a very vivid description of the woman, who despite being in her 40s, was quite the looker. Besides the vicious smirk on her face and the fact that the woman likes to blow things up for a living, Naruto would be hard-pressed not to flirt with her. He was taken, though. So, he would settle for her head, instead. Good-looking or not, she was an A-ranked criminal. == at Konoha == Shikamaru and Shino could say that neither was on friendly terms with one another. They only hanged out together when the old class reunited, and even that rarely happened anymore. Shikamaru was a jounin and now member of the second version of the Inoshika-cho team. Shino was an Anbu captain. It was safe to say that even co-op missions were a rare event. Despite it all, the two shared one bond, although temporary. Both were nominated by their classmates as the ones who would decide on Uchiha Sasuke's fate based on his transgressions. The problem was that both were scheduled to give their answers to the Hokage almost 2 weeks ago, and so far, no verdict was reached. Shikamaru, despite being a seasoned jounin, still felt it was quite a troublesome task to think of stuff like this, while Shino wanted his classmates' consent to his choice. Shino ended up taking Naruto's words to heart and decided on sentencing Sasuke to death for his actions. Needless to say, he found a strong opposition mainly from the women department. Even though they considered Sasuke guilty, none of them were too comfortable with the idea of simply ending the Uchiha's life. Whether they didn't want to live with such conscience, Shino didn't know. All he knew, since his childhood to his time at the Anbu department, revolved around logic. In Sasuke's case, it was pure logic. He betrayed the hidden village in the leaves by siding with one of Konoha's most vicious criminals alive. That alone granted him an S-ranked bounty on his head. The death penalty was the only logical choice. Still, he just wished that people would give him the go-ahead so that he could stop thinking about this manner and move on. Even to a stoic Aburame, it was becoming annoying. Troublesome. I'm actually starting to believe it was best if Naruto never captured the prick in the first place. That way, I wouldn't need to worry about this. It was a known fact amongst the two, who was responsible for both Sasuke and Itachi's capture. However, since only Shino and Shikamaru were nominated for the decision, the Hokage thought best only to tell them about it. Shino already knew, because Naruto himself told him, when they chatted a couple days ago. Shikamaru, though, wasn't surprised, or at least found it too troublesome to act surprised. Nevertheless, his position was the same as Shino's. Although, he half considered sealing the one thing Sasuke was most proud of, his Sharingan eyes. Be that as it may, we still have Sasuke's fate to decide. By this time, it's clear to both of us that a mutual consent will never be reached. At least, one of the girls will believe that Sasuke doesn't deserve it. Shikamaru was considered the best tactician amongst his group, even rumoring to top his father, who was Konoha's head of strategy in times of war. However, he always knew that Shino wasn't far behind him. The logical way of thinking runs inside his veins, so it would be only logical to assume that Shino was just as good a tactician as Shikamaru was. As such, he already knew the answer to a suitable punishment for Sasuke. And as Shino said, at least one of the girls would believe that he didn't deserve it. He wouldn't be killed, though. I guess we can ask both Neji and Hinata to permanently shut his tenketsus as well as seal off his Sharingan for good. That way, he would no longer have access to his chakra or his Sharingan. Shino concurred. I guess it's the best thing to do, considering the circumstances. I bet Naruto would disagree, but seeing his latest achievements, I wouldn't be surprised if he did everything in his power to kill the Uchiha. Shikamaru smirked at the comment, as he remembered the comments amongst his fellow jounins. A Hunter-Nin was cleaning the bingo book, non-stop. Naruto-sensei Kakashi often spoke in private with Shikamaru about his blonde student's exploits. And while some of them sounded a bit too rough, considering it was Naruto they were talking about, none could deny it was effective. With the decision finally made, both marched towards the Hokage's tower, in order to deliver their decision. It would be routine procedure to run the idea with the others first. However, both Shikamaru and Shino knew that it wouldn't solve anything and they would have to go back to square one. At least, with their choice, Sasuke can be free, after a few years in prison of course, without his usual power. Hell, Sasuke was one of the best in taijutsu, he could still become a shinobi with taijutsu alone. An amusing thought, Shikamaru considered. Imagining the last of the Uchiha clan reduced to nothing but plain martial arts. At the Hokage's office Jiraiya, contrary to what most everyone thought, often wondered how it was to seat behind the most powerful desk in Konohagakure. Both his sensei and his student often spoke the same thing. Just the thought of seating behind the desk and knowing that pretty much everyone in the village depended on the Hokage was maybe the most overwhelming feeling. Sending ninjas to death assignments, already knowing they would never return, was only the tip of the iceberg in a Kage's duty. With all these expectations, Jiraiya wondered why none of them ever bitched about signing these damn release forms that now stood in front of him. He remembered Tsunade always complaining about it, but in her case, pretty much everything irritated her. His sensei and his student were level-headed individuals. As soon as Shizune walked inside with new missions piles, she saw the man acting just like her master did upon her arrival with more paper. Oftentimes, she wondered why Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama weren't a couple yet. They even complained about the same thing. The only difference between the two, and Shizune thanked the heavens for it, was that with Jiraiya she never bothered to check for hidden bottles of sake beneath the desk or either hidden by a storage seal, located beneath the first cabinet. She left the papers next to the other mission assignments while Jiraiya started cursing Tsunade for picking him up for this, instead of maybe Hiashi or even Shikaku. A knock on the door alerted the two, before Shikamaru and Shino entered. Jiraiya looked up and smirked, since he knew what these two wanted to talk about. So it took you two quite a bit of time to decide. You were supposed to give Tsunade the answer 2 weeks ago. May I inquire what punishment are you giving poor little Sasuke-kun? The two exchanged looks between each other, most to see who would be the one to say it. Shikamaru released a sigh in contempt and took a step forward. We decided on a 5-year imprisonment. Also, his chakra tenketsus would have to be sealed off permanently by an experienced Hyuga. Jiraiya instantly frowned at the answer, though that was just for intimidation purposes. Truth was that Tsunade never meant to kill the boy. Sure, he sided with Orochimaru for petty reasons such as revenge, but taking away his life seemed like a minor punishment compared to what these two came up with. He tried hiding the smirk, but he figured the same amusing thought as Shikamaru did. An Uchiha with no access to chakra whatsoever and no Sharingan eyes to gloat about, it would be quite humorous, that's for sure. Finally, he showed a smile on his face, which relaxed Shikamaru and Shino's stance a bit. Indeed, killing him would be nothing compared to what your devious minds conjured. I'll take care of the proper paperwork and, then, call for either Neji or Hiashi to perform the ceremony. Seeing that their presence was no longer needed, Shikamaru and Shino turned and left, before Jiraiya started reading the mission assignments and remembering the ninjas at his disposal to be assigned. Shikamaru! Jiraiya screamed, getting the Jounin's attention, before he threw an A-ranked mission scroll. The Jounin caught and opened the scroll, as he began to read. It's witness protection mission for your team. Your priority is the protection of a witness inside the Fire Lord's castle. I bet you already knew what happened inside the castle 2 weeks ago. This man witnessed everything and agreed to testify at the Fire Lord's courtroom. Problem is none of his samurai could be assigned to do it, so he asked us. The possible targets are all written on that scroll, good day. The Nara heir frowned at the mission, but nodded. He knew from his father that a higher official was murdered inside the Fire Lord's castle. Probably this witness confided to the Fire Lord's personal assistant and the man convinced the daimyo to arrange some protection until the witness could testify who the murderer was. Still, Shikamaru at least now had an excuse to focus on something else other than Sasuke's punishment, in case Ino found out about the final choice. With Naruto . Oblivious to the fact that his wish wouldn't be granted regarding Sasuke, Naruto was busy focusing on his next prey, as he conjured any available information there was to know about the missing nin from the bingo book. While this was happening, Mangetsu was busy scratching herself in order to deal with a dog's worst enemy of all, fleas. The female dog learned that when it came to hunting missing ninjas, Naruto managed to transform it into an art of some sort. Everything was planned ahead and everything was accounted for. It was actually impressive, the level of dedication showed by the Hunter-Nin. Mangetsu, though, was just happy to be by his side, helping him in every way possible, to rid Konoha of criminals. When Naruto placed the bingo book inside his jacket, the dog looked at him, since it knew that Naruto already managed to think of a way to beat the A-ranked missing nin traps expert. Suddenly, Naruto opened his map and looked at the horizon, in order to grasp the distance needed to cover, before they reached Fang Country. While pondering on the distance, Naruto also used part of his brain in order to think of the woman's weakness. The thing with traps was that they were almost deadly against a single enemy, however against an army, she would most certainly lose. She may hit 5 enemies, even 10, but she wouldn't have much artillery against say an entire platoon. Said weakness was only exploitable by a shinobi who had enough chakra to replicate himself multiple times, and Naruto had that in spades. However, the Kage Bunshin, the Rasengan and the Kushios no Jutsu were obvious techniques, and anyone with a few knowledge on his past experiences would find out his identity. He had to think of something else. Let's go Mangetsu, let's go fast until we reach the border of Fang Country. Afterward, we'll return to walking. With Jiraiya . After assigning the missions to the respective ninjas, Jiraiya figured he could already take care of Sasuke's punishment, thus alleviating Tsunade from another headache. Surprisingly so, with her gone, their sensei's old teammates had yet to show their faces. This meant that Jiraiya could carry on Sasuke's punishment without being interrupted, or even thinking about future consequences. It would be quite infuriating if he appeared in front of Sasuke's prison only for Homura to stop him with some pathetic excuse that the Uchiha blood must be preserved for the village's welfare. As if Konoha wasn't considered the strongest village even after Itachi killed his clan. Seeing as the coast was clear, he went to the Hyuga compound and conversed with Hiashi, regarding Sasuke's punishment. The perverted Sannin was in search of a skilled clan member that would seal Sasuke's chakra without killing him. It may not seem difficult, but simply blocking one's chakra was a lot tougher than the usual juke and strike, meant to kill the enemy. The Hyuga needed to find the right amount of tenketsus that were responsible for maintaining the chakra flow and disable them. That would only happen once the Hyuga managed to study Sasuke's chakra network thoroughly. In the end, Hiashi gave the name of a Hyuga kunoichi, named Tatsumi. She was considered the most perfectionist amongst the main branch members and was considered by the other members as a master in human anatomy. The only one that could rival her in precise juke and strikes was Neji, but he used it to incapacitate his opponents, and she was a medic nin. So, Jiraiya and Tatsumi were now in front of Ibiki as they met in front of Sasuke's cell. Even though the Hyuga kunoichi was older than Neji and Hinata, her looks were enough to put every kunoichi half her age to shame. Her hair was the same color as Hinata's, but her body was perfect, Jiraiya could say as he checked the woman out maybe 2 or 3 times, giggling like a no-good pervert he was. Contrary to other Hyugas, Tatsumi was more similar to Anko Mitarashi in terms of thinking that the fewer clothes, the better. Her voluptuous breasts barely fitted inside her white jounan vest and a sleeveless fishnet top. Besides that, nothing much was there to notice except that she wore dark blue shorts that barely passed her knees. I see that those two finally reached a decision, Jiraiya-sama? Ibiki asked, as he opened the door to Sasuke's cell. Jiraiya, for his part, nodded as he allowed the lady to enter first, before he got inside, closing the door right afterward. Sasuke opened his eyes and turned to the sudden noise created by the door. He frowned a bit, knowing that this day would come eventually. He was not ignorant to the fact that his act caused dire repercussions. He knew that something bad would happen to him, when he saw Jiraiya smiling the entire time. Sasuke was aware that killing was never their intention. He may be a traitor, but he'd never lifted a finger against a Konoha shinobi before, except Naruto, but that was because the blonde wanted, desperately, to take him back to Konoha. He supposed it was only natural to assume that right now trusting him with any form of power would be outrageous. And the fact that he saw a Hyuga alongside Jiraiya meant that in a little while, his chakra would cease to exist completely, meaning that his Sharingan would be non-existent as well. Despite it all, he didn't dread the outcome of his punishment. Itachi was dead and all he could do after his chakra is sealed is to perfect his taijutsu, nothing more. I was hoping that the Hokage would be the one to deliver my punishment, not you. Sasuke heard stories about this Jiraiya from Orochimaru. The one man that always kept coming back, no matter what vile technique the snake used to beat him. In a way, Sasuke envisioned a lot of Naruto in this man, well, at least how Naruto used to be. Jiraiya only smirked at the comment directed his way, and he couldn't think of a better comeback than prying on the Uchiha's never-ending pride, their Sharingan, and how in about 2 minutes, it would cease to exist. Tsunade is busy with other affairs right now, so she asked me to take good care of you, little Uchiha. I bet you're a smart kid, so I don't need to explain what your punishment is going to be. My Hyuga friend will take good care of your chakra system. Now Miss Tatsumi, if you would. Sasuke landed his stoic raven eyes on her pupil-less eyes, and like he remembered, her eyes were similar to all of her kind. Cold, menacing, even more so than the Sharingan eyes ever were. When the veins around her eyes expanded, Sasuke just closed his eyes, taking a minute to say goodbye to the one thing that never abandoned him, his Sharingan eyes, the pride of the Uchiha clan. As the Juken strikes began, Sasuke let out a violent scream at the pain he was feeling. One day later. With great speed, Naruto and Mangetsu reached the border of Fang country. From here, they were walking. The capital city was just a few miles away, so when he arrived, he could ask some questions. The scenery here was quite peculiar, he reasoned. A great load of Fang-looking mountains filled the horizon. Also, he could see a great load of rivers. By now, the once clouded sky opened a sizable hole, allowing a nice bath of sunlight. Looking at Mangetsu, he realized that the dog was quite tired from their trip. In front of them was a little stream where Mangetsu could drink some water, while Naruto prepared her lunch as he thought of his plan so far. The bingo book didn't give much to work on, regarding her location. He knew, though, that the ones who hired her were from the black market. It meant that his hopes would rise if he managed to interrogate someone and find out where her next mission will be. After Mangetsu returned by his side, they continued walking until the capital city appeared on the horizon. The city was covered by the same mountains that he saw upon crossing the border. A great load of rivers crossed the city and even some houses were built on top of it. Not wasting any more time, he walked inside the first bar, henged as some low-life mercenary wearing a black eye patch, which covered his right eye. His hair was black and his whisker marks gone. Even Mangetsu transformed, though no one would know her. At this time, it was almost lunchtime, so the bar was quite crowded with civilians and even some low-level thugs screaming with each other and drinking like maniacs. Naruto walked through the crowded tables and took a sit right in front of the bar as he landed his sword right in front of the bartender. It had the desired effect as the man focused his attention on Naruto instantly. "How can I help you, foreigner?" "Some sake, please." The bartender nodded as he grabbed a bottle of their finest from Earth Country and poured some for Naruto. "I was looking for someone and I was hoping you could help me," Naruto said, as he drank the entire glass like it was nothing. The bartender poured some more as he looked at Naruto's henged face for a minute, as in trying to figure if perhaps Naruto wouldn't hesitate in killing him. "Maybe I can help you. Do you have a name?" the bartender said, before showed him a picture. "Her name is Nagoyaka Kusabana, a ranked missing nin from a village called Kanahagakur." As soon as Naruto said the name, unsurprisingly so, the entire bar was suddenly silent. Naruto figured it was routine, considering that anyone measuring up to Kakashi-sensei's level was threatening to say the least. Even the thugs that were enjoying themselves now looked at Naruto like he was the enemy. It all changed, though, when the blonde narrowed his only visible eye and focused some chakra directed at them in a menacing manner. Immediately, they paid their bill and left the premises. Naruto turned to the bartender and waited for an answer. He could tell the subtle change in mood from the man, thus he knew that the man knew something about Kusabana. "Okay, old man, let's start talking. Oh, and more sake, it's quite tasty." Naruto's hand reached for his sword, before the bartender pleaded with him not to kill him. "I don't know where to find her, but I know someone who does. Any information would suffice. Rumors are this man is like an agent of sorts for criminals. Kusabana goes to him for missions." Naruto smiled and immediately went to thinking. By following this booking agent of sorts, he would eventually find Kusabana's location and fight her once and for all. "Okay, old man, you seem to know a lot about this man, so tell me what you know about him and where can I find him? Oh, and while we're at it, do you serve any ramen here? I'm starving. After I'm satisfied, I'm leaving a very sizable tip. That is, if I'm satisfied with the answer you supply me. The bartender nodded, before going to the back and handing Naruto's ramen order. He came back and served more sake, which Naruto greatly appreciated. Once Naruto ate his ramen, he left the bar and vanished within a sunshine together with Mangetsu. According to the bartender, this agent guy always hung around a specific back alley close to the Daimayu's mansion. While the bartender didn't say his name, he gave his description. Spiky black hair, weird-shaped head and wears a gray oversized coat. Somehow, the description sounded familiar to Naruto, but he couldn't quite place it. He had to be fast, though, because the man usually sticks around maybe 10 or 20 minutes for Kusabana to appear. If not, he leaves. As soon as he landed on the rooftop a couple meters from the location, he saw the man described by the bartender. He was just standing there doing nothing. From now on, he needed to wait. If he was there, then he was expecting Kusabana to arrive any minute now. May I suggest that you use something to hide your presence, Naruto? He may not realize you're spying on him, but no doubt one like Kakashi would. It has been a while since Kyuubi spoke, hence why it spooked the Hunter-Nin a bit. Naruto, though, didn't know any genjutsu techniques. It's something that he planned on learning in the future. The way in which he was positioned could easily shadow his presence, but that would only happen if Kusabana came from the other side of the alley. However, any seasoned jounin would be aware of his presence, hence why the blonde tried every bit of control he had into lowering his chakra capacity. This way, if the woman senses him, she will probably think that it's just some civilian or a Genin shinobi. Just like the bartender said, Naruto's target appeared soon afterward and like he suspected, wary of a foreign presence. After waiting a few more minutes, she backed out and started her conversation with the agent. Naruto knew that from his position, he couldn't hear anything. His plan was to identify the woman more in terms of determining her location. And if his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, the photo displayed inside the bingo book did the woman very little justice. She was even more beautiful with tight light blue shinobi wear that would top any woman Jiraiya could ever hope to describe in his novels. From what he could see, shinobi-wise, she didn't appear like much. No visible weapons could be seen, however she could very well have hidden them within scrolls or something. Her presence stood out as peculiar in Naruto's opinion. It was like she knew someone was there watching her, if her eyes looking around were any indication. After 10 minutes, she left the place the same time Naruto left his position. He was fortunate that Mangetsu was near him, because now his companion memorized her scent. He told Mangetsu to stay put, before vanishing. The agent decided to light a cigarette, confident that the job would be performed without drawbacks. Kusabana was as skilled as the money needed to hire her, thus this time it was guaranteed that the job would be complete. The man blinked once, which proved to be his last mistake. When he opened, his mind registered one big sword placed mere inches from his throat. Before he even knew what happened, a hand grabbed his hair forcefully. He realized with dread that whoever it was behind him began to slightly bend his neck towards the blade, causing the man to shiver in fear for his life. Do not scream, do not cry for help, for it will be your last breath here on earth. I want to know what you told Kusabana. It was a job? I want to hear everything. Naruto brought the sword a centimeter closer for him to realize Naruto was serious. Who are you and why are you after her? Every second passed was like torment to this poor man, whose only job was to hire missing ninjas for his clients. You let me worry about my intentions. You should worry about satisfying my curiosity, otherwise your throat will suffer because of your stupidity. What did you tell her? After the forced question, Naruto even focused some chakra to scare the man into believing he'd actually do it. Still, it proved adequate as the man instantly begged for his life, before spilling everything he knew about Kusabana and her future location in 4 hours. According to the man, she was hired to assassinate the Daimayu's head of security. He was scheduled to arrive through the forest where Naruto came from at night. The blonde wasn't much worried about the Daimayu's head of security, but he was about fighting the girl at night. It was risky to fight a traps expert without the aid of the sun. Nevertheless, Kusabana wasn't the type of person who would stick around after her job was done. She would flee right afterward, which meant that he would have to stop this assassination from happening. Fang country's border . After speeding a bit, Naruto and Mangetsu managed to reach the place where Kusabana would kill the country's head of security. So far, nothing of the sort was visible. The moonlight helped a bit, but they couldn't see much with it. Still, Naruto figured that Kusabana's target would have at least a couple of samurais tailing him for his safety. That meant that Naruto would, soon, hear horses approaching. He and Mangetsu began their travel once more, throughout the dense woods. His brain started to wonder about the possible path, in order to foresee his actions as much as possible. The forest he was now in was very dense and didn't allow a carriage to pass by so easily. Actually, there was only one path available, and that would be the one he was looking down upon. With that, he was now able to narrow down the possible locations for the attack. Kusabana wouldn't attack the man close to the border, since it would attract the border guard's attention. As a shinobi, she would be obligated to deal with the country's head of security before the carriage appeared at the border guard's line of sight. Looking at Mangetsu, he saw that it was sniffing around. Naruto figured that it wouldn't take much time before Kusabana's position was found. "Naruto, I found her scent. A couple of meters to our right." The blonde nodded, before they vanished once more via sunshine. When they appeared once more, Naruto started hiding behind a thick tree as he spotted his target placing what appeared to be exploding tags on specific parts of the forest. That was precisely her expertise, he thought as he remembered what the bingo book said about her. It would be an easy kill and easier exit strategy. When the target appeared within range, she would activate the exploding tags from a reasonable distance. Both the explosion and the three remnants would crush the samurais to death, as well as the carriage with the head of security inside. Also, since none of them are ninja, she could just flee the scene from the trees and vanish without anyone knowing what happened. Such an attack was useless against shinobi, hence why Kusabana limited her attacks to countries without ninja support. He figured that now was a good time to strike when she was busy. Kusabana finished planning the last exploding tag, before her danger sense warned her to get away from there. Her senses proved correct as a dozen of kunais and shurikens flew towards her out of the blue. So engrossed in her target she was, that she forgot to cover her tracks. She didn't finish her train of thought as a man with black clothes and a Hunter-Nin mask appeared out of a sudden with a katana strike, ready to slice her in two. Quickly grabbing a ninjato, which was hidden inside a seal imprinted on her wrist, she managed to block Naruto's strike. However, the hunter's attack carried such strength that she was sent flying. Immediately, Naruto picked a couple more shurikens and kunais and threw at her, before going through hand seals. Fuuten Repiso, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Technique. The wind technique propelled the projectiles towards Kusabana, who still in mid-air, couldn't dodge in time. When Naruto saw a pierced log in her place, his eyes began scanning the place for her whereabouts. Suddenly, 3 kunais flew at him from his blind spot, carrying seals along with it. Naruto instantly jumped away from the kunais, assuming that the seals were exploding tags. However, when Kusabana activated them, he saw his mistake as a powerful sound reached his ears, forcing him to use his hands in a pathetic attempt to stop his ears from hurting so much. Even though the pain was unbearable, the blonde took the time to berate himself from assuming things against a person of her level. An exploding tag would alert the samurais and would endanger her mission. Despite the pain, he could see the woman on the verge of killing him, before Naruto focused enough wind chakra that he created a vacuum around his body. With it, he managed a few seconds more to get over his bearings, as Kusabana was stopped by the force of wind. Naruto managed to land a fierce kick on her stomach and was about to continue the sequence, but had to block a fast sequence of punches, all of it aimed at his face. As he blocked, he could feel that the woman was adding chakra to the attacks. Quickly blocking the last punch, he used brute strength and grabbed her clothes, before throwing the woman a few inches. Afterwards, he grabbed his katana and charged once more. Kusabana, though, managed to land on a tree with enough time to get her bearings, before Naruto appeared. The noise of swords continued, until both spotted upon hearing horses approaching. Kusabana cursed the Hunter-Nin's existence, before throwing some smoke bombs on the ground. Naruto was caught by surprise, but Mangetsu was close by and stopped Kusabana from fleeing, using the Tsuga technique. The tornado also served to expel the smoke bomb, allowing Naruto to attack her once more, as he started a sequence of hand seals. Fuuten Itama no Jutsu, Wind Release, Air Bullet Technique. Kusabana managed to dodge the deadly technique in time, by hiding behind a tree, but upon inspecting the damage, she realized how close to death she was. By now, her target was already inside Fang country, which meant that she failed her mission. Right now, though, her life was more important. The Hunter-Nin was good, but so were the others who thought they could mess with her, just because she was a woman. While hiding and knowing that the Hunter-Nin was about to strike, she began her own series of hand seals, before gathering water inside her lungs. Suten Taihudan, Water Release, Large Projectile Technique. Naruto was caught dead on and was sent flying. Using the opportunity, Kusabana began molding her chakra for her most powerful technique. This Hunter-Nin was good, no doubt about that. But no one survived against said technique. She saw that the Hunter-Nin managed to escape her water jutsu, but her plan accounted such a possibility. She just wanted a couple of seconds to mold her chakra the way it was supposed to. As soon as Naruto escaped from the water projectile, he froze on top of a tree log as in front of him was Kusabana. Except that right now, she was naked and every hormone inside his body was begging him to go and have his way with her. His body started trembling in excitement. He didn't know what happened to him, but every cell inside his body was carving for a piece of her flesh. Her body was exceptional. Without knowing, he placed one foot in front of the other, like he was hypnotized by the enemy. This was Kusabana's most powerful technique. Almost no man could resist her genjutsu. With her chakra, she could invade the enemy's chakra system and increase the level of pheromones. And placing an image inside the man's brain of her naked form was enough to control every man. That's why no Hunter-Nin ever managed to escape from her grasp. And this Hunter-Nin, although proficient in Tai, Nin and Kenjutsu, wasn't skilled enough to dispel A-ranked illusions. The only man who ever managed to break her illusion was Uchiha Itachi, though at the time, she just used it in order to get in bed with him. Quickly unleashing her ninjato, she charged at the hypnotized Hunter-Nin. Naruto, you imbecile, she's trapped you in a genjutsu, wake the hell up! Kyuubi's voice roared inside his mind with such ferocity that the blonde opened his eyes instantly, before dispelling the genjutsu just as Kusabana's sword came inches of his body. However, Mangetsu came to the rescue, aiming another Tsuuga at both Naruto and Kusabana. With it, she managed to save Naruto, who was still suffering the after effects of an A-ranked genjutsu. Looking at the woman, he was battling hard in order to erase the sexy images inside his mind. How the hell were you able to dispel my genjutsu? You look like a marionette a few seconds ago. Her shout was the catalyst to waking him up as he looked at her now fully dressed. I'm not here to discuss techniques with you. You're a criminal and will perish by my sword. Kyuubi, give me your power, with it I won't be influenced by her genjutsu. The woman noticed the spike in chakra capacity as well as the malice coming from the Hunter-Nin. She saw, with a knowing dread, the red aura that surrounded the blonde. She knew from memory this feeling. At the time, she was only a Genin under the Yondaime Hokage. However, anyone would vouch for her that a power as vile as the Kyuubi no Yoko would be forever imprinted in her memory. She now remembered how the Yondaime Hokage saved the village by sealing the fox inside a baby. Now, standing in front of her, was the man who housed the power of the strongest Baijuu in existence. You're the Jinchuriki, aren't you? The question surprised Naruto, but he guessed that the woman must have been old enough to remember that fateful day. Nevertheless, she continued talking and Naruto could feel some trepidation on her voice. You are the one the Yondaime sealed the beast inside. I remember you, now. You were that boy who would always get into trouble for the pranks. I wouldn't imagine that you managed to harvest the fox's chakra. That feeling of malice retuned tenfold and the nightmares that stopped a long time ago resurfaced. She heard shouts of her friends being killed by the beast's chakra alone. She heard her father being violently murdered by the beast's claws, while its laughter echoed inside her brain. By now, she feared for her life. She tried backing away as Naruto stepped forward, while grabbing his sword and igniting it on fire. The woman was scared shitless right now. He could see her pupils dilating at the prospect of being killed by the Kyuubi no Yoko. A long time ago, he accepted the fact that he was the fox's Jinchuriki. He accepted the burden of keeping the one responsible for murdering half of the village's population inside his stomach. The woman was now on the ground as she crawled towards a tree, feeling cornered like a dead prey. The blonde wondered why she was feeling this way. It was like the woman was having a mental breakdown in front of him. He sighed in dismay and realized that this battle was over. With a swift swing from his flaming sword, he decapitated Kusabana as her blood was splattered all over his clothes. This was the scene that Kakashi's co-op team saw upon arriving. Kumo's sensor ninja felt the demon chakra and guided them towards the location. Tamari, for her part upon looking at Naruto, instantly remembered the guy who helped Suna against a missing ninja. Never in a million years would she guess that Naruto was the Hunter-Nin. To believe that she even fantasied about the man. Naruto was instantly alerted, before he saw Kakashi in front of a group of shinobis from the other hidden villages. Last time he saw the man, he was guarding the Hokage towards Iron Country. What are you doing here, Kakashi? And why there are ninjas from other villages with you? I'll give you all the answers, Naruto, but I'm afraid you must come with us, Hokage's orders. Looking at each one of the group, Naruto knew that it would be quite stupid of him to do otherwise. As he went through the procedure of sealing Kusabana's head and burning the body, he knew that once more his freedom would be taken away from him. Chapter 22, The Path of the Hunter-Nin. So far, the first co-op mission was a success. The team formed by all 5 of the hidden villages had one single objective. Find the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and bring him to Tetsu no Kuni, Iron Country, where the newly formed alliance could decide what to do with him, as well as provide better protection against the Akatsuki. That was the reason given to Naruto by Kakashi as the 6 ninjas ran towards their destination as fast as possible. It wouldn't bode well for them if one Akatsuki agent appeared out of a sudden. Being the only one who knew Naruto, as more than just the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Hatake Kakashi stood by his ex-student the entire time alongside Naruto's dog companion, though not once did Naruto turn to question him regarding anything, nor did he express any form of dissatisfaction with the situation at hand. Ever since he became a Hunter-Nin, Naruto became much more reserved towards anyone. He doubted if even his girlfriend Hana knew everything about Naruto now, and this worried him. He knew that Naruto wouldn't accept the situation bestowed upon him by the alliance. However, seeing as he had yet to hear any form of complaint from the blonde, Kakashi wondered if Naruto was bottling everything up, instead. Such behavior wasn't healthy, and he wished that the blonde would trust him to talk about it. Soon, the group crossed Iron Country's territory as the temperature dropped considerably. The 5 ninjas of the mission were already used to it, but the blonde didn't show any hint of surprise at the change of scenery nor the decrease in temperature. His canine companion didn't either. Eventually, the Grand Castle appeared in front of him as Naruto observed the army of samurai throughout the vicinity, looking at them. The group stopped in front of the castle's entrance before one samurai opened it. As soon as they entered inside the room where the Kages were, the bodyguards returned to the upper levels, leaving Naruto and Mangetsu alone to face the 5 most powerful ninjas of their respective villages. He nodded briefly at Tsunade, but remained silent with his arms crossed as he waited for any kind of order coming from either one of the other 4 Kages. The silence allowed him time to observe them a little bit. He knew which village they represented, because of the flags behind them. Firstly, the Tsuchikage, or rather the midget form of him as far as Naruto is concerned. He was the only one at the table, apart from Tsunade, that knew who his father was, though Naruto wondered if the man knew that the one who attempted the Chunin exams was the person wearing the Hunter-Nin mask. From the neutral look on his face, Naruto believed that Aniki hadn't realized his identity yet. He didn't need to observe the Kage, hence why his eyes landed on the Raikage for a brief second. The man's stature was impressive and quite threatening, but usually with size comes lack in speed. Lastly, the Mizukage was a woman, a very beautiful one. She was smirking at him, and for some reason, he wondered about the reason behind her smiling at a stranger. Of course, he didn't know that she was checking him out from head to toe. Suddenly, the Raikage got up from his seat and addressed the Hunter-Nin. Kyuubi no Jinchuriki, this meeting prohibits the use of masks. Please remove it so that we can proceed. The look on the Raikage's face indicated that his request was more of an order to be fulfilled. However, the blonde remained with his arms crossed as he was a registered shinobi of Konohagakure and only one person could order him to remove his mask. Of course, the Raikage wouldn't see his reason, but that wasn't his problem. Plus Naruto didn't enjoy how the man addressed him. Seeing as the Jinchuriki had yet to remove his mask, the Raikage's patience was beginning to waver. Is there a problem with what I said? Remove your mask this instant. A snort was heard from within the mask, which infuriated the Raikage. In fact, both Kumo-jounin shared their master's anger at the response. Only one has the authority to demand such a thing, and it isn't you, Raikage-sama. Also, my identity is to remain a secret as expected from every hunter ninja or Anbu level shinobi. Despite the seriousness of the situation, both Gaara and Tsunade smirked at the blonde. Naruto's lack of respect for authority was known by both of them. Also, in their frank opinion, Naruto was right. Only Tsunade had the authority to order her shinobi around. The Raikage was overstepping his authority. From his angered face, though, it was clear that he had a different opinion. However, before he opened his mouth, Tsunade was right ahead of him. Raikage Dono, his identity is irrelevant to you. As he said, only am privy to said information. The Raikage snarled at her for some time, before clearing his throat. The threat posed by the Akatsuki forced this alliance to decide for your protection rather than your participation at the war, as I'm sure you already have been briefed. Akatsuki's final goal is to use the power of the 9 Baijuas, thus bringing a new tailed beast called Juubi. Naruto heard a snarl coming from inside him, and he wondered why this name was so threatening to the fox. As such, I have chosen a suitable location for you, which was approved by the rest Kages. Each village will choose 2 high-level shinobi that will accompany you. This war is too important for the shinobi life created by our ancestors, and keeping the Kyuubi from the Akatsuki's grasp is our main goal. Immediately, the blonde was shaking in rage at the prospect of being confined while others sacrificed their lives for him. He didn't open his mouth to question anything though, as it wouldn't do him any good. He understood what he represented in the large scheme of things, thus any form of complaint would fall on deaf ears. As such, he did something that none of those who knew him inside the room predicted. Guy, Kakashi, Tsunade, Gaara, Kankuro and Tamari expected him to be outraged, to scream at everyone at the unfairness of the situation. All of them were even considering stopping him from openly attacking the Raikage for what he said. That's why everyone was speechless when they heard the blonde's response regarding his situation. Okay then, when do I leave? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the blonde for his passive behavior in spite of being neglected like this. However, like everyone present, he couldn't do much with the situation. After this meeting, we'll return to our villages, so that each Kage can assign the 2 jounins. In 3 days from now, you'll be escorted towards the location. This item was the last one that needed discussing, so afterwards, the meeting was finished. The Raikage was appointed the leader of the alliance, and he would decide his generals who for their part would lead a specific army. They appointed Nara Shukaku, jounin from Konohagakure, to assist the leader regarding the strategy, and Inoki Yamanaka, also from Konoha, in order to relay the orders to the generals. In 1 week's time, the Kages would gather once more in order to decide their first course of action and understand everything they could regarding the enemy. Naruto waited behind the doors as the Kages finished the last aspects of the meeting. Afterward, the door opened and the Kages left, followed by their respective bodyguards. Tsunade, Guy and Kakashi looked at the Hunter-Nin's back. All 3 of them wondered what was passing through the boy's head when said ninja turned to look at them. I guess we're going home now, aren't we? Everyone was already gone, except them, so Tsunade used this opportunity to talk to him. Naruto, I was hoping that we could talk about this first, but the situation called for it. Tsunade-sama, you shouldn't apologize for this. After all, I'm merely a tool to be used. The fact that none of them felt any venom in his words surprised them and even brought fear to the mix. Fear that Naruto truly believed that he was merely a tool to be used. History has shown that to be true, isn't it? Momochi Zabuza regarded Haku as merely a tool for him to use. Uchiha Itachi, as I recall, was a tool used by the village in order to rid Konoha of the Uchiha clan. I was chosen to be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki by my father. Believing otherwise would be foolish. It's my duty to follow the Hokage's orders, no matter what happens. As he spoke, Kakashi could imagine Uchiha Itachi behind his ex-student speaking the same thing. Something inside of him saw truth in what Naruto was saying. Despite what he said to Naruto when they faced Zabuza and Haku, rationally speaking, the shinobis and konoikas of the village were tools to be used by the Hokage. As an Anbu, he sustained situations that no human being should go through. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel that he failed Naruto somehow. Guy was surprisingly silent, but Tsunade was using every bit of her strength in order to control her sadness from being made public. If it was one thing she regretted more than anything, it was to accept Naruto's request to become a Hunter-Nin. It was too late now. She feared that his will was shattered after following the path of the Hunter-Nin. Instead of attempting to convince Naruto otherwise, she just nodded and walked towards the door. Naruto, Kakashi and Guy just followed her. No one spoke to each other throughout the trip towards Konohagakure. And the blonde appreciated the silence for once as he engaged in a lively conversation with his tenant, regarding this situation. I must say I was surprised by your response, or lack thereof. Not that I care much. My only question is, do you truly believe in what you just said? Given these last occasions, I'm inclined to believe, yes. Of course, I was angered by their decision, but I can't do anything about it, now can I? We don't know much about the leaders of the organization, so there is no guarantee that I'll have any chance to win, if we were to engage. In my opinion, the reason behind this is quite pathetic. Jinchuriki were and always will be the bane of existence. Now, though, they are so intent in protecting me that it almost made me laugh nonstop. Nevertheless, I'm a ninja from Konoha and as such, I can't do anything against an order. In a way, you'll have a lot of time to improve in areas you lack. We could use this time and practice some of those Doten techniques as well as improve your knowledge in seals from your father's journal. I guess you're right, perhaps getting used to more tales of power could increase our strength. I could even begin to understand the art of genjutsu better and adapt high-level techniques that require a lot of chakra into our arsenal. Very true, then I believe this time off will work to our advantage in the end, even though I can still feel that you're afraid of something. Is it fear that you may lose your little girlfriend? It would be a lie if I said otherwise, but being a medic nin, Hana-chan won't be doing much fighting. At least I hope so. They resumed the conversation about their training, before Konoha's walls could be seen. With Jiraiya . Not aware of what happened at the meeting, Jiraiya was inside one of the caves located in Fire Country, 200 miles north from Konoha. This happens to be one of the places that his team had chosen to gather before missions. With time, the only member of the Sannin who used it was Jiraiya. The place was filled with a lot of memories, some of them bad, but lots of happy ones as well. One of the latter came to mind as he turned towards the cave entrance and remembered how 3 fresh out of the academy genins, followed by a still young Sandaime Hokage, discovered this little cave. He remembered entering the cave while running, before a very young Tsunade berated him for being so loud. Good times, he smiled. Another memory of his was when Tsunade berated him, when he was caught using the cave together with a brunette chunin called Kagami. He was supposed to be in Konoha right now, until Tsunade returned, but this was dead serious. Frowning, in sudden seriousness, he initiated a series of hand seals, before opening his mouth as wide as possible. From within, a long tube came out, before it hovered in front of him. On top of what appeared to be a gigantic scroll, was the head of a toad with its arms crossed in a bored manner. Jiraiya reasoned that it was time for a certain student of his to receive what was intended for him even before he was born. He nodded at the toad named Geratora, before the toad's body opened, indicating the contents of the scroll. Inside, were markings that indicated a high-level Fuinjutsu, the likes of which only masters could even understand. Jiraiya placed both hands inside the 2 squares drawn inside the scroll. For now, the scroll only responded to his chakra, seeing as he was the only bearer of the key to the power given from father to son. Now, it wouldn't be the case any longer, as it was time for Naruto to receive what was rightfully his to begin with. Are you sure about this, Jiraiya? Asked the toad, earned a nod from the perverted Sannin. As sure as I will ever be. Naruto's growth these last few years showed that he is ready to receive it. He's very strong now, probably past his sensei Hatake Kakashi in skill. However, against the Akatsuki, he'll need more. From now on, Geratora, your new home will be inside Naruto, as you are the key to him having access to the other half of the fox's chakra. He stopped saying, before tweaking the seal once more. From the corner of his eye, he could see that, from the toad's concerned expression, he didn't agree with it. Is there anything wrong with what I said, or you're just grumpy that you won't be with me anymore? The toad snorted at the last part. No doubt the brat increased in skill, but I have questions on his resolve on things. He barely summons the toads, and when he does, it's just so that Gamakichi can deliver the heads of the missing nins to the Hokage. Also, according to the legend, he should be the one that would bring peace to this land. Instead, he's out there killing one by one. Something about his mentality worries me, Jiraiya. What if the fox takes advantage? Jiraiya couldn't help but understand the toad's concern, even though the only reason that Naruto didn't call the toads had merit behind it. There are only 2 known toad summoners within Konoha, and that is Naruto and Jiraiya. If he would summon one with his mask on, it would be like taking the mask off, because his identity would be blown. Regarding the second and last concern, though, Jiraiya couldn't find any arguments to use in favor of what Naruto was doing. It was a dark path he had chosen, the one of the Hunter-Nin. Naruto's resolve in ridding the world of criminals is no reason to be concerned at this point, Geratora. Also, it's been too long since he first initiated this job, and thus far, he maintained his sanity just fine. I believe that the brat will be okay. Our main concern is Akatsuki and how to better prepare Naruto for the future battles. Now, we must find him to initiate the procedure, but first I will return to Konoha and see how the meeting went. Surely, Tsunade must have returned already. The toad just nodded, before vanishing in thin air. Getting out of the cave, Jiraiya summoned his favorite way of transportation. Suddenly, a gigantic toad with orange skin and blue vest appeared in front of him. Jiraiya immediately jumped on top of said toad and, together, they hopped towards Konoha, causing the land to tremble at each jump. The trip didn't last 20 minutes as the toad landed right in front of the west gate. Jiraiya was showing a smile on his face, completely unaware that his little toad almost killed Tsunade, Kakashi, Guy and Naruto, who happened to arrive at the same time. Needless to say, Tsunade was pissed at the pervert and screamed that he should watch where he landed. The pervert heard a faint noise and looked down only to get scared at Tsunade's angered face. He dismissed the toad and met everyone. He was surprised that Naruto was with them as well, but chose to question it afterward. Guy said that he needed to talk with his students, leaving the four alone to converse. Not even a second later, everyone shunshined inside the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office . Once inside, Jiraiya received a briefing of what happened at the meeting and frowned a bit at the decision of protecting the last Jinchuriki. He could see the reason why, but in his opinion, Naruto's strength and amount of chakra would be better used on the front lines. Looking at the blonde the entire time, who for his part was busy caressing his dog's ears, Jiraiya was caught wondering what was going on inside Naruto's head, just like everyone at this point. If he was in Naruto's shoes, Jiraiya doubted that he would understand as easily as Naruto himself seemed to, or was at least showing. After everything was explained, Tsunade took a long breath in order to relay her decision to Naruto. Naruto, because of the decision of protecting you, I have decided to suspend your license as a Hunter-Nin. The mask was off the minute Tsunade spoke. The look on his eyes was empty as she thought it would be. Every Konoha ninja who is participating at this war will know what the main objective is, thus your identity was breached. Until the war is over, there won't be a need for you to hunt missing nins anyway. Now, regarding the two shinobi that will accompany you, do you have any names in mind? Before Naruto could even open his mouth, Jiraiya volunteered for the first position, earning a nod from Tsunade as she was indeed thinking in sending the pervert as one of them. Kakashi would be one of the generals appointed by Konoha, so only one position remained. Then, choose Inuzuka Hana as second. Tsunade was afraid he would choose his girlfriend, but Hana was a certified medic nin, therefore she would be assigned to Shizune's squad. She hated herself for only giving him bad news. Sorry Naruto, but Hana will be with the medic nin corp under Shizune. Naruto frowned but said nothing. He just nodded and opened the door of the Hokage's office. He turned briefly and gave his second answer. Choose anyone you want, Tsunade-sama. The door was closed before the Hokage could even call him back. The three shinobi stared at the door for a while, before a collective sigh in distress was heard. Even though the brat changed his ways, he couldn't help but give everyone a nasty headache. Jiraiya and Kakashi, then, turned to Tsunade as she started thinking on a suitable shinobi to accompany Naruto and Jiraiya. In the end, she settled for Yamato as he had experience with Baiju'u suppression. With Naruto . Walking alongside the blonde, Mangetsu stayed quite the entire time. As his companion, the dog could feel Naruto's distress over this mess. As they walked towards nowhere, Naruto was receiving shocked looks from everyone. Ever since he initiated his Hunter-Nin experience, only a handful of people knew about it. Everyone just believed that the fox brat was gone for good. On his adjacent path, a woman was walking with a bag of groceries on her hand. She had pink hair and she was wearing a red common dress, giving all indication that Haruno Sakura was a mere civilian, not a respected medic jounin whose skills rivaled Tsunade's assistant Shizune. The minute her eyes landed on the man with black leather clothing, Sakura's eyes widened to impossible amounts upon seeing her teammate once more. 2 years ago, he left with Jiraiya-sama. She never saw him again. She was shocked, however, when his eyes turned briefly to her, before resumed walking as if she was a total stranger to him. Marching towards him to demand an explanation, she stopped in front of Naruto. What? You leave for another 2 years and you don't even remember me anymore, what's the matter Naruto? What happened to you all this time and why the strange black outfit? I missed you. He looked at his ex-teammate, though, with the same affection that he reserved for someone he met for the first time. Get out of my way Sakura, I don't wish to speak to you. The cold tone in his voice surprised her so much that she barely registered that Naruto started walking again and left. A few seconds later, she turned and looked at his back as a tear escaped from her eyes. First Sasuke, now Naruto. Ever since the Uchiha suffered his penalty, she tried visiting him on several occasions. Eventually, he told Sakura that he didn't want anything to do with her and asked her never to return. Her heart was already shattered there, but at least she knew that Naruto would be there for her, when he returned. Now, it was evident that she'd lost both of her teammates forever. By the end of the day, every ninja in Konoha, from Chunin and above, knew about the meeting of the Kages and the consequences. Tsunade opted to call everyone and gather them, in order to explain everything and, possibly, answer everyone's questions. It came as a surprise to those who knew Naruto's situation, that he attended the meeting. His eyes still showed the hollow expression of a man who had lost his fire, but not once did he cower when everyone looked at him differently. Their feelings were understandable, given that this entire war was only to protect one single individual, even though the logo was formed. Save one, save everyone. If Akatsuki were to get a hold of the fox inside Naruto, then Madara could easily dominate the elemental nations. Surely, that did little to ease the minds of the few who believed that the reason behind this war was ludicrous. Naruto even had to endure one chunin, an old one, who accused him to be the demon and thus, responsible for this occurrence in the first place. The blonde just looked at the old man for a few seconds, wondering if any form of response would be relevant at this point. In the end, Naruto explained that Kyuubi wasn't the only Baijuo in existence and thus, cannot be solely blamed for what was happening. Even though he was right, the man wouldn't admit it. The rookie 9 only settled for observing the blonde enigma and none of them stood up for Naruto, not that he was really expecting anything. At the Inuzuka compound . It was now night time as the members of the Inuzuka clan were having dinner and discussing the repercussions of this war. Hana wanted to be with her boyfriend, but she understood her position as one of Konoha's medic nins. The Inuzuka family was perhaps Naruto's biggest supporters in Konoha right now, due to his relationship with Hana and the fact that Mangetsu enjoyed his presence, perhaps even more than Hana. Hence why the clan compound was the only place Naruto could go to right now, just in case someone wanted to do something stupid and attack him because of what happened. Said blonde was outside, with his eyes closed. His resolve upon taking the mask of the Hunter-Nin she was to rid Konoha of criminals, thus bringing peace to the village. Now, he was nothing but a prized possession to be guarded. Akatsuki would, no doubt, kill more Konoha ninjas only to get to him. The question he ended up asking himself was if his decision back then was the right one. Sure, this war would occur regardless of said decision, but what if it mattered? You can't change the course of history, Brad. If you could, then you'd stop Akatsuki from existing. What you can do is focus on the present and increase your skills in order to beat those imbeciles. It was quite ironic that this fiery passion didn't come from Naruto, but the fox instead. Something inside Naruto just wanted to laugh at this. It was true, though. The only thing he could do was train and hope that with it, he could finally deal with the organization. For some reason, the fox felt excitement at the prospect of his host becoming stronger. After all, the fox's pride always ruled his thoughts, and seeing Naruto beating high-level shinobi, some even without his assistance, showed that the blonde was a skilled warrior. Of course, these words would never leave its mouth. Naruto just kept outside the residence, until he saw the lights being switched off and Hana appearing behind him. He turned briefly and smiled at her presence, despite everything. Naruto, I'm going to bed, are you going back to your apartment? The blonde got up and looked at Hana's pretty face with a smile on his face. I was hoping to stay with you a bit longer, if you don't mind. The woman nodded, before grabbing his hand and taking him to her room with a smile on her face. She missed him greatly since he acquired the position of Jounin and left once more to his mission. As soon as Naruto entered Hana's bedroom, the woman locked the door and approached her lover's position, before enveloping her arms around him. This war had many possible repercussions for Konoha, and even if none of them wished to think about it, death was always a possibility in the ninja world. This moment could very well be their last, and neither of them would waste this opportunity. They started kissing passionately, while Naruto worked his hands around her clothing, smoothly as to not startle her. The woman was slightly surprised when she felt her bra being unhooked, but smiled and deepened the kissing. After a while, they both wondered why the hell they were still standing and slowly went to bed. Hana stopped the kissing and removed Naruto's black leather jacket, before massaging his muscles. The blonde kissed her once more, this time forcing the use of tongue. This act alone increased Hana's hormones as she opened her mouth submissively. Naruto's hands were busy taking off her clothing. Oh, how he missed the feeling of her smooth skin and her sexy curves. Hana let out a moan in pleasure because of the massage, before using her sharp nails to rip Naruto's net shirt, promising Naruto a wild night. Even the fox was aroused at what his host's mate did and was about to do. The next day, Naruto woke up and saw the look on Hana's room after last night. Their clothes were ripped to shreds and some of Hana's sheets were sprawled on the floor. The memories from last night still present in his mind, as he woke up and looked outside the room window, while Hana was still asleep. He didn't remember one time when he had such a night, not even on their first time, was as excited and wild. Rubbing his open chest a bit, he was surprised to feel 3 scars, before he remembered that instead of using her hands, Hana used her claws to remove his fishnet clothing. Quite surely, they weren't the only ones enjoying the ravaging act. He remembered the fox giggling like a schoolgirl in heat, while watching everything. Turning to look at the girl of his dreams, Naruto couldn't help but smile upon seeing her sleeping with a smile on her face. It was such an interesting view for him. It brought warmth to his already cold heart, and he figured that only she could bring the best out of him nowadays. Naruto saw the door opening, only to see his mother-in-law standing there with a smile on her face. The state the room was in was quite deplorable, and the message was quite clear to the Inuzuka matriarch. Even so, there weren't any reprimands coming from an amused Sume. She knew how passionate Inuzuka girls could be when excited with their mates. However, the reason for her intrusion wasn't to spy on her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend, even though her closet-perverted mind could already picture some scenes, if the wound on Naruto's chest was any indication. "Do you have some spare clothes, Naruto? I wanted to talk to you about something important." The blonde just nodded, before picking a scroll from his jacket and summoning a new pair of the same clothes he was wearing before. He quickly dressed and met Tsume, who was reading a scroll inside the compound's kitchen. 2 mugs of coffee were seen at the table, and Naruto grabbed one and asked for some coffee from the matriarch, who poured him some, before resting the scroll in the coffee jar, before fixing her gaze on the blonde for a while. What she had with her was very important to the clan. Naruto, the Inuzuka clan, as you know, have one single word to live by, and that is loyalty. Loyalty to the village, loyalty to your teammate, to the members of the clan and the pack. I've seen your relationship with my Hana-chan for a while, and I must say that she's never been happier. And for that I thank you. Before Tsume could finish, Naruto opted to interrupt in a kind manner. There is no need for that, Tsume-sama. The feeling is quite mutual. Tsume nodded with a smile on her face as she continued what she intended to speak with her son-in-law. Not only are you dating my daughter, but right now you even have one of our Ninkins with you all time, isn't that right, Mangetsu-chan? Naruto smiled at the presence of the husky sitting by his side. We, of the Inuzuka clan, consider the opinion of our fellow Ninkins. As such, someone who is accepted by them, as you were, therefore, is considered an honorary member of the Inuzuka clan. As such and clan head, it's my pleasure to give you this. When she finished speaking, Tsume picked up a simple, yet beautiful necklace with a small canine tooth. This necklace represents that you're an honorary member of the Inuzuka clan, and anyone who sees it will know this. Naruto extended his hand and took it from Tsume, before strapping it around his neck. It's very nice and I appreciate it, Tsume-sama. The Inuzuka clan has always been kind to me, and I have nothing but high regards, especially for your family. Hana-chan is my girlfriend, and Kiba is a dear friend who kept my identity a secret all these years, when he didn't need to. As an orphan, I never knew what it was like to be part of a clan, and for that I appreciate. His smile reminded Tsume so much of the Yondaime Hokage, calm and collected, with strong, but a peaceful spirit. She was proud of her daughter's choice for a boyfriend. There is no need to be so formal around me anymore, Naruto. Now, I believe you have a lot of things to do today, huh? Tomorrow would be his departure towards the hidden location where he would be hidden from the Akatsuki. That meant that he only had today to do what he needed to do. That meant restocking on supplies, visiting the Hunter-Nin division, in order to get a nice and long chat with the boss about his suspended license. Perhaps, he could shed some light over what he should focus on, in regards to further honing his skills. After all, there was no better Hunter-Nin than the boss. Also, he had a meeting with the Hokage and Jiraiya at the end of the day, therefore he needed to cross every item off his list by then. Also, checking up on his properties might not be such a bad idea. He supposed it would be prudent to at least see if his tenants were taking good care of the apartments. Yeah, I do. I think I better speed things up, because I'm expected to meet with the Hokage by the end of the day. Could you tell Hana-chan that I will return afterward? Oh, don't worry about her. She has her own duties to fulfill as well, Naruto. Her office doesn't run on its own. I'll be expecting both of you for a nice dinner before the war. Naruto nodded, before grabbing his Hunter-Nin mask. He was about to put it on, before he realized that his fucking license was suspended. Quickly opening the scroll he used for his clothing, he sealed it inside, before getting up and leaving the room, after saying his goodbye to Tsume. The woman for her part caught the look on his face upon not being able to wear the Hunter-Nin mask, and remembered her husband when he retired from the Hunter-Nin division and became just a regular jounin. Tsume was sure that he would be as proud of Hana and Naruto as she was right now. As she heard light footsteps coming down, she realized that Hana was already awake. It was now time to tease her daughter about what happened last night. It will be quite amusing to see Hana's embarrassed face. Morning, Ka-san, where is Naruto-kun? Hana asked as she grabbed a bottle of milk from the fridge. He had some business to take care, Hana-chan, and asked me to tell you that he would come here late afternoon. Now, I trust that you enjoyed last night if that smile on your face is any indication? The sudden blush on both cheeks even matched the color of the Inuzuka mark, and Tsume laughed uncontrollably at it. I didn't know you had it in you, sweetie. I saw the claw marks on his chest. Also, the dogs acted strange all night. Care to share the details with your Ka-san? Despite the heavy blush, Hana took a seat beside her mother and explained how it happened, of course, excluding the heavy parts. Tsume, despite being her mother, was considered her friend. And despite leading harsh lives, women can't help but be women when it comes to the day after sex. The night with Hana served to ease his spirit as Naruto roamed through the free shinobi pathways, the rooftops. His first item of the agendas was to restock on supplies and fix his sword. Afterwards, he would talk to the boss and see what he had for Naruto, in terms of training ideas. His license was suspended by the Hokage, but that doesn't mean he couldn't interact with the man anymore. After this stupid war is over, he could hunt the rest of the missing nins. Now, he settled for the items on his agenda. After all, he didn't have much time left. Departure date . The last day in Konoha passed quickly, and today Naruto was in front of the gate where he was supposed to meet Jiraiya and Yamato to leave towards the hidden location. He was accompanied by his girlfriend Hana and the couple's 3 dogs, as Hana herself now regarded them. She figured that Mangetsu possibly liked Naruto more than even she, and the other 2 also enjoyed his company. Regarding Naruto, he managed to do everything he needed to do. He managed to fix the dent on his sword and restock his supplies, a lot of it meant for months on the field. He managed to talk to his boss about this whole situation and received some nice tips for training in the field, regarding the art of genjutsu. The man was right, as it was the blonde's most glaring weakness. When smoke appeared next to them, Naruto breathed out a sigh at having to leave Hana and the dogs. He turned to her, first. Please promise me that you'll be safe, Hana-chan. If you die, then I. Hana stopped him from completing the statement, by kissing him with passion. I'll be safe, Naruto-kun, don't worry. You just focus on getting stronger than you already are, just in case the Hokage changes her mind and decides that you should be on the front lines, as I really think you should be. I'll be here when you return and we can be together once more, everyone. I love you, Naruto-kun. This time, tears fell from her eyes, before Naruto gently used his hands to wipe them away. It was hard, nowadays, to get a smile out of Naruto. It was even harder to see that and tears in his eyes for the first time. Hana was the first person who ever said the word love to him. I love you too, Hana-chan. The sad noise from the dogs below made him smile, before he patted all 3 of them a bit, obviously focusing on Mangetsu the most. You take care of Hana for me, okay? Mangetsu just nodded with her head, before returning the affection by licking his face. Jiraiya and Yamato just stood outside the gate, waiting for Naruto to say his goodbyes. It was strange seeing only Hana there with him, seeing as in the past, the blonde had many friends. They supposed it was the Hunter-Nin position that drove everyone away, or the fact that Naruto chose to hide his identity from people. None of them knew the answer to this question. It was really a shame that things turned out like this, and now, the acknowledgement he fought for in the past was completely shattered. When Naruto appeared by his side, he was looking down the entire time. It was probably because he was still crying over leaving everyone behind. Let's go already. The 3 vanished like blurs towards the hidden location. Chapter 23, The One You Used to Be. It took a total of 5 days for Naruto and his bodyguards to reach Lightning Country's port city. Both Yamato and Jiraiya were used to silent travels, as both had already participated in sensitive missions throughout their careers. However, none of them were prepared for a trip of complete silence. Naruto hadn't muttered a single word since they left Konoha, nor did he pay any attention to either Jiraiya or Yamato's attempts to begin a conversation. Both of them could see how his eyes lacked the usual focus on his surroundings, and it began to worry them greatly, since they didn't know how Naruto was processing this mess. After the 3rd day of travel, they gave up and let him be until they arrived at their destination. Naruto would have to open up to them eventually, since they were scheduled to remain at their hideout for a long time. They could only leave the place once the 5 Kages appeared and released them, otherwise their orders were to remain hidden indefinitely. Of course it wouldn't take that long, though. The bigger the enemy, the longer it takes for the war to finish. Akatsuki was composed of only a few members, even if each member has the power to level an entire village. That being said, if the alliance managed to take down the members, then the war would end and everything would go back to normal, or as normal as it could be anyway. Lightning Country's port city was easily 3 times as big as Fire Country's, perhaps because it was Lightning's main source of travel, whereas Fire Country used the land as its main way of transportation. It didn't mean that Fire Country didn't use sea routes, it's just that it had less than other countries such as Lightning, Water, and Wave. Quickly moving through the docks, the team from Konoha located the ship that would take them as well as 2 members from each village to a hidden location chosen by the Raikage himself. As they arrived at the ship's location, the team was surprised to see the Mizukage there with a member of the 7 swordsmen named Kujuru. As far as the ninjas from Konoha were concerned, the Kages wouldn't participate directly in this war, but rather as commanders of the alliance, with the exception of Gaara, who was appointed as general of the army. The team from Konoha quickly went on board and Jiraiya approached the Mizukage for some explanation. "Good afternoon, Mizukage-sama. I wasn't aware you'd be joining us?" Although it was a sensitive mission, Jiraiya couldn't help but check the woman's impressive figure. Mei Terumi just smiled, though, not caring. "Indeed, my part in the Jinchuriki's protection was decided by the Kages at the last minute. I'm here just in case Akatsuki finds our location." Despite the lack in Asanin's skills, Jiraiya just nodded and left the Mizukage alone. At the ship . Since the Jinchuriki was on board, the ship set sail, leaving the port city towards the hidden location. Naruto opted to left alone as usual, avoiding any form of contact, even from the Mizukage herself, trying his best to be polite, seeing as she was the Mizukage. No matter what everyone said, though, this entire situation was fucked up in his opinion. Hiding him from Akatsuki was perhaps the dumbest thing he ever heard of. However, he couldn't argue with his Kage's decision. In their right mind, protecting him would stop Akatsuki from fulfilling their ambition. And even if thousands are killed in the process, he was the one who needed protection. Naruto just hoped that the alliance managed to take the Akatsuki down without many casualties. He became a Hunter-Nin so that he could take care of them alone, without killing the ones he held dear, not to be protected like this. Also, was it not the alliance's wish that its weapon fought for the village? All of these thoughts were in Naruto's head and only one, besides him, could hear them. "Would you stop whining, you damn piece of flesh? No one can hear your thoughts, but me, and it's been 5 days already. Give me a break." "Okay, already, I'll stop. But I just needed to vent out my frustrations, that's all. I'm aware that is no use complaining." The fox just snorted at him, before stopping the link. Naruto let out a long sigh as he stared at the horizon ahead. So far, his sight was limited to water and more water. The island, or whatever place he was heading toward, would not be visible for a couple of days. Still, the ocean was a nice place to allow him some peace of mind. So he just settled his mind to relax at the sound of the waves punishing the ship's hull as well as the gentle sound of the birds which were flying above the ship. Complaining nonstop would get him nowhere as the situation was now irreversible. His only hope was to train constantly and with it, defeat Akatsuki once and for all. Slowly, but surely, Naruto's eyes returned its regular focus as he now was able to think without his emotions clouding his judgment. It happened just as Jiraiya appeared by his side. "I'm glad you came back to us, Naruto. I was starting to worry." The blonde Hunter-Nin turned his head and saw Jiraiya smiling at him. "My thoughts just were elsewhere. I kept wondering if protecting me was the best alternative to this entire mess. Why protect the weapon, which was created for the purpose of fighting in the first place?" Jiraiya frowned at the word weapon, but didn't make that much of a deal. The fact that Naruto was talking to him was enough for now. He knew now that during the trip to the port city, Naruto was busy wondering about these questions. It wasn't healthy for him to dwell on such thoughts. One shinobi alone shouldn't carry the burden of others, unless he or she was the Hokage. Even if this entire event was triggered because of the tailed beasts, Naruto couldn't be held responsible for whoever died because of it. It was the blonde's nature, though, he reasoned, to take responsibilities that far exceeded his current position. Even as a Jonin, Naruto was like this. "You shouldn't consider yourself a mere weapon, without conscience, Naruto. The need for your protection far exceeds your importance for the village's military power or the alliance's. Tsunade wouldn't throw you to the wolves just like that, well, at least not more than what you had actually asked her to." Jiraiya was referring to his Hunter-Nin responsibilities. "Although you never seem to consider yourself much in detriment to others, you are important to Konoha and above all, you are important to us as a human being. Don't ever think that the village only needs you as an asset." Naruto held a smile on his face, as he heard Jiraiya's attempt of convincing him not to consider himself a weapon, even if deep down, not only him, but every shinobi in Konoha is considered an asset for the village to use. It's through them that the village's economy survives. The shinobis and konoikas are Konoha's products to sell. Naruto remained silent though, as he pretended to think about Jiraiya's words. The pervert bought the lie and went to chat with Yamato a bit. The blonde was interrupted once more, though, when a man approached him from the left. It was one of the Kumo's representatives by looking at the type of wardrobe he was wearing. The man named Motoi's wardrobe was black all over with a Kumo standard white vest on top as well as a white scarf around his neck. He also wore white arm braces and white battle boots. The man's hair was weird in Naruto's opinion. It was black and had the form of 3 spikes from both sides followed by 2 smaller ones on the top. And, I can't really describe the man's hair. You are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, correct? Naruto chose not to answer the obvious question, but Motoi really wasn't waiting one, since he just used this way of approach to begin the conversation. My name is Motoi and I'm one of the 2 representatives from Kumagakure along with Dodai over there with the weird looking hat. It's a pleasure to meet you. And, for those who don't know who Dodai is the jounin from manga 555 that assisted Naruto in defeating the Sandaime Reikage. Naruto merely shook the man's head and greeted him back, earning a smile from Motoi. Now that the pleasantries are over, I feel that it's prudent to explain you a thing or two about the place we're heading right now. Ah yes, all I know is that is an island that doesn't appear in any map. I was actually wondering why. Motoi smiled at that knowledge. The place was indeed the world's best hiding place. Of course, it wasn't registered in any map, because technically it couldn't be considered an island. The island, let's call this place as such, is 20 miles at the direction we're heading to right now. It is mainly filled with wild vegetation and gigantic animals. In a way, it is similar to Konoha's famous Forest of Death. No human lives at the island, which is one of the reasons that is considered the best hideout in all the elemental nations. The other reason, which to me is the main one, is that the island isn't an island in the first place. Naruto just looked at the man with a lifted eyebrow, urging the man to explain why it couldn't be considered an island. Motoi smirked once more. You'll know what I'm talking about once we arrive. Motoi turned and went to his comrade's position, leaving Naruto alone to wonder what exactly he meant by that. He may not be a very intelligent human being, but even he knew that any piece of land surrounded by water from all sides was considered an island. Nevertheless, his mind could easily find more pressing matters to consider than merely attesting the quality of his hideout or prison, as he liked to call it. After Motoi's interruption, the trip proceeded without any form of interruption, so the blonde had just settled to relax and feel the environment around him. It was actually relaxing to the tormented Hunter-Nin. He was now standing right in front of the ship as if he was the captain. Eventually, Naruto opened his eyes when Motoi announced their arrival at the so-called island they would be staying for the duration of this war. From the position that Naruto was, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. The trees were easily enormous, even if the vessel was still 2 miles away from the dock. Naruto couldn't see why it couldn't be considered an island. When the corner of his eyes caught the slight turn of the ship, he started wondering the necessity of it. They didn't need to change course, since the island was straight ahead. He took a while after the ship was turned to realize that the vessel was actually following the island's movement. The Hunter-Nin was speechless as Motoi appeared next to him. It appears that you know what I was talking about earlier, huh? Even if you don't know why, you're aware that the island is in constant movement. Yeah, why is that? The island, if you still want to call it that, is actually a gigantic tortoise. You'd only be able to see if you got underwater. That's precisely why it isn't registered in any map and also why Akatsuki can't appear here. We will be in constant movement throughout the immensity of the oceans. Actually, this is the place where Yondaime Reikage-sama and his brother Kirabai-sama used to train together. May Kami have his soul right now. Naruto knew that this Kirabai person was in fact the Hachibi Jinchuriki, who was captured by the Akatsuki and had his demon extracted from him, which led to his death. Naruto could also sense great sadness coming from Motoi's words upon mentioning Kirabai's early demise. From the sound of your voice, I take it you were friends with Kirabai? Motoi instantly berated himself from being that transparent. However, he didn't find any reason not to tell Naruto the truth. When we were children, Kirabai and me, Hachibi belonged to another Jinchuriki. The man had skills that far exceeded any expectations, but the beast's will was just too powerful and couldn't be tamed that easily. It eventually escaped from the previous host's body, killing him instantly. The Sandaime Reikage engaged in a fierce battle against the beast. Many shinobis perished, including my father. After the beast was finally imprisoned once more, Kirabai was chosen as the next Jinchuriki. Motoi waited a moment for Naruto to digest the beginning of the story before continuing. I grew up resenting the beast because of it, but because Kirabai was its Jinchuriki, I ended up resenting him for it. Naruto couldn't help but snort at the thought, since he too was a victim of said misguided hatred and still is. Kirabai, despite being hated and feared by people, never lost his cheerful attitude, and I watched him from afar, believing that he was the one responsible for my father's death. One time, I took enough courage and got within striking position behind Kirabai. I was driven by revenge at the time, and all I wanted was to finish it once and for all, the consequences be damned. Motoi looked down suddenly. I couldn't, though. I just didn't have the courage to go through with it. At that moment, he turned and saw me with his never-ending smile and offered his fist for me as it was his form of greeting. Later I realized that he knew I was behind him and he knew what I intended in doing. Nevertheless, not once did he lose the intention of becoming my friend. The Kumojounin smiled, then. It was thanks to him that I managed to let go, and I'm eternally grateful. Motoi kept looking up with a smile on his face as the image of his friend in one of his famous poses appeared. It's nice to have someone to count on. We Jinchuriki don't get to have normal lives like the others. At least, he died knowing that he would be missed. Motoi looked at Naruto for some time, wondering what he meant by that statement. Kumagakure was perhaps the only place where Jinchurikis weren't necessarily scorned, since they were hailed as heroes for keeping the beast at bay for the sake of the population. It was an ideal defended by both the Sandaime and the Yondaime Reikage, not only because it protected Kumo, but also because of the strength it represented to the village. Having two-tailed beast tamers was considered by many as Kumo's advantage in terms of war. Motoi dared assess that even Konoha, with its precious bloodlines, would think twice before engaging against Kumagakure nowadays. He didn't know, though, how it was for a Jinchuriki to grow in Konoha, since he wasn't fully aware of the sacrifices needed to imprison the Kyubi no Yoko. It was after all the strongest tailed beast out there, stronger than the Hachibi. Perhaps Naruto was a loner and missed someone to be there for him, he wondered. Kirabai, although cheerful, had few people that he could count on actually. Except his brother, Motoi, and his Jinan team, he didn't have that many friends. Motoi was saved from asking Naruto for some explanation, when he heard his partner screaming that they had arrived and would be docking soon. At the island . Naruto didn't waste time and started walking towards the stairs to reach the docks. Motoi, though, kept looking at this new Jinchuriki and realized that the blonde was the exact opposite of Kiribai's, or at least what his old friend could be if he succumbed. Naruto joined Jiraiya and Yamato and were about to walk away, when the Mizukage approached their position. The three may be distant from the others and explore the island, but the Mizukage was the one chosen from the Kages to protect Naruto. If Akatsuki appeared, then she would be there to intervene. None of the three Konoha nins enjoyed the woman's company right now, even if Jiraiya's perverted mind was busy comparing if Mei's boobs were bigger than Tsunade's. However, none of them voiced their opinions out loud. The rest of the bodyguards were stationed at the cabins that were built there recently. Back to the Konoha crowd and the Mizukage, they were walking for quite some time, and Naruto was taking his time looking at his surroundings. He could see a bunch of animals hiding behind the trees as they looked at the humans who dared invade their territory. The only one who had authorization for such a thing was the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Looking at Jiraiya, the one in the front, he realized that the pervert wasn't even looking around, meaning that he knew where he was heading toward. You seem to know where you're going, Jiraiya? The perverted Sannin nodded, while showing to Naruto a map he had acquired from the Hokage. In this map, there is a cave located not so far from here when we can begin your next level of training. I'm sure that Mizukage-sama here won't mind if we train a bit, don't you? The woman just shook his head, allowing it. She had the highest rank, so she dictated. What form of training are we talking about here? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya only answered it by looking down at Naruto's stomach and smiling. We'll be mastering the Kyubi's chakra, of course. Neither Yamato nor the Mizukage understood why Naruto suddenly stiffened a bit, while walking. It appeared as if he was terribly afraid of what Jiraiya was talking about. The pervert though understood why. He was the one who was on the receiving end of a four-tailed influenced Naruto, when they attempted this the first time. He even rubbed the scar on his chest, caused by Naruto's attack. It was perhaps the only nearest he's ever been to death, so he understood Naruto's reluctance. Don't worry about what happened that time, Naruto. You've become a lot more skilled since then, I'm sure you'll do fine. Also, I have another ace in the hole to use, which will aid you in further controlling the fox's chakra. Naruto remembered the last 2 times when he used 4 tails. His skin was corrosive, his blood was too hot and he just couldn't control his actions. He didn't know if the fox was the one dictating his thoughts or if he just became a berserker, just attacking whoever appeared in front of him. I just hope that if anything goes wrong, you will be able to stop me this time. Perhaps a bad sort of saying it, both Yamato and Mei thought. Was he implying that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, couldn't stop him before? You don't remember, but the seal that Kakashi used on you was my creation. I'm much more prepared right now, but I don't believe we'll be in a situation that I'll have to use it. You'll know soon enough. Naruto went through his memories, trying to remember what Jiraiya was talking about when his fight against the Akatsuki member Deidara flashed in his mind. At the time, he remembered using a second tail, when Kakashi appeared from behind and placed a seal on his forehead. Seconds afterwards, the fox's chakra was out of his system and he was tired. However, what would happen if Naruto was using 4 tails or higher? Would the seal work, then? What are your thoughts, you damn silent? All of a sudden furball, Naruto screamed inside his mind to get the fox's attention, but he couldn't hear anything. Something was seriously odd, since not once did the fox lose an opportunity to speak his mind about things in general and regarding the situation right now. Naruto was certain that Kyuubi would offer his insight. The group resumed their trip towards the cave, when Naruto stopped and turned to the right. He saw a waterfall, a small one, with a small bunker of land right in the middle of the lake and right in front of the waterfall. Something about this entire scenario appeared to be calling him somehow. The others stopped and wondered why Naruto was doing. Jiraiya smirked at his well-thought plan, which earned question marks from Yamato and Mei. He took this route simply because he wanted Naruto to take a look at the waterfall for a moment. Of course, he wasn't counting on the blonde going there by himself, but it worked the same in the end. For Jiraiya's training to work, Naruto needed to remember something he long ago forgotten, and the only one who would ever be able to review it to him was himself. He appeared behind Naruto and started explaining. From what information I was able to gather about this island, this place is called the Waterfall of Truth, and it was used by the Hachibi Jinchuriki a long time ago during his training with the Baijuo. You have to take a seat at that bunker over there and close your eyes to see who you truly are. Naruto looked at Jiraiya for a moment as he pondered the meaning behind those words. Deciding not to comment, Naruto just walked towards the bunker and looked at the waterfall for a while, before taking a seat and closing his eyes. According to Jiraiya, this waterfall would somehow show him what he really are. Those words sounded strange for Naruto. Who he really was. He hadn't changed a bit, well, perhaps a little change after he became a Hunter-Nin, but nothing much. For a while, nothing happened and Naruto was already calling it quits. When he opened his eyes, though, a black frame appeared from behind the waterfall. Bio-alter Naruto speech, Bio-regular Naruto speech. Why did you have to kill all those people? The voice came from behind the waterfall and Naruto was already grabbing his sword when his eyes widened to impossible proportions. A person came out from the waterfall, wearing the same outfit as him and looking the same as him. Who are you? Can't you tell just by looking? I'm you, or at least a part of you. Up until the day when Asuma-sensei was killed, we were one and the same. Since then, you've been slowly but surely driving me away. By each life you took, the look on Alter Naruto's face was one of sadness. Sadness for every life he took under the mission of a Hunter-Nin. Naruto just looked at his alter ego for a moment, studying this new him, while at the same time remembering what Jiraiya said to him earlier. Jiraiya said that he needed to see who he truly were, and the one in front of him represented the strong but naive child, who believed that everyone deserved a second chance in life, no matter what they've done in the past. All of the lives I took were from criminals, and if you say you are who you are, then you understand that they couldn't be left alive. What would happen if one of them came and killed the ones precious to us, huh? Naruto was lost between arguing with himself and abandoning this annoying idea. Sure, the first kill shocked him, but it was a necessary step in order to rid Konoha of criminals. I know that the reasons were justified, but in acting like this, we're acting as if it would be justified to kill all those who wronged us in the past. They were criminals too in our book, not just the bingo book. Not to mention the fact that some of the criminals whose life you took weren't exactly criminals. One last shred of humanity allowed us to spare that woman's life, but what do you say about that Hyuga girl you killed? She had already lost, and yet, we killed her anyway, all because of this stupid book. Naruto just stared, without any sign of being affected, at his alter ego screaming about maintaining Naruto's humanity. Of course, he remembered what Hyuga alter Naruto was talking about. Nevertheless, in Naruto's mind, he did what it was needed of him. You're still thinking we're just a mindless weapon right now, aren't you? We only serve as a mere tool for Tsunade Bakon to use at her disposal. The question surprised Naruto, before he realized that the waterfall must have read his thoughts somehow. Uro-Sennin is right, we can't think like this, we're more than people like Zabuza or Haku. Why don't you just get away from here, huh? I'm not interested in wasting my time here discussing our actions. Alter Naruto just smirked at Naruto. It wasn't an evil one, but a playful one, the likes of which stopped occurring once Asuma was dead. Like I said, I am you can't get rid of me, no matter what you try. That being said, it's time for me to force it on you to understand. Alter Naruto ran at Naruto with an identical speed, charging a Rasengan on his right hand. Naruto just evaded the attack and grabbed his sword for a clean swipe. He was shocked once Alter Naruto grabbed an identical sword and blocked the attack, before performing the same move that the real one would do next. Outside of Naruto's mind, the three shinobi were looking at Naruto. The blonde was doing nothing but sitting there with his eyes closed. Both Mei and Yamato turned to Jiraiya for questioning, only for the man to explain. According to the pervert, this waterfall reveals a ninja's true color. He explained that Naruto right now must be fighting against his alter ego for dominance. Back to Naruto's mindscape, the two Narutos were staring at each other from opposite sides of the inner battlefield. Naruto was shocked, but not surprised that the one in front of him would have the same skills as him, including all the jutsus and control over the fox's chakra. One aspect of the fight was that after a great load of jutsus, Naruto was getting tired, while Alter Naruto appeared to be okay. He, then, remained on the ground as he pondered on a couple of facts. First of all, the one in front of him was indeed himself even if he was different. Jiraiya couldn't have manipulated this, simply because he didn't have access to Naruto's reports, only the Hunter-Nin commander had. Also, he realized that there was only one way to get rid of this alter ego in front of him. When he got up, the blonde realized what he could do. There is no use using force against you. You are me after all, hence you know every move I'll make and I'll know every move you make. The only way I can get rid of you is to suddenly embrace you and admit that everything I did was wrong. Indeed, going on a killing spree cannot be the answer to a peaceful future. Alter Naruto smiled at this comment, but he would soon stop, when Naruto finished. However, a criminal won't simply stop being one, if his executioner shows leniency over what he had done. In letting them live, we're letting them the chance of coming up with something, and that generally leads to the death of those we cherish. Perhaps, before Asuma's death, we were naive to the world. We believed that everything could and would be fixed with perseverance and hard work. But we both know that there are those who wouldn't stop at nothing to see the world burn, and that's why I can't simply stop and let those who wronged Konoha, to survive. Alter Naruto tried screaming at him to think otherwise, but Naruto stopped him. And for you to exist, it means that I still felt some shed of remorse for taking the life of criminals. That being said, I will, from now on, follow a different set of mind. A criminal is a criminal, no matter what he has done. But instead of killing everyone, I'll reserve the killing for those who actually deserves it. The rest will be incapacitated and taken back to the village. It won't necessarily mean their salvation based on the crimes, but it will at least reserve my punishment for those who openly deserve it. The fact that Naruto was looking down the entire time ended in him not seeing that Alter Naruto was standing right in front of him with a huge goofy smile on his face. It's good to know that you still maintain our stubborn personality. We defy odds every day, and I can't really ask more from you. Both of them shook hands for a moment, before Alter Naruto vanished. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was back into the outside world as he saw Jiraiya, Mei and Yamato looking at him as if expecting him to explain what happened. Naruto simply walked on top of the water and passed by Jiraiya and Yamato, as he continued walking like he knew where they were going next. The other three took it as a sign that the Jinchuriki wasn't much interested in sharing with them regarding what happened at the waterfall. Both Mei and Yamato admitted caring very little about it, but Jiraiya wanted to know. He would ask Naruto later, once the boy calmed his thoughts. True to Jiraiya's plan, Naruto's mind was now in turmoil. If what he saw at the waterfall was real, then all of those killings had transformed him into something else. It wasn't bad by any means, but if he was supposed to kill these many criminals 2 or 3 years ago, the story would be completely different. Their deaths were finally catching up to him, and Naruto was beginning to feel the toll of being their executioner. Before, he killed them without any form of mercy, in order to rid the world of criminals. Now, he began to feel their blood on his hands. Why the sudden change, he wondered. The image of himself shaking heads with Alter Naruto from the waterfall made him question if by touching Alter Naruto, his thoughts and beliefs resurfaced, mingling with his Hunter-Nin set of mind. Always believe in capturing an enemy, before moving in for the kill. It was his promise to his alter ego back then. But would that change anything? Before his Hunter-Nin license was revoked, Naruto was moving on to the A and S ranked missing nins. Those were Konoha's most violent or the most powerful criminals in existence. Capturing them may not be that easy to accomplish. Suddenly, a new spark appeared in Naruto's eyes as if an epiphany suddenly appeared right in front of him. Capturing these criminals is much harder than killing them. In order to capture, you must be even stronger. It was precisely why Akatsuki was so powerful. They couldn't risk destroying the Jinchuriki, so they would settle for capturing them instead. That took a whole different level of skill, because of the amount of power they had to face off against. If Naruto could harness the power of the fox, like Jiraiya said, he could increase his skill so that he could capture criminals, instead of just killing them. It was a new resolve in his mind. He knew he couldn't change the past and quite probably, the world was better off without some missing nins running around the lands and causing destruction. He didn't regret what he did, because of this. It was good that the blonde was in front of everyone, because then the three would be able to see the sudden smirk on his face. Jiraiya was actually the one who noticed Naruto relaxing his shoulders and posture a bit and smiled at the boy. Whatever he conjured in his mind, it made him much more at ease. The pervert thought that Naruto was now ready to receive his father's last gift. Increasing his steps a bit, he took Naruto's position as leader of the pack and ushered them to follow him as he took a left from their position. The cave should be a few miles away from here now, we are close. In actuality, the group was actually returning to the place they came from, the Waterfall of Truth. Inside the cave . As soon as they reached the waterfall once more, Naruto questioned why the hell they were back here and Jiraiya just smiled and blamed the map given to him that made them do more laps than necessary. He walked towards the waterfall, never stopping until he passed through the water. The rest of the three waited a minute, before following the pervy sage. Yamato was the last one to walk through the waterfall. They took a minute to administer the place before them. It appeared to be a regular cave, surrounded by water. In front of him, was a path that was flanked by headless statues. The four went through the path, until they reached the end of it, where a lion's mouth could be seen on the wall. Okay Naruto, this step is very important from what information I was able to gather. The waterfall was the first step needed for your training to begin. Whatever you saw back there, must be remembered right now. This lion statue you see before you is quite dangerous for those with evil in their hearts. You'll have to stick your head inside the lion's mouth, but be warned, that if you have evil in your heart, the lion's jaws will snap shut, decapitating you in the process. You must remember what you saw at the waterfall at all times. This will be your second step towards mastering the fox's chakra. Naruto stood watching the lion statue for a while, before he shrugged and placed his head inside. Once inside, he waited for the least sign of danger, so that he could use the replacement technique to escape. None came however, as he looked inside to see what he was supposed to do. He saw a red button located right in front of him and was about to press it, before stopping once a thought appeared in his mind. According to Jiraiya, the statue would decapitate him if he had evil in his heart. Naruto was a hunter ninja, meaning that he had killed a lot of enemies in the past. So, why the statue didn't move? He remembered what his alter ego said, that he wasn't evil, but rather his methods were. Naruto remembered the gigantic smile that his alter ego showed him once they shook hands together. Jiraiya said he needed to remember what he saw at the waterfall. Well, he saw himself 3 years ago, before Asuma was murdered by Akatsuki. With a small grin, he pushed the button, before removing his head from the lion's mouth. A door suddenly materialized next to the lion statue, before it opened, revealing a chamber filled with white light. Naruto was about to go inside, when Jiraiya landed a hand on his right shoulder, ushering him to stop for a while. Without saying anything, Jiraiya did a few hand seals, before opening his mouth wide. A strange tube suddenly got out of his throat, before it expanded, revealing that it was a strange-looking toad. He had the head and members of one, but his body appeared to be a scroll of some kind. The scroll suddenly opened in front of them, before an enormously complex seal appeared, confusing everyone, including Naruto. Naruto, this is Geratora, he's the one who carries the final key needed for you to fully control the fox's chakra. Now, why don't you focus some chakra to your fingers and touch that square at the center? The Yondaime Hokage always wanted you to have it. The blonde nodded, before doing as Jiraiya instructed him to. The scroll then was closed, before Geratora ushered Naruto to open his mouth wide. He was surprised when the toad just jumped inside and tried forcing his way down Naruto's throat. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to go all the way through, so Jiraiya came and gave Giratora a little push, allowing the toad to enter Naruto's stomach. Damn it, what was that toad thinking? He at least could have warned me that this would happen. The blonde was busy chalking on the ground and complaining to the amused Jiraiya. It happened the same thing with him when Minato sealed the Kyuubi's chakra. Now Naruto, we are on to the third and last step, but now you'll be alone for this next step. I'm sure you know what you have to do now, right? After cleaning his mouth a bit, he nodded. Yes, open the gate and fight the fox for the right of its chakra. Jiraiya nodded, ignoring Mei and Yamato's outburst at the idea of releasing the fox. Now get in that room and close your eyes. Remember what you saw at the waterfall and stick to that. Just remember, though, once you free the fox, you'll have to capture its chakra literally. You'll know what I mean once you get there. Be warned, though, that the fox could suck your chakra dry as well. If you wish to take your time, feel free. We are going nowhere for a while. Naruto nodded, but didn't feel like waiting for it. He entered the room, before the door was shut. Naruto was truly alone in this, whatever it entailed. Yamato approached next to the focused Jiraiya. He wasn't that much thrilled with dealing with a loose Kyuubi. Jiraiya-sama, with all due respect, I don't believe it is wise for Naruto to free Kyuubi. What happens if he can't handle it and the fox escapes? This cave was built specially for taming tailed beasts, Yamato. If Naruto can't stop the fox, I will seal it inside the chamber which, according to the Reikage, was designed for this purpose. Inside Naruto's mind . Taking a seat and closing his eyes, Naruto didn't take long to reach the Kyuubi's chamber. The fox appeared to know what happened and looked at a different Naruto in its eyes. Albeit different, Kyuubi could see that the blonde retained a great load of the qualities he possessed before coming to this forsaken island. The fox was looking down at its host differently than before. Even if Naruto got accustomed to the Kyuubi's presence, he never stopped sensing the evil atmosphere in this place. Opting not to say anything, Naruto just approached the cave and grabbed the seal that was holding the prison, before ripping it off, revealing a second lock design. What are you doing, Naruto? Just wait and see, fox. I'm almost done. Lifting his jacket, Naruto activated the seal in his stomach, before it spread throughout his right arm. With the key in place, he slammed it at the lock, before turning. The sound of a lock being opened came first and the Kyuubi punched the prison, knocking the doors open with a mighty roar. Naruto immediately jumped backwards in position to fight as the fox appeared right in front of him, snarling at him. Kyuubi's face promised a great load of pain, but Naruto could see something that surprised him. He was surprised to see it, though, before he remembered and asked the fox. You were awfully quiet throughout this entire ordeal, Kyuubi. Why didn't you speak your mind when this entire thing started? For someone with half a brain, you actually caught it quick. I don't have any intention of fighting back if you desire to take my power. The fact you freed me from the cage is enough. Even if you take my chakra, you won't get rid of me that easily, you brat. Let's just say once that I enjoyed being inside you since you started the killing spree. Now, you can see an aura next to me, that looks just like me. Naruto turned and saw the black aura of the fox extending from his body and realized that Naruto too had one just like the fox. You can grab and start sucking the chakra. It will hurt like hell, but knowing it will be used to squash our enemies, is enough. How can I tell if you're just screwing with me and will capture mine, as soon as I drop my guard? The fox actually smiled at the comment. Given the right circumstances, I would do just that, yes. It's one of the reasons why I'm letting you take it, you brat. Now go on already before I change my mind and eat you. Naruto smiled at the creature, before doing as he was instructed. The fox let out a roar of pain as his chakra was being sucked by Naruto at a fast rate. When the procedure was finished, Kyuubi's fur was practically ripped from his body as he looked weakly at its host. Naruto was looking at his sudden change. His body was surrounded with golden flame and a new seal design appeared on his chest. It wasn't to say that the fox was sucked dry, just that it would take a little while to gather back its chakra. The fox saw that Naruto approached and landed his hand on its nose. The fox could see Naruto's eyes, and if it wasn't mistaken, he was seeing pity regarding the fox's state. Damn you brat, I might actually take more offense for you looking at me like that than what you have just done. My chakra will return in no time. Naruto nodded at his partner, before taking a seat next to the fox. Sorry about that, Naruto was about to speak when suddenly two human beings appeared in front of him, smiling at him. The first one, A female, had very long hair, and if his eyes were not mistaken, the woman had red hair. The other one, male, had actually blonde hair and it was spiked just like his was. Naruto couldn't see their clothes very well, because of the distance. When they approached, it was the fox who announced their names with a loud growl. Kushina, Uzumaki and the Yondaime, so you two were here the entire time. Kyuubi maintained its growling, but did nothing. Minato chose to respond instead. It's not like we are much thrilled to see you either, fox, but if it means seeing our son for the first time, then so be it. Kushina, for her part, looked at their son's face and wondered why he didn't greet them or even said anything in reply. Chapter 24, Two Sons. Still wearing the new cloak, Naruto stared at the man who called himself Naruto's father. Naruto always imagined what it would be like to see the Yondaime Hokage for the first time. Even before he knew the man to be his father, he always saw Minato as his hero and the type of man he wanted to be in the future. As time progressed, mainly when his Hunter-Nin phase began, the role model feeling got lost and the only goal he wished to accomplish was to rid Konoha of its criminals, so that no harm could ever come to those he wished to protect. When he knew that the man in front of him was actually his father and knowing that it was him who used Naruto as a prison for the Kyuubi, Naruto's respect for the man remained, but only as a figure of great power and skill, not as his father. The letter wrote by him didn't help things much either. Looking to the right, Naruto saw the woman that claimed to be his mother. The way both were looking at the Hunter-Nin indicated that they were waiting for some kind of reaction coming from him at the prospect of finally meeting his long-dead parents. However, the thing was that Naruto wasn't aware of the concept of family. He grew up without knowing the love and care that usually came from being raised by a mother and a father. The only concept of family Naruto was introduced to were the Inazukas, but at the time, both Kiba and Hana were already adults and high-level shinobi. Son. Naruto woke up at the word that came from his mother. Why are you just sitting there? Minato suddenly narrowed his eyes upon seeing the truth in Naruto's eyes. The boy was reluctant of them. When Naruto got up and closed his eyes, the Yondaime Hokage actually believed that his son would open up to them a bit. When Naruto opened them, though, it was the same expression as before. Why are you two repeating the word son to me? For all I know, the so-called parents of mine died 17 years ago. Both Minato and Kushina knew that they would have to explain just how they appeared inside Naruto's mind and why only now. But they both flinched upon hearing the expression so-called parents coming from Naruto's mouth. Kushina moved to explain first, but Minato placed his hand in front of her, ushering for her to let him do the talking. It seems we owe you an apology, Naruto-kun, for as we have yet to explain how it's possible that we are here. You see. And so, Minato started explaining everything that happened ever since Kushina went to labor and how a man named Madara managed to free the Kyuubi from within Kushina's stomach when the seal was at its weakest, because of her pregnancy. Naruto was shocked to hear that Kushina was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki before him, but not once did he interrupt the Yondaime's explanation. Naruto's feelings reduced a bit, once he knew that it all started with the leader of Akatsuki freeing the Kyuubi, forcing Minato to seal it back inside Naruto. And, I trust that by now, everyone knows of what happened with Minato, Kushina, and Madara, so I'll skip the explanation. So, after performing the ritual needed to imprison Kyuubi inside of you, I managed to use my and your mother's last bit of energy and sealed that inside of you. Our essence was linked to the seal that kept the Kyuubi at bay. So when you ripped it off, our link to the seal ended and we appeared. We wanted to be with you so badly, Naruto, to see you growing up and shaping up to be a man as you've now become. Like before, there was not a single shed of emotion coming from Naruto, except plain stoicism while looking at them. Naruto had one more event to question them about. Minato wanted for the blonde to open up now that he realized that a part of his parents' lives inside of him. Is this Madara, the same one that leads the Akatsuki? Uchiha Madara? Minato and Kushina knew who Akatsuki was, because they were a part of Naruto's life, so they got to see everything. Minato nodded and explained a bit more. At the time, we engaged in battle and I managed to wound him, but the Kyuubi was far more important to deal with than him. I know that you may be angry with me for what I had too. No. Not really. Naruto's answer shocked the man, before he smiled at his son. As Hokage, you had to save the village from the fox. Therefore, you picked me because I happened to be born at the exact same time. I get it. Minato knew when to trust his instincts, and his instincts were telling him that perhaps he misinterpreted Naruto's words a bit. The younger blondes so far haven't called them as either Ka-san or To-san, and he looked at Minato and Kushina as if he didn't recognize them as such. As a father, though, the story is different, isn't it? I've read the letter you wrote to me, Yondaime. Sorry, but I was expecting something more than what everyone told me about your so-called reasons. The part of the QB, I'm pissed, yes. But if complained about that, I'd be a spoiled selfish brat that preferred himself over the entire village, even if I only concluded this a few years ago. Kushina remained silent throughout the whole ordeal as it pained her to see their son battling them so fiercely. Minato was narrowing his eyes, thinking what Naruto meant by that the part of the QB. Was there another reason he could be mad at them? What would the other part be, Naruto? Asked the Yondaime, before he widened his eyes at what he saw. Naruto immediately vanished from his usual position and appeared right in front of him, landing a strong punch on the Yondaime's stomach. Kushina was shocked. Even in pain, Minato looked up and saw the first level of emotion coming from the blonde. He was shaking from clear anger. His eyes were going from blue in color to fiercely red, just like the beast that was resting behind them. Whatever it was, it had something to do with the letter he had written to Naruto as a way of explaining to him his reasons for everything he did right before his death. Suddenly Naruto, through clenched teeth, began to speak. Ever since I was little, I was alone. Ever since I was little, I didn't know my parents. Ever since I was little, I didn't know why I was abandoned. Everything related to you was S-ranked secret decreed by the Sandaime Hokage. For all intents and purposes, even I couldn't know who you two were. Everyone knew about it, but me. But they couldn't and wouldn't tell me anything from fear of breaking the law. So I grew up never knowing who my parents were or the reason why I was alone in the world. I didn't know if my parents died or if they abandoned me because of some pathetic reason. Even Sandaime Jiji, the only person who had ever helped me in the past, couldn't divulge that information. Nothing. Not even your names or reasons for abandoning me alone in the world, he couldn't tell me from fear of me finding out the truth. When I've read your letter, stating that it was by your request Yondaime, I was furious. If you two were inside of me this whole time, you'll know how it was that I came to know who my father was. Naruto waited for Minato and Kushina to look towards the floor. Yes, they knew it all right, but Naruto wasn't going to wait for them to answer. Yes, it was the damn Sandaime Tsushikage, who wanted nothing more than to kill me at the Chunin exams that happen inside Iwagakure. Naruto, you're... Kushina wanted to somehow ease her son's anger, but Naruto didn't even let her. All I ever wanted to know was who you were. I never asked for a public announcement of the fact that I was the Yondaime's son. Do either of you know what it's like to never know the reason why your parents abandoned you? At the time, I was so angry at Sarutobi Jiji for not telling me that I would run away from him at times. If only I knew that he was only honoring your last request of not saying anything to me, simply because the entire hidden village of the rock hated your guts. Add that to the fact that you placed the strongest tailed beast inside of me. How do you think I felt all this time? Oh, and it was the best thing learning from the enemy instead of those I came to love. For the life of him, Naruto didn't know what happened to him, to be controlled so easily by his emotions right now. Truth was that he was compensating for a lot of pent-up anger that he repressed it with a big goofy smile on his face. The boy turned away from his parents for a while and looked down to see his reflection from the water surface. He saw his mother coming from behind and suddenly enveloping him in a hug, without speaking a single word. For some reason, though, the blonde felt something inside of him relaxing. His golden cloak already left him and the black suit returned. The blonde just closed his eyes and let the woman comfort him. Naruto knew that Kushina wasn't the one to blame for any of this. But it was different. It was not logic that made him so relaxed. It was something he didn't have a name for. Whether or not you realize it, Naruto-kun, I'm your mother. I've watched you when you were just a tiny person. We have a connection, you and me, that goes far beyond anything. I know you're mad at us and we both know it was tough for you. I was a Jinchuriki as well, you know. She released the hug and gently caressed her son's face with a peaceful smile on her face. Naruto couldn't help but remember Hana right now. They both had the same smile when looking at him. Kushina knew Naruto's thoughts and saw the one who captured her son's heart. She broke the hug and ushered her son to take a seat next to her so that they could catch up some. So Naruto-koi, tell me about Inuzuka Tsume's daughter a bit. From what I could see, you've been spending quite a lot of time with her. Naruto smiled and nodded at his mother, before telling the story since the time he and Hana participated in a joint mission to hunt her uncle, who kidnapped the sons of Tsume's dog and escaped the village soon afterward. Obviously, Naruto kept the private parts out of Kushina's reach. Kushina just kept smiling throughout the tale, not once losing the smile on her face. One of the things she regretted most in her life was never having the chance to have quality time with her son. With Minato . Minato kept looking at the scene shared between mother and son and smiled deeply. He knew that the boy wouldn't be like that with him, considering the choices he was forced to make. Instead of reaching the Yondaime Hokage walked calmly towards the creature that started this entire mess and ruined his family's life as well as many families in his home village. When he and Kushina appeared, Kyuubi was almost entirely furless, which was a result of his chakra being sucked by Naruto. By now, though, the fox's chakra was slowly returning as its fur was growing back once more. A sudden thought passed through his head that the Kyuubi was now free from his cage and would harm his son. His thought apparently was foreseen by the fox which, for its part, looked at the man from the corner of its right eye and snorted at him. "You needn't worry about my freedom, Yondaime. The chakra chain, created by my former Jinchuriki, still keeps me trapped and your son can always recreate the cage and trap me. Even if I didn't have restraints, I wouldn't do anything. You can thank your son for earning my respect as the first Jinchuriki who managed to do that." Minato nodded, despite knowing that for Naruto to earn the fox's respect, his hands must be soaked in blood. Naruto's Hunter-Nin career was no secret to him and Kushina, simply because they'd been there with him. Naruto's resolve in ridding the world of criminals may be a noble goal, but it's a path filled by darkness and blood. There was a reason why no Hunter-Nin managed to remain as such for long periods of time. With time, the Hunter-Nin becomes addictive to killing, therefore his judgment becomes clouded. You are a bloodthirsty demon, after all, Kyuubi. No wonder Naruto managed to earn your respect. Now, there is one thing I'm more worried about. What is it? I'm well aware of your bond to Uchiha Madara, and if by chance, Naruto gets to face him in battle, I'm worried that he'll use you against my son. Kyuubi snarled at the mention of the name and wondered which one was on top of the list of humans whose flesh Kyuubi wanted to digest, the Yondaime or Uchiha Madara. However, the fox did recognize merit in Minato's concern. Despite being the strongest tailed beast, that damn Uchiha Madara was always able to control the fox through that blasted Sharingan of his. 17 years ago, Kyuubi was extracted from Kushina's body by Madara's hand, and after that, the Uchiha hypnotized the beast. Now, he was inside Naruto's body, so Madara would have to extract the beast first. Have you no faith in your own work, Yondaime? Despite hating your guts and wishing that I was ripping your flesh right now, your seal is quite remarkable and infuriating at the same time. Even I, with my power, couldn't breach it. Madara may be powerful, but compared to me, he's but a fly in comparison to a giant. Kyuubi, now, was sitting like a dog, a quiet and obedient dog, in Minato's eyes. He couldn't feel the fox's oppressive aura like he was used to. It was almost normal to be around the creature. Perhaps, his son managed the impossible and managed to tame the strongest tailed beast in existence. My seal keeps you at bay, Kyuubi, but it isn't effective against outside influences. If Madara ever gets a hold on Naruto, he'll manage to extract you. Unlike Kushina, who was pregnant at the time, Naruto won't be in that position. Plus, I can offer aid as much as needed. A demon bonding with a human, I thought I'd seen it all during my days. Minato knew the situation didn't call for such a remark, but he couldn't help it. Kyuubi was the source of agony for every living being in Konohagakure and perhaps other villages as well. It wasn't so easy to believe that such a being found within itself to respect one single human, even if this person happened to be Minato's son. Quickly grabbing the scroll from within his white coat, he extended a scroll to the fox. This is the first and last gift that I will ever give to my son, Kyuubi. Since you witnessed it firsthand, I trust you will be able to teach him my prized technique, the Hiraishin no Jutsu. The fox looked at the scroll for a while, before crossing eyes with the Yondaime once more. What makes you trust me with this, Yondaime? Why not infuse the scroll in his memory? Kyuubi asked, before he saw the smirk in Minato's face. The moment the seal was ripped, the knowledge of the Hiraishin was transferred to him. He isn't aware of it now, because so much is happening at once. But once he leaves this place, he'll know how to perform it. My special kunais were kept by Sensei Jiraiya, and it was meant for him to deliver them to Naruto once he acquired the knowledge for it. Indeed, everything I did for him ended up hurting him in the long run, and for that, I can't express how filled with regret I am, at least not with words anyway, Minato said as he looked towards Naruto and Kushina. He may never grant me the same treatment as my wife, and that's okay. I cannot change the past, but I can aid him in the future. Are you expecting a sympathetic shoulder to cry on, Yondaime? I couldn't care less about your regret. What matters is that I and the brat kill our enemies. With my energy, his speed will already improve. With your technique, he'll be able to face even Madara and be victorious. Now, I can feel that your essence is running low on energy. It fills me with joy knowing that I'll never see your face anymore." Despite the continuous jab, Minato nodded. He felt relieved as well as he wouldn't see the fox anymore. He simply gave the fox his back and walked towards Naruto and Kushina. Both his and her image began to fade and he could see Naruto's worried expression. Naruto and Kushina turned to see Minato approaching and ended their conversation. Both father and son locked eyes for a moment, before Minato smiled. Naruto had a focused determination written all over his face. He was proud of the boy, who now became a man. What filled his heart even more was that Naruto managed to overcome strong boundaries to reach this level, and he did it without any help. He only needed to express this feeling to his son, even if Naruto wasn't willing to listen. "Naruto, I know that my actions weren't the best and I'm sorry for that. Please know that I'm proud of you, son, for the man you became and the man you're about to become as well. Both as a father and a Hokage, you managed to earn my respect, even if the feeling is not mutual." Right now, Kushina began to cry as she didn't wish for Minato's last words to their son be received with hatred. Right now, Naruto merely looked at them with apathy. Despite it all and much to their relief, his opinion ended up being much more rational than it should have been, considering the pain and suffering endured throughout his life. Naruto wouldn't waste this opportunity. 17 years is too much to overcome in less than 5 minutes. As I said before, as a Hokage, I understood why you did what you did. Dealing with the nine-tailed fox as well as handling the situation between Konoha and Iwagakure requires concentration and time. You didn't have that. As a father, though, I can't just simply say the same about what happened in the past. So much happened as I grew up and I can't just pretend it never happened. I'll move forward though and accept your gift as your first and last given from father to son. Despite it all, you remain my idol and role model. May I be as strong as you are, To-san, and as caring as you are, Ka-san, towards my loved ones. Both Minato and Kushina looked at each other surprised, but it didn't last long, before they smiled at their son. Naruto just bowed in respect, and it ended up being the last image both Kushina and Minato saw before their essence vanished forever. After they were gone, Naruto looked at his hands with a new vigor as he used his transformation once more, before looking at the fox who was now resting in front of him. With everyone's help, he'll manage to defeat every one of his enemies. Right now, it was time to train in this new form in order to get used to it as well as adapt the Hiraishin to his fighting style. Outside his mindscape . When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Jiraiya, Yamato and the Mizukage looking at him as if expecting to see who would come out. Naruto was supposed to fight the Kyuubi for dominance, but who's to say the fox couldn't take possession of his body for good? When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw 3 sets of eyes looking at him, and he could tell that they were ready for battle if need be. It took him a couple of seconds to realize the merit behind their fear. Only he knew the bond shared with the fox, and as far as they could tell, Kyuubi could simply use this opportunity and take control of Naruto's body instead of Naruto taking possession of the fox's chakra. Slowly getting up with his eyes closed, Naruto cleared a bit of dust from his clothes, before looking at his comrades once more. The lack of response caused them to be in doubt regarding who was in control right now, and to Naruto, it was rather amusing. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" His familiar voice eased the tension, and Jiraiya smirked at him. "I take it that the procedure was successful?" Naruto just nodded his head and showed everyone the result of the procedure. His body was transformed once more as the gold energy surrounded him. Jiraiya took a while to study the markings on his body, hoping that his mind would show him just where he last saw them. Its design was familiar, but he couldn't place it. He opted to let it go for now and start the next and possibly last part of Naruto's training. Like the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Naruto would have to learn how to use tendrils as if it were his limbs. The Raikage's brother managed to summon the Hachibi's tendrils and use them in attacks and defenses. "Jiraiya, if possible, could I speak with you in private for a while?" Naruto asked, as he deactivated his transformation. The pervert looked at his student for a while, before nodding. He followed Naruto, while wondering what the boy wanted to talk to him about. And why in private, considering the circumstances. Looking briefly to his back, he saw both Yamato and the Mizukage looking at him. He was thankful that the Mizukage didn't oppose Naruto's request, allowing Jiraiya some margin to handle whatever Naruto was about to tell him about. Once alone, Naruto started telling the pervert everything that happened once he closed his eyes and entered in his mindscape. Jiraiya listened intently as Naruto told him everything. When the Hunter-Nin mentioned Minato and Kushina's names, though, Jiraiya's eyes were widened and his mouth hanged open, giving access to any lonely fly to get inside. Are you saying that your parents imprinted their essence in the seal? Wow, even now, that guy amazes me. Naruto nodded and explained their level of interaction or lack thereof. Jiraiya frowned at Naruto's behavior towards his own father, but kept it to himself. The boy was, after all, old enough to realize where his feelings were regarding his parents. After explaining their interaction, Naruto told Jiraiya that Minato left the instructions of the Yondaime's most prized jutsu inside the seal that was responsible for holding the Kyuubi at bay. The pervert smiled at his deceased student. Any and all knowledge regarding the Hiraishin no jutsu was destroyed by Minato himself a couple of hours before the Kyuubi's arrival in Konoha. For a great number of reasons, the Yondaime opted not to share his jutsu with others. Now he understood why. It would be Minato's first and only gift to his son Naruto. Now, the only one with knowledge of the technique was Naruto. Jiraiya collected a scroll from inside his red jacket and gave to Naruto. He asked me to keep this safe from his enemy's grasp. But from what you told me, he always intended for me to give it to you. The blonde smiled at this and accepted the scroll, before storing it inside his own leather jacket. He would have to come up with some way of using the special kunai apart from the regular ones. Perhaps a storage seal tattooed near one of his wrists or something like that. Right now, getting used to this new form took precedence. His speed would have to be adjusted and even his movements because of it. Once the pair discussed everything, they returned to the place where Yamato and the Mizukage were, only to see that they were busy arguing about elemental bloodlines. Apparently, the Mizukage was aware of one shinobi using the wood element and Yamato was aware of her boil and lava elements as well. They were now discussing which would prevail. Choosing to leave them be for the moment, he activated his transformation once more. So now that I've managed to achieve this level, what's next? Naruto asked Jiraiya. Now, let's understand this new transformation of yours. According to the source, the energy that surrounds you right now, it's nothing but chakra, even if not blue like usual. It's the mixture of your chakra with the Kyuubi's. That being said, you should be able to mold it into extra limbs. First we will focus on molding the extra limbs. Then you will have to control your strength through them. There is a set of boulders nearby that should be great for this purpose. Naruto nodded, before looking at his hands for a while. Molding the energy around him should be like molding his chakra, even if it required a lot more chakra than normal. He began focusing his energy towards molding the extra limb through his right hand and was surprised when a pillar of gold erupted from his hands upwards. Focusing smaller quantity of chakra, he managed to diminish the pillar, until it became recognizable. It was actually a limb, a long one with a hand at the end with 3 fingers and 1 opposable thumb. Smiling, Naruto closed his eyes and began to play with this new ability by creating limbs from his head, from his arms, legs, knees, biceps, triceps, his back, etc. Still experimenting, he extended his right hand with its palm facing up, before focusing 2 sets of hands coming from both sides of his actual hand. The real hand molded the Rasengan, while the other limbs manipulated the wind chakra. And right in front of everyone's eyes, Naruto managed to perform his Rasen Shuriken using one hand. That's only the beginning, brat. You could use it to mold jutsus without even using your actual hands. You could also create a new taijutsu style that is focused on using multiple limbs against an opponent. Naruto nodded with a smile at Jiraiya's input and continued playing some more. He vanished from his position and grabbed his sword, while 2 limbs were busy doing hand seals. He could feel his chakra being molded, before he ignited the chakra inside his lungs. And without even losing his sword, Naruto managed to unleash a great fireball technique. Swinging his sword against imaginary opponents, Naruto performed a specific kenjutsu kata, while at the same time, doing hand seals with his extra limbs. As he finished the attack, he released a thin air current, before it expanded violently. His imaginary opponents were sent flying. Naruto wasn't finished and he used his extra limbs, in order to grab a nearby boulder. He was surprised when he crushed the boulder like it was nothing. It seems we now must exert control over those limbs of yours. Jiraiya smiled as he directed Naruto to a place where a lot of boulders were situated. With Madara . On top of the mountain, one Uchiha Madara was standing, now wearing his old uniform and his battle fan strapped behind his body. Next to him was his second in command and wielder of the Rinnegan, all 6 bodies of pain. What was different about this scene, now, was the 7 shadows behind them. When the sunlight illuminated the area, their identities were revealed as being the 7 Jinchurikis, except Gaara whose body ended up being captured by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Madara reasoned that he waited too long for this moment and that he would no doubt achieve his ultimate goal, the ultimate Tsukiyomi technique and the control of the entire elemental nations. Right now, the army created by the 5 villages was facing an army of his creation. Using Shukaku's energy, Madara managed to create an army of white Zetsu. He already had accounted the losses of his army because of the village elites. However, the army had one purpose, and that was to tire the strong ones and kill the weak ones, so that he could deal with the rest. In the end, the alliance would be too tired to stand against Pain and 7 Jinchurikis at the same time. At the alliance's hospital tent . As soon as the war started, shinobis from the alliance appeared at the alliance's hospital tents, in order to heal. Some of them came with nasty bruises, others came in near-death state, forcing the joint staff to do everything they could to heal them. The major villages managed to come up with a sound plan to attend as many wounded as possible, by forming groups of tree medic nins. From Konoha, were at least 200 medic nins, counting Shizune, Sakura, and Inuzuka Hana. Even if she was technically a veterinarian, fixing chakra paths required similar procedures, so she ended up being partnered with Shizune and a medic from Kumagakure. Hana's face was determined as he did her job healing an Iwa Kunoichi by removing a good set of shurikens from her back, while using medical chakra to ease the pain. Akatsuki wanted to capture her Naruto, and she would do everything she could to heal these shinobi and kunoichi, so that they could aid in his protection. Of course, she wanted to stay with him, but right now, the alliance needed every available medic to help heal the ninjas. She just hoped that he was alright. With Naruto . Jiraiya, Yamato and the Mizukage stood side by side as they watched the Kyuubi Jinchuriki training with his new transformation. So far, all he has done was pick up boulders and pile them to form a column right in front of him. This way, he could be able to pick up objects on the ground without destroying them. Also, Naruto could use his limbs to increase the pace of his movements, thus surprising the enemy. Building up the column and then taking the boulder out one by one was his routine for the better part of 2 hours. When it was over, the blonde realized that he could use his new limbs correctly, without fear of applying more pressure than necessary. Okay Naruto, let's now proceed with the last transformation. The amused look on Jiraiya's face was received with skepticism by the blonde. After all, according to the pervert himself, this was supposed to be the last transformation. What are you talking about? I thought this was the last transformation. By this time, Naruto deactivated his golden transformation and walked towards Jiraiya with a bewildered look on his face. The Raikage's brother was considered the perfect Jinchuriki for a reason, Naruto. He managed to obtain a bonding level with his Baijuu so great that he even managed to fully transform into the beast itself. The Yondaime Raikage assured me that if your level of bonding is as good as you say it is, you can transform into the Kyuubi just as easily. All 4 eyes were widened instantly at Jiraiya's proclamation. Jiraiya's eccentricity was no mystery to the elemental nations, so everything that came out of his mouth normally was met with skepticism. This time, though, it became serious, and the blonde imagined if it was possible to transform and take the shape of the fox. You just have to imagine the shape of the Kyuubi in your mind and focus on releasing all that chakra you took from the fox. The blonde understood it right away what was needed to be done, but even then, he felt reluctant to do so. He may have created a bond with the fox, but what would happen if he transformed? Both Yamato and the Mizukage admitted not sharing Jiraiya's optimistic view. They were concerned, since there was no telling what would happen if Naruto transformed into the fox. To this date, the seal that prevented the fox from escaping was a work of art, and no one could testify its strength and if would be enough against a free 9-tailed demon, even if it was fabricated by the Yondaime Hokage of all people. Naruto closed his eyes for a while as if getting into terms with what he was about to do. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and pictured the fox in every detail, while releasing all the chakra he could muster at the same time. It was the first time the Mizukage felt truly afraid as she witnessed the majestic form of the fox right in front of her. Chapter 25, Training and Fatherhood. The sight before everyone had brought back memories from 17 years ago. Both Yamato and Jiraiya remembered how close to soiling themselves they were upon seeing the beast for the first time. The Sannin admittedly behaved much better than the Makuten user, as Yamato was a mere infant at the time. The beast was growling at them, and it even started drooling with saliva as it looked at the shinobi like they were a healthy snack. All 3 of them were already prepared for the worst. Jiraiya, for the life of him, couldn't figure out what happened wrong as he looked at the gigantic beast. All of a sudden, beast suddenly started laughing. Ha 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 ha, you all should have seen the looks on your faces. Naruto laughed with his voice, even if a bit altered because of the transformation. The shinobi in front of the 9-tailed beast, despite not believing it was indeed Naruto in front of them, sighed in dismay at the blonde's practical joke. Kyuubi's image alone was enough to scare less willed-minded to death. Nevertheless, they figured that like the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Naruto right now managed to exert complete control over his tailed beast, though that was taking into consideration that the blonde had actually pulled it off. For all they knew, the fox might be playing tricks with their minds. To put their minds at ease, the blonde transformed once more. Before the other ninjas' very eyes, the fox started diminishing in size until pieces of the Hunter-Nin's clothes started appearing. The entire transformation took no more than a minute, before Naruto appeared in front of Jiraiya, Mei and Yamato just like they saw him before he transformed into the nine-tailed beast Kyuubi no Yoko. Nice job, kid. Now, I believe you earned some rest time. We'll start practicing your first transformation in the middle of combat. First, you'll fight against Yamato. Naruto nodded and went to his room to rest for a while. He at first considered telling Jiraiya that he didn't need rest, but that would be far from the truth. He has been training non-stop for the entire day using the fox's chakra. His chakra coils were strained from mixing both his chakra and the fox's. If he were to overstrain it, surely it would lead to him being bedridden for quite a while. Plus, with the much appreciated rest, it gave him time to ponder on his next course of action. Not a single part of his body wished to remain behind bars for the entire duration of the war. He knew, though, that simply leaving this place and joining the battlefield would be close to impossible, at least by force. Neither the location nor the people guarding him were chosen randomly. Naruto figured that he could be a match for Yamato without using the fox's chakra. With it, he was sure that neither Jiraiya nor the Mizukage would manage to keep him at bay without hurting him. The problem, however, was that Yamato could use his abilities to suppress the fox's chakra, therefore narrowing his chances of fleeing this accursed prison. It just wasn't right. Akatsuki was his enemy, not the entire world. It just didn't make sense that all the 5 nations had to mobilize just to rid the world of one organization. Now that he gained new sources of power, he would be able to beat his enemies. He was already able to stand up against Kisame with just one tail of the fox's chakra. The shark member of the Akatsuki was one tough shinobi amongst their ranks. He doubted that the rest were that much stronger than the now deceased Kiri missing Nin. A long sigh escaped Naruto's mouth as he smoothly landed on his bed and looked outside the window for a bit. Complaining about the situation wasn't going to take him very far. Perhaps if he demonstrates his strength and trains hard, the others will see that Naruto never needed protection in the first place. In order to do that, he would need to defeat both Jiraiya and the Mizukage, not only one-on-one, but at the same time. It was considered quite ludicrous to believe himself capable of defeating 2 Kage-level shinobi on his own. Somehow, Naruto figured that asking nicely was out of the question. Therefore, he was at a loss. Without much left to ponder about, the blonde closed his eyes to rest, not at all prepared for what was going on with his lover. At the Alliance's hospital tent . While Naruto's training was proceeding, the war was as well, which meant that by the minute, more and more wounded shinobi arrived at the hospital tent to be healed. The joint medical staff was working double shifts in order to attend everyone, but even so many needed to wait. They were giving preference to near-fatal injuries. Those who had to wait were the ones with chakra depletion diseases, fractured limbs and minor skin burn marks. A couple of the medic nins didn't possess an acceptable chakra supply in order to keep the double shifts, and many even succumbed to exhaustion in the middle of a surgery. Inuzuka Hana was able to count at least 2 times when she had to cover for another's position, because of chakra depletion. Her feral tendencies added by the stress of double shifts increased her level of stress in having to deal with this situation. Her chakra supply was larger because of her constant missions apart from attending sick animals at Konoha's veterinarian hospital. Therefore, her chakra capacity was constantly increasing by each battle. After healing a major wound on Akumo-Chunin's leg, she released the guy and wiped the sweat of her forehead. Her shift was almost over, her second one in fact, and quite soon she would be able to rest a bit. She once more entered into medic mode when a Jinan Kunoichi from Iwagakure entered her tent. Her arm was filled with shuriken and was about to faint from the amount of blood lost. Quickly screaming to the suppliers for a blood transfusion, Hana worked quickly and used medical chakra in order to yank the projectiles without further opening the many wounds on her arm. Hana could see the girl flinching at each one, but resumed to her work without bothering to offer any comfort to the wounded girl. If she did that, the girl would be dead. After Hana took the projectiles away, she received the blood bag from one of the medics who was aiding her and began the procedure while closing the wounds. The Jinan was now unconscious, due to the pain, but Hana was 100% sure that she wasn't in any risk of losing her life due to the wounds. It took 10 minutes to patch the Jinan, before releasing her to the infirmary. No sooner had she released the kunoichi, her break began as soon as Sakura entered to cover for her. No pleasantries were exchanged between the two, as Sakura was one of Naruto's comrades in the past. The cold treatment was due to Naruto's Jinan class not even bothering about him anymore when he joined the Hunter-Nin division. Apart from her brother Kiba and Aburame Shino, everyone seemed to forget that Naruto even existed. Releasing her medical bandana and the red rubber band that held her ponytail in place, Inuzuka Hana threw her hair back with force, while releasing an exhausted sigh. Today it was tougher than usual and she didn't know how much longer she could take it before succumbing to exhaustion. Suddenly, though, Hana began to feel nauseated and ran to the nearest bathroom, before vomiting in the toilet. Ever since the war had begun, the same thing happened to Hana every day, without apparent reason. Hana even observed some changes to her body as of late, being quite an observant girl. She had noticed that, a few seconds before the nausea, she felt a strong stomachache. Other times, she was alone and thus no one suspected anything. This time, though, the Inuzuka woman wasn't alone in the bathroom. Shizune heard her throwing up and came immediately to her booth, which happened to be open. "Are you alright, Hana-san?" The sudden voice alerted Hana. If someone knew that this was going on, no doubt repercussions would arise. "I'm alright, Shizune Taiku. Working 2 shifts caused a lot of strain in my chakra coils. I just need some rest." As captain of the Konoha's medical team, it was required of Shizune to memorize the files of the Konoha Medic Nin. As such, she knew that Hana was the one amongst few that possessed the largest amount of chakra from the group. While it was true that the amount of work could lead to this symptom, Shizune knew that Hana had worse days and wasn't ill afterward. Using her diagnostics jutsu, Shizune approached her hands closer to Hana, who at first protested saying that she was fine and only needed rest. The captain, though, wasn't buying by the look on her face. "I'm responsible for the well-being of Konoha's medics, Hana-san. I need to be certain of what you're saying." Hana growled a little, but relented. In the end, she would now know what the cause of her nausea was. Shizune took close to 5 minutes with the jutsu, before widening her eyes in realization upon figuring out the cause. Hana looked at her face and immediately worried. "Hana-san, you're pregnant." The Inuzuka medic's eyes widened instantly, doubting her healing capabilities for a while. And why now? Her last love-making with Naruto was vicious and she remembered how lost she was because of the raging hormones, but she couldn't remember how it ended. A smile appeared on her face upon remembering how driven she was to simply ravish her bedroom with her lover. Hana began to close her eyes, which alarmed Shizune. Hana only remembered hearing her captain screaming for assistance, before closing her eyes. What was left of her chakra was being directed to the infant inside her womb. Acting quickly, Shizune called a couple of medics to assist her while telling the member of the Yamanaka clan that resided in the medical tent, to communicate what happened. She needed to remove Hana from the field immediately and send her to Tsunade-sama's care. She knew that Hana was Naruto's girlfriend and couldn't help but smile upon knowing that in 9 months, they would have a child, provided of course that the alliance is successful in this war. With Naruto . Unaware of the sudden responsibility that befell him, Naruto was training with his first transformed form, surrounded by gold energy. Right now, he had settled for speed and endurance training against Jiraiya and Yamato. Both would use the Kage Shuriken Jutsu and throw multiple projectiles at the transformed Hunter-Nin, who would use his extra speed and alone kunai to block the ones he couldn't dodge. The golden trail left by his moves were astounding to those present, as Naruto would appear in one side and after a blink, in another side. Letting loose of the kunai, the Hunter-Nin adapted his extra limbs in order to parry as many shuriken as possible, while maintaining the same speed. Jiraiya swore that he couldn't tell between father and son's speed as he saw how the Hunter-Nin was moving throughout the cave as if he was teleporting to his new position. It was clear that regarding speed, Naruto was all set. Now it was time for ninjutsu utilizing his extra limbs. Jiraiya had a theory that Naruto could create whole new Rasengan-type jutsus, seeing as Naruto could use extra limbs to perform certain tasks of the spiraling ball technique. Naruto, being the ninjutsu fanatic, became excited and went to work immediately. He quickly performed 2 Rasengan in each hand, before using his 4 extra limbs and mold, in each, 1 Rasengan. Out of the blue, Naruto was holding 6 mid-sized Rasengan overall. Those weren't like the Rasen Shuriken, so he couldn't throw them. Dissipating the 6 balls of energy, Naruto then gathered all 6 of his limbs, 2 regular and 4 golden limbs, and placed them in front of him, before molding a huge amount of chakra for a much larger Rasengan. The arm started to work immediately, and within seconds, Naruto managed to create a 4-meter diameter Rasengan. While the one he could create with Sage Chakra was much larger, this one had more condensed energy, which could cause quite an impact. Moving on to Elemental Rasengan, Naruto created one Rasen Shuriken in one hand using the help of the limb to add the wind element. He used the other hand to create another Rasen Shuriken, thus creating a new jutsu once uniting both techniques, one hidden below the other. Fyuuten Kage Rasen Shuriken, Wind Release, Shadow Spiral Shuriken Technique. If one was not enough and the enemy either dodged or evaded it, he wouldn't notice the other hidden one, until it was too late. The Hunter-Nin was on fire with the techniques, showing how creative he could be regarding ninjutsu. They let his mind work free as Naruto pondered on reducing the size of the Rasen Shuriken, thus reducing the time needed to finish the technique. If he needed an entire hand to do the regular one, then he could perhaps use a finger for one small spiral shuriken technique. Using his pointing finger and creating two small limbs from it, Naruto managed to mold a miniature-sized Rasen Shuriken, before throwing at a considerably sized rock in front of him. The poor rock formation was sliced clearly in half, before being shredded because of the Rasengan force. Fyuuten Mini Rasen Shuriken, Wind Release, Mini Shadow Spiral Shuriken Technique. As long as he was letting his creativity loose, why not use more than one finger, thus creating multiple Mini Rasen Shuriken. Quickly opening both hands and placing his fingers up, he extended 2 limbs per finger and focused a large amount of chakra in order to mold 10 Mini Rasen Shuriken. This time, though, he took more time finishing all 10 of them, then performing the regular Rasen Shuriken. It was no less dangerous, though, as he threw all 10 of the Mini Spiral Shuriken technique. Fyuuten Mini Rasen Shuriken Renda, Wind Release, Mini Shadow Spiral Shuriken Barrage Technique. Naruto's creativity was good enough for one more technique. He was thinking of offense so far as the Rasengan was primarily an offensive technique. However, his mind was conjuring possible defensive capabilities. The problem with the Rasengan is that its highly condensed energy makes it highly volatile upon impact. However, if Naruto could increase the control over it, hardening the spiraling ball with more wind chakra, then he could create a sizable defense that can be placed in front of him. Doing the same as with 4-diameter Rasengan, Naruto placed his 6 limbs in front of him and started manipulating the Rasengan while adding more wind chakra than necessary. In front of him was a gigantic Rasen Shuriken, similar in size to when Naruto expanded the regular one. Turning the technique vertically, like a helicopter falling down, Naruto could protect himself against the majority of both elemental and non-elemental techniques, excluding only fire techniques. Fyuuten Rasen Shuriken Heki, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken Wall Technique. He already had an earth jutsu suited for defending himself against fire techniques, so he was all set. If the enemy had an S-rank technique against him, which wasn't fire-oriented, he could defend against it. Turning to the group behind him, still enveloped by the golden aura, he looked at all 3's faces, seeing different looks. Jiraiya, of course, was smirking at the different techniques. The pervert after all knew better than believing that Naruto would accomplish less than what he demonstrated, using the chakra of the 9 tails. Yamato's eyes were threatening to leave their sockets as he didn't believe the amount of destruction that Naruto was capable of, and that was only using Rasengan-based techniques. Surely, Naruto's other techniques would be much more powerful than before. The Mizukage was shocked as well. She remembered battling Yagura in full control of his Baijuu, but it paled in comparison to what Naruto was demonstrating. A rational part of her mind conjured that Kyuubi was 3 times as powerful as the Sanbi, so it was only logical to assume that Naruto was stronger. She actually started believing that perhaps hiding Naruto instead of using him in the war was wrong. Needless to say that the initial plan of placing Naruto against Yamato was actually a bad idea. If they were to train the boy, all 3 of them needed to team up against him, in order to pose a challenge. The Mizukage wasn't aware of this, but Naruto was actually counting on them attacking all at once. He had 2 times as much limbs, so it was only logical to place 3 enemies against him, instead of only 1. The boy was indeed strong, but could he hold his own against a Kage, a Sannin and an elite Jounin and former Anbu captain? Only time would tell. Mei wasn't actually looking forward to facing either of the techniques just now displayed. Alliance's central building . Slowly opening her eyes, Inuzuka Hana awakened at the Alliance hospital tent, or so she thought. Yesterday's events were slowly returning to her, before the ultimate bomb slapped her in the face. She was pregnant. Her current distress about the situation was in no way related to being a mother, or even who the father was. Kami knew that with the amount of love-making between her and Naruto, there was a good possibility that at least 2 or 3 babies would be conceived because of it. Anti-pregnancy techniques were first made for victims of rape. That being said, it just doesn't work every time she had sex with her boyfriend. One time or another, Hana was bound to conceive a child. That being said, her current distress wasn't any of these reasons, nor any sense of regret regarding the couple's lack of any further protection, while in her animalistic thoughts, humping each other's brains out. Her source of distress was the timing. Right now, not only Konoha, but all the elemental nations are facing a war no one was sure to win. The worst part of it all was that the woman knew the protocol. With her situation, her participation in the war is therefore cancelled. She knew that any day now, she would have to be transferred back to Konoha, so as to take care of the baby. Releasing a sigh, her eyes lost focus. Hana was a proud and strong kunoichi. The thought of being unable to help her village, and in her mind, more importantly, inability to assist in the defeat of her boyfriend's enemies was unacceptable. Hana was so engrossed in her thoughts that she wasn't aware of a new presence that should not have been where Hana thought she was. Tsunade had to clear her throat in order to wake the girl up. "Tsunade-sama, what are you doing here? I thought you were to remain with the other Kages." The blonde kunoichi smirked at the question. "Hana-chan, since you passed out yesterday, you do not recall what happened next. After Shizune found out of your situation, she asked for your immediate transfer to this facility we're now residing." Tsunade waited a little for the woman to settle in, before approaching near her bed. "I was deeply surprised when I heard that one of my medic nins was pregnant. I was even more surprised when said medic nin happens to be currently in a relationship with one of my Hunter-Nin." As the Hokage applied a brief diagnosis technique on Hana, the Inuzuka kunoichi took her time to study Tsunade's reactions to what she had just said. It was no mystery that Tsunade considered Naruto like family, perhaps like a son. She was startled when the Hokage started smiling while feeling the embryo's presence inside the Inuzuka, going through the process of pregnancy. In a way, seeing as the woman considered Naruto like her son, then Naruto's son or daughter would be her surrogate grandchild. Perhaps, now, the Hokage wouldn't be pissed off when her boyfriend called her Bakken. "Tsunade-sama, is everything alright?" Hana immediately relaxed upon seeing the Hokage nodding still with that heartwarming smile on her face. "Everything is fine, Hana-chan, so far. Now, in normal situations, you would be immediately transferred back to Konoha. However, the village right now is in lockdown with Onbu patrolling it night and day in order to protect it. With the situation we're in right now, I believe it's best if you remain here under the Kage's protection. This building's location won't be affected by the war, so you'll be safe." The Inuzuka nodded, satisfied that she wouldn't have to return to Konoha. However, Tsunade wasn't done. "Plus, we'll have to watch your baby closely. We have yet to ascertain if the Kyuubi had altered Naruto's DNA, and also if anything will happen to his offspring because of it. Right now, though, you have to relax, Hana-chan. I know that you inherited a lot of traits from your mother, but try not to think about the war right now." Tsunade remembered how Tsume was when Hana was conceived. After Hana nodded in silence, Tsunade turned her back and marched outside the room. She stopped, though, remembering one last and very important detail. "Oh, I forgot. I will have Inoiki-san contact Jiraiya in order to tell Naruto the good news. I trust it isn't a problem?" Tsunade asked, before seeing Hana's shocked look. "Shit, I forgot all about having to tell him. I can't do this right now, Naruto-kun is already pissed at being confined. He'll want to leave and be with me and he can't do that. Tsunade-sama, if possible, I was hoping to keep it a secret from him, at least until this war is over." By the look on the Hokage's face, she was clearly disapproving this. If he knows about it, he'll no doubt want to leave the place he is being protected right now. If that happens, Akatsuki will know and capture him for good. No matter how much I want him here right now with me, I can't in good conscience allow him to be captured. Hana was barely able to hold her tears as she had to explain the reason why she didn't want the father of her child to know. She couldn't bear the thought of Naruto being killed on his way to see her. It was best that he was protected at all costs. Tsunade kept the look of disapproval, but she started to ponder on Hana's reasons. Knowing Naruto, he would probably release the Kyuubi if someone attempted to stop him from coming. She couldn't help but smile at that. "Okay, Hana-chan, I won't tell him for now. Simply relax and I'll personally see how you are from time to time." Hana smiled at that and nodded, before lying down once more while trying to close her eyes. She wondered if Naruto would condone her for not telling him right away, but she knew it was the right thing to do right now. Any step in this war required cautious thinking, and acting rashly would only cause more harm than good, especially in her boyfriend's case, since he's basically the entire reason this war exists in the first place, even if indirectly so. With Naruto . Unaware of his new responsibilities, Naruto was surrounded by the golden energy as he saw wooden vines approach his position with tremendous fury and speed. Using his newly improved speed, Naruto dodged each of the vines that threatened him as he charged at Yamato, while performing hand seals, before igniting the fire inside his lungs. Upon opening his mouth, the blonde emitted a gigantic fireball that charged the wood user. The ball of fire was even larger than the real one because Naruto was using more of Kyuubi's chakra. The heat managed to set the wood on fire, so Yamato had to release his technique. Naruto took advantage and increased his speed. As soon as he was about to engage Yamato in taijutsu, Jiraiya came in with his feet and landed a nasty kick on Naruto's face, that sent him skidding a few meters away from Yamato. The force of the blow wasn't strong enough to deter Naruto's path, but Jiraiya's plan was only to take his attention away from Yamato for another attack. Uton, Lava Release, Lava Bullets Technique. Naruto was about to press on his speed when he saw what appeared to be condensed balls formed by some sort of red liquid charge straight at him. Using his extra limbs, while he was gathering his sword, Naruto molded some hand seals, before spitting mud on the ground right in front of him. The mud barrier soon lifted, thus protecting him from Mei's strange technique. Not waiting for the wall to disperse, Naruto vanished using his speed and appeared behind the Mizukage. The woman sensed the shift in chakra and blocked the sword strike, before using one-handed seals, much to Naruto and everyone's surprise, before gathering something in her mouth. Naruto wasn't that interested in waiting to see it, so he vanished once more, before throwing a couple of shuriken at the woman from another position. Mei quickly deflected them using a sword made of water, before charging the blonde. Quickly doing hand seals, Naruto gathered air inside his lungs, before punching his chest. Fuuten Rinkou Dan no Jutsu, Wind Release, Drilling Air Projectile Technique. The raging air ball traveled towards the Mizukage in speeds no one ever thought possible. She knew it was impossible to dodge in time or even attempt a defensive jutsu. Naruto smirked at this, remembering his fight against the one-tailed demon a long time ago and how the demon's technique nearly leveled the entire forest. While his was certainly less powerful, it wasn't less threatening. Before the attack could connect, though, Naruto was surprised to see a water dragon soaring behind him courtesy of Yamato. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was busy using a Kekai barrier in front of the Mizukage in order to protect her from Naruto's technique. He had to commend the boy, though. Regarding wind jutsu, Jiraiya didn't know of anyone besides old legends that surpassed the boy. Immediately, the Nidaime Kaze Kage came to mind. Naruto smirked at the dragon behind him and used his newly acquired Rasengan defense technique. It was a good time as any to test its effectiveness. Fuuten Rasen Shuriken Heki, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken Wall Technique. The gigantic Rasen Shuriken was positioned in front of Naruto just as the water dragon opened its mouth to finish the job. The wind around the Rasengan managed to hold its own against the mighty water technique. In the end, the wind managed to slice the water particles needed to maintain the dragon stable, thus ending Yamato's technique. It was basically the same concept applied to the second stage needed to master wind manipulation, cutting a waterfall in half. Taking his sword, Naruto charged at Yamato, who took his own sword and parried Naruto's strike. The Jounin was taken aback by the strength of Naruto's attack and couldn't block it for long. Yamato wasn't much interested in Kenjutsu, but as an Anbu, he was required to be at least proficient with it. Naruto even focused wind chakra through his sword and broke Yamato's, before using his limbs and punched Yamato from the back. Yamato saw it and evaded, before engaging in taijutsu against the blonde. He had no hope of winning, because of the Hunter-Nin's extra limbs, but his plan was slightly different. As soon as the golden limb landed a hit on Yamato's stomach, the ex-Anbu was transformed into mud and started melting, trapping Naruto in place. Seeing that Yamato managed to hold the boy in place, he started hand seal sequence, before his entire right arm was transformed into wood. Yamato's eyes managed to spot that Jiraiya was using this opportunity in order to attack Naruto as soon, or if, he managed to dodge Yamato's technique. Mukuten Dai Jurin no Jutsu, would release Great Forest Technique. The beam of Spiky would suddenly multiplied by 10 times as they charged the still immobilized Naruto. Suddenly 4 limbs appeared from Naruto's side and slammed the ground with enough force that not only freed Naruto from the mud, but also catapulted the Hunter-Nin up in the air. His eyes briefly caught Jiraiya ready to attack him and once more used his extra limbs to block the incoming taijutsu attack. Jiraiya backed away, but Naruto could see a smirk on the pervert's face. Managing to not only trace Asuma-nin's movements, but also respond to it in time to block it required equal or perhaps higher agility. Suddenly, a person who was feeling left out, began some hand seals, before gathering something inside her mouth. Yutan Yokai no Jutsu, Lava Release, Melting Spectre Technique. Out of the blue, the Mizukage emitted a huge stream of lava, catching Naruto off guard completely. He was focusing on Jiraiya and Yamato who were closer to him. That was just fine with the Mizukage because she was used to fight using long-range techniques. The attack hit Naruto and it generated smoke around his position. Mei suddenly realized that perhaps she took this too far. The damn Jinchuriki was really hard to catch off guard, she reasoned. Perhaps she could have chosen an attack that wasn't meant to melt humans until only bones remained. When the smoke subsided, the woman was surprised that the Jinchuriki was no longer where he first stood. The golden specter of light was the only thing she saw before she felt cold steel inches from her jugular. She froze immediately upon feeling the cold steel close to her throat. She almost felt the metal of the blade slowly cutting her neck. She was surprised to see that Naruto wasn't backing down from his threat. She knew the boy to be a Hunter-Nin and clearly must have done this many times before for much less than what she had done. I thought that neither of us was able to use assassination techniques, Mizukage-sama. Perhaps, you feel like that rule would not apply anymore. I'd be more than happy to use one of my own. One aspect of using the fox's chakra was that Naruto could produce some major killing intent to his enemies, similar to what the demon used upon killing its prey. Mei had immediately narrowed her eyes at the threat, but found that she couldn't do anything about it. Moving a finger would be enough for Naruto to finish the job. She knew that one of her Hunter-Nin would act the same way towards a threat. The woman, strangely so, was actually being turned on by this sense of submission, demonstrating a sadistic personality. She frowned when Naruto took his sword away and deactivated his golden energy, before walking towards Jiraiya and Yamato. The Hunter-Nin may be quite young to her, but upon looking at his back, she couldn't help but realize a great number of qualities that far exceeded matters of age alone. Perhaps being tasked with his protection was not a bad thing after all. Naruto, for his turn and completely unaware of the Mizukage's thoughts, marched towards Jiraiya and Yamato with one thought in mind. I'm getting tired of this place. I can't take this anymore being protected while I could be fighting out there. Jiraiya was afraid of having to subdue Naruto, now that he managed to use 100% of the fox's chakra. You being here isn't just for you Naruto, but for the entire world. If they manage to extract the beast from you, it's all over. You know this and yet you keep thinking about going. Jiraiya explained, hoping beyond hope that the boy would listen to reason and not use force to escape. Right now, the only one who could go against a tailed beast is me. If they decide to use the power of the 8 collected by Juus, there isn't anyone aside from the Kyuubi who could go against them. I do remember the Sandaime Hokage telling me once that one attack from the Kyuubi was enough to wipe almost half of the village. No shinobi out there can hope to stop a Baijuu using chakra alone. About me getting captured, if we teamed up against that damn Madara and Pain, they wouldn't be able to beat us. Yamato handed the mantle of persuading Naruto against this to Jiraiya, so he just stood and listened, while at the same time, preparing his technique in case Naruto decided to release the fox and escape. Jiraiya, for his part, was just looking intently at his godson's eyes, while pondering on what Naruto was saying. If the enemy were to use the power of the collected by Baijuu, Jiraiya couldn't help but agree that few people out there would be able to stop it and that were the Kages. Naruto, go to your room and rest for the moment. I'll contact the Kages about this new possible development and ask for their decision. It's their choice whether or not we march from here, not mine or even the Mizukage alone. Naruto looked at the man for a while, as in debating with himself if he should have left this place himself. He knew that Yamato was already molding an impressive amount of chakra, no doubt, to use the Shodai's technique to subdue the fox's chakra. He nodded at the pervert and marched to his room, passing by the Mizukage. While this was going on, Jiraiya and Yamato started to talk. You think he'll resort to force if the Kages say no? Yamato asked, getting a smirk in return from the pervert. No doubt in my mind that he will. He may behave more like his father nowadays, more collected and matured, but he still has his mother's fighting spirit. Today showed that he can handle himself against almost anything out there, Yamato. Even if we didn't use our most powerful techniques, neither of us were holding back on him. He managed to follow my speed and avoid all attacks from both you and the Mizukage. If he were to use his Rasengan-based techniques, then I would fear for our lives. Yamato, despite the situation, smiled at the perverted Sannin. The man was proud of the boy for how much he accomplished in so little time. Still, the enemy is quite powerful. Not only Madara, but the other one with the Rinnegan, not to mention the collected power of the Baijuas. Naruto cannot face all of them alone. Yamato explained as he saw the Mizukage approaching. Then the Kages shall fight by his side. The alliance has its elite as well, Yamato-san. Aside from the Kages, Jiraiya here is a Sannin and there is Hatake Kakashi and Mito Guy from the Leaf, Kyuchi from Rock, Ao from Mist and Daru from Cloud, not to mention Naruto himself. The pervert had to smirk at that. Are you saying that you'll vouch for the brat when we speak to the Kages? Mei smiled and nodded at the Sannin. Jiraiya just presumed the brat has grown on her as well like he does with the others. Little did he know that Mei's thoughts were completely different. Okay then, I'll start the communication, but it will take a while, so I'll call you when I'm done, Mizukage-sama. The woman nodded and left towards her own room. Chapter 26, One-Man Army. In the Alliance's main center of operation, even if it was far away from the action, it was quite frenzied. The Information Gathering and Communication Center was stationed there. Sensory and shinobi with high mental abilities were all stationed inside the building as they were required to relay information to the Kages and the commands at the field. Two of Konoha's clan heads were running most of the show, though, those being Yamanaka Inoiki, clan head of the Yamanaka clan and rumored to be capable in mind battle in all the elemental nations. Nara Shikaku, the clan head of the Nara clan, was the alliance's head tactician along with the Reikage and Tsushikage. These two provided this sort of communication system with the entire allied forces in the field. Controlling a force of 80,000 shinobi against a battalion of 100,000 strange white creatures was considered an impossible task, but not to a brilliant man such as Shikaku, whose brilliance is only matched by his own amount of laziness. Despite it all, he was able, to so far, come up with a suitable plan for the alliance. Yamanaka Inoiki was busy overseeing the communication unit while suddenly a message came from a place he never considered receiving until the very end of the war. It came from the place where the Akatsuki's target was being held, where Uzumaki Naruto was kept hidden from the organization that targeted nothing more than controlling the 9 Baiju's chakra and using it against the world. Hearing so much intel at the same time was taxing, so Inoiki couldn't remember everything prior to the war. However, he remembered that this specific communication wasn't supposed to come until the end of everything, that was supposing that the alliance was victorious. Inoiki-san. The noise was familiar to the Mind Walker. I can hear you, Jiraiya-sama, what is it that you need from me? From the hiding place, Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at this. They were in the middle of nowhere and yet he could hear Inoiki as if he was right there next to him. There has been a new development here. Could you please pass the word to the Kage? I wish to speak to them about something important regarding the last Jinchuriki. This modern tech was damn useful, but in the end, all worked, thanks to the clan head's mind ability. It was all kept up and running because of his techniques. Jiraiya's request, though, would be next to impossible, considering that he needed to be connected to the machine that was supporting the communication squad. He would need to do this using another perspective entirely. Focusing more chakra, Inoiki reached his teammate Shikaku. He would need to be the messenger bird between Jiraiya and the Kage. With Naruto . Alone in his room, Naruto was sitting on top of his bed with his eyes closed, meditating. He was currently in his mind talking with the fox. Soon after he showed the results of his training to Jiraiya and the others, he stomped to his room and slammed the door before landing roughly on his bed, while wondering what the hell was happening out there. It didn't take long before the fox called for him inside his mindscape for one last thing he needed to address. One thing that Naruto first found about the creature's voice was that despite its majestic voice, it somewhat sounded worried. Perhaps, Naruto was so accustomed to talking to the fox that he could recognize different tones in the Kyuubi's voice. He knew when the beast wanted nothing more than to mess with him, he knew when the beast was angry and wanting to rip his body apart, and he even knew when the fox was irritated and wanted nothing more than to be left alone. This time he could hear the worried tone of voice, seeing as the fox had yet to make a snide comment. Okay Kyuubi, what is that you called me here for? Instead of being in the cage, Kyuubi was outside of it, merely seating like a tired dog wanting to cross the road. Its 9 exuberant tails were casually playing with each other and it made the Hunter-Nin wonder if Kyuubi enjoyed playing with its tails. Seeing as you fully intend to go out there and face pretty much everyone, it's prudent for me to tell you of 2 techniques that will certainly give you an edge once in the field. First of all, I'd like it for you to call me by my real name instead of the one your pathetic kind bestowed upon me as expected." Naruto's eyebrow rose highly up his forehead, but the fox chose not to wait for a stupid question such as "Huh? Or what are you talking about?" Instead, he took the initiative and explained. "It's time for one of those boring history lessons, brat, so you do well to seat. As I believe you know, we Baijuwu were created by the man your kind calls Rikadu Sennin. Listen attentively, because I will not explain it to you twice." Naruto did just that and listened to everything, finally digesting the truth behind the legend that is the Rikadu Sennin. How he always treated the Baijuwu as nothing more than his companions, never once believing them as demons or hateful creatures of destruction. Naruto noticed how the fox mentioned his previous host's declaration of what they believed about the fox's power, including, much to Naruto's surprise, the shoutout Hokage and Uchiha Madara. He was later surprised when he heard the name given to the fox by the Rikadu Sennin. "Kurama is your name, then? I kind of always wondered why you were mentioned by the number of tails but never sought for answers. Okay, Kurama, what are the techniques you wish to tell me about it?" The fox showed all of its teeth as he knew that his host enjoyed a nice ninjutsu. "The first is one you recognize as being used by your damn father, the Hiraishin." As expected, Naruto was shocked, but Kurama continued. "That pathetic piece of trash left both you and me with the specifics of the technique and told that your perverted sensei had the special kunai needed for it. Personally, though, your speed almost matched that of your father by using the power you egoistically took from me. Give it to the damn fox for messing with his mind once more. The damn fox was the one who simply let him take it in the first place." Apparently, though, the fox showed a smile of amusement at Naruto's thoughts. "You're indeed quite amusing to mess with, Naruto. Great, because of the link we now share, Kurama can read my mind." "Yes, I can. Now, don't interrupt me. That second technique I wish for you to learn is one all Baijuwu possess and quite possibly you will have to face it out there. It's called the Baiju Dama." Immediately, images of the technique appeared to Naruto as well as the necessary information of the technique inside his mind. Its power it's measured by the amount of tails a Baijuwu possesses. For instance, if you were to compare mine with that one-tailed Shukaku, I would obliterate him. A small laugh from the fox was evidence that perhaps a sort of rivalry existed between Baijuwu, which was kind of weird, considering that well it was a human emotion. "Do not compare me with your kind, human." Despite having the fox's trust, antagonizing Kurama just wasn't smart, so he merely apologized with a nod. "So how can I learn the Baiju Dama?" Once more the fox smirked. "The knowledge is being transferred to your mind as is the Hiraishin. When you open your eyes, you'll know how to. Now that I've explained everything, I'm getting tired of talking to you, brat." Naruto looked with slight amusement as the fox lied on the ground and used its tails as some sort of cushion. Normally, he would begin a verbal contest against Kurama, but he merely smiled and left the room. He wasn't aware that the fox had one of its eyes open while looking at his back with a relaxed smile on its face. Letting out a comfort snort, Kurama closed his eyes once more, now that it found a host that didn't think of the fox as either a power of destruction or something that needed to be controlled for the sake of humanity. This alone meant more for Kurama than 1,000,000 words trying to convince someone. The only uncertainty that remained is whether or not its host would be able to rid the world of Uchiha Madara. As soon as he opened his eyes, Naruto heard a knock on the door. Wondering who it could be at this point, he opened the door to see the Mizukage standing there placing one of her hands on her hip while bending her body both forward and to the left. "Can I help you, Mizukage-sama?" The woman was a Kage after all. "Well, you certainly can. You left in a hurry after training and I didn't get a chance to talk to you about something that piqued my interest." Naruto wondered what the woman could possibly wish to talk about with him of all people. "I was a bit irritated at being imprisoned here, but never mind. What was it that you wished to speak to me about?" Something about this situation seemed familiar with Naruto as he was accustomed to walking in bars and brothels during his trips. Thus, he had a bit of experience in telling when the female sex is coming on to him. He had only experienced it once and it was with one of his Hunter Kunoichi comrades. The way the woman was talking and her pose was telling Naruto something. "Well, it's not something I wish others to hear, so can we talk inside?" It wasn't a cage, then Naruto wouldn't suspect a thing. Now why would a person of her position approach a shinobi from another village without any form of backup? Stoically, Naruto nodded and opened the door for the woman to enter, before closing it. As he saw the woman walking inside and looking around a bit, he could see her swinging her body in a provocative manner. Taking a bit of time to turn and address him was also another bit of evidence, seeing as she was hoping he was caught staring at her behind. Being a woman, a veteran kunoichi, Terumi Mei probably was quite experienced in seducing assignments. No doubt, the woman knew what she was doing. The Hunter-Nin could already see her approaching her target with a hidden kunai in hand and delivering the swift kill before the aroused opponent is aware of what is happening. However, Naruto had one advantage as compared to the amount of pheromones QB, no Kurama, released. Mei's was nothing. Not to mention the fact that Naruto's relationship with Hana was way too solid for him to even think about betraying her. After a while, Mei simply stopped looking around and immediately became suspicious that her trick just wasn't working with him. She turned and saw that he was just waiting there with his arms crossed, waiting for her to speak. "I'm impressed. I've managed to seduce quite a lot of high-level shinobi, but you seem to control yourself admirably well." Naruto smirked at the openness in her statement. "I'm impressed as well. As familiar as I am with assassinations, your technique is quite effective. I could practically see my neck being sliced by a hidden kunai. I do wonder why you attempted to seduce me at a time like this. Certainly it isn't to kill me? Well, come to think about it. Although, considering your lava attacks at me earlier, I could be wrong by that statement." Mei smirked, though, hiding her sad facade. She was a Kage and thus experienced at the world of not showing her true intentions. Straightforward conversation just wasn't her forte. Despite that now being impossible since he caught her, she was now visualizing her past missions and how long it took for the enemy to realize what was going on, before being assassinated. Hell, she even managed to kill one of the members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist that was loyal to the last Mizukage with her seduction technique. Before I give you the reason, I feel compelled to ask how you managed to overrule my control. Naruto shrugged, not seeing any reason to lie to her. Like I said, I am familiar with swift assassinations. As far as your technique, let's just say I have means to tell when some exterior force is trying to invade my senses. Also, I know it sounds weird considering my line of work, but I have a very solid relationship with a kunoichi from Konoha and I just don't picture myself throwing what I have away. Mei smiled at this. He took a long time before explaining the actual reason why her technique didn't work. Her technique only works on either single men or men who, despite having a woman in their lives, just didn't care about betrayal. Of course, the level of control over one's will must be strong to resist, but nevertheless is considered an effective defense. A sad smile suddenly appeared on her face. Whoever she is very lucky to have someone like you, Naruto. I'm sorry for doing this. I'll take my leave. Naruto was surprised upon feeling the emotion behind those words as he saw Mei leaving his room. For what is worth, Mei-san. The Mizukage turned, surprised at how he addressed her, and saw him smiling at her. If I didn't have someone in my life, I wouldn't think twice accepting your invitation. The woman nodded in appreciation. I trust that what happened here will remain a secret between the both of us, no one needs to know about it. Naruto nodded, before she bid him good night. After getting onto his bed, Naruto closed his eyes once more in order to assimilate the info regarding the techniques. When Hana appeared in his mind, he couldn't help but smile at the image of his girlfriend playing with her dogs. At the Alliance's command center As Senju Tsunade walked by the empty hallways of the rather spacious floor, her thoughts drifted back to the 2-hour meeting her and the other Kage held with Jiraiya over a single topic of discussion. According to the pervert, Naruto had not only gained full access to the fox's chakra, but he managed to reach a speed that perhaps equaled the deceased Yondaime Hokage. Of course, the validity of said statement was considered laughable by the senior members of the meeting. Both the Tsushikage and the Reikage had known the Yondaime Hokage and considered his speed to be faster than lightning itself. The Reikage had even admitted that his speed, though close, was nothing compared to Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin. Their opinion was swayed to the other side, though, when Jiraiya reported that Naruto managed to keep on his toes against the Mizukage, Jiraiya himself and one elite Jounin of Konoha, using his super speed. Their combined reputation spoke words and neither the Lightning nor Earth Shadow could dispute their claims. After that, Jiraiya went on and brought forward Naruto's release from his hideout to join the Alliance forces. Tsunade was, of course, the first one to protest. However, her claim that he needed protection had little merit after what was revealed by Jiraiya. She wanted nothing more than to express the real reasons not to allow him to go, but she couldn't. No one was to know the truth about the boy being a father in 9 months. Said secret was shared only by the Hokage, Hana, and Shizune, since the latter was the one who found out and brought Hana to the command center. Tsunade stopped walking and faced Inuzuka Hana's door before opening slightly. She could see the light was out and that the pregnant woman was currently sleeping. Walking without making a sound, Tsunade did a quick diagnostics technique and found that everything was fine so far. She could see a considerable ball of chakra being gathered inside her reproductive organs and smirked. No doubt it was Naruto's child, as it was way larger than it should be for a normal child. Tsunade frowned, though, considering that Hana's pregnancy will be much more painful. Hana was a strong kunoichi, though, and had extensive knowledge in using chakra to reduce the pain. Turning towards the door, Tsunade was surprised when she heard slight moans coming from the sleeping woman. "No, Naruto-kun, don't go, you'll be killed." Immediately Tsunade felt a gigantic pain in her chest. It was a dream, sure, since she couldn't have known what was decided. All she could do at the moment was to hope that Naruto would return safely. As she closed the door to the infirmary, Tsunade was surprised to see both the Reikage and the Tsushikage standing outside, apparently waiting for her. She doubted that anything else happened since 30 minutes ago, so she was at a loss of what these two wanted from her. "What's the matter?" It was the Reikage who stepped forward and explained. "The time for us not to intervene has passed, Hokage Dono. If the Jinchuriki is fighting out there, then we must make sure that the enemy isn't just waiting for him to show up. I'm damn well sure that as soon as he steps close to the battle, all the enemy's focus will be on him." Tsushikage agrees with me. "The Kyuubi brat will be freed from the island and head straight to the battle if what we heard from Jiraiya is true. Therefore, we will be following him. The minute Madara and the Rinnegan user shows up, we'll cover him. We don't know how Madara plans on using the captured Baijuu, perhaps he will use it against the last Jinchuriki as well, since the Kyuubi is the strongest of them." Tsunade looked at the senior shinobi in front of her for a while, before crackling her finger a bit. "So what do you think, Tsunade-heim?" Wanuki asked. He could see the woman was carving for a battle. "I say, let's go for it. Shikaku-san has proven quite capable as our tactician, so he can handle things here. Do any of you know the exact position that Naruto will appear?" Tsunade only needed to tell someone to take care of Hana while she was gone. Now that she would be there with the brat, she would do everything in her power to stop Akatsuki from getting their hands on Naruto. At the hideout Naruto was asleep when he heard someone knocking on his door. The amount of info regarding both the Hiraishin and the Baiju Dama was quite extensive, hence why Naruto was suffering from a nasty headache at the moment. It was no surprise that when Naruto opened the door, Jiraiya saw the sword in Naruto's hand. He could also see the boy's hand trembling, probably desiring nothing more than to slice the one who woke him up. Certainly, his reddish pupils were quite an indication on how mad the boy was at being awakened. "Yes." Jiraiya had to smile at how grumpy the boy sounded right now. Nevertheless, he had good news. "Good news, Gaki, the Kage approved of you going to the war zone. We'll leave this place first thing tomorrow." The news was indeed good, seeing as Naruto's eyes returned to his normal blue ones. "Okay then, thank you. I'll be ready," Naruto said, before closing the door, not allowing Jiraiya to see the boy smiling inside his room. He was already envisioning the enemy's army getting slaughtered by his sword. The next day When the sun appeared in the horizon, everyone in the hideout was already awakened. However, of all of them, Naruto undoubtedly was the first one up and ready to go. He admitted to almost losing his mind if he stayed one more minute hidden from the organization. Naruto was a born fighter. No matter what happened in his life, he will always prefer joining in the front lines than being protected, even if he was the target. He knew that nothing could go wrong, he knew that he couldn't risk capture, but no way in hell would he just allow himself to sit and wait while the enemy is out there using the power of the Baijuu against the members of his village, amongst others. Naruto saw the boat already waiting for them to leave. Once everyone joined aboard the boat, it left the strange island towards the place of the battle. From here on out, it would take approximately 4 hours for them to arrive. Once they do, the Jounin would scatter and join the platoons. Jiraiya and the Mizukage would be the ones following Naruto just in case. The Hunter-Nin wasn't made aware of the Kage's decision to be by his side, but it was clear to everyone that the moment the last Jinchuriki arrives, they will converge most of their efforts in capturing him. Standing alone, Naruto had his eyes unfocused as he was sharpening his blade. Everyone could see that his body was there, but his mind was already battling against the enemy. A few of the Jounin from other villages had heard of the Jinchuriki's prowess after it was revealed to them that the Konoha Hunter-Nin that was cleaning the bingo book was in fact the Jinchuriki. Those who knew them and also knew whom he was related to, couldn't help but spot the similarities. Jiraiya was perhaps the only one who could attest that as he saw an image of Minato in Hokage robes posing just like Naruto was right now. He took a few steps before being side by side with the Hunter-Nin. Once we arrive, all hell will break loose, brat. You sure you're ready for this? Jiraiya's line of sight never wandered away from the horizon and neither did Naruto's. After sharpening his blade, Naruto placed his Hunter-Nin mask back on. We'll only know when we arrive there, won't we? Naruto said, before placing his sword back inside the scabbard strapped on his back. One thing I do know. Jiraiya turned to meet the Hunter-Nin's mask as Naruto finished talking. Is that I belong on the front lines. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile at this. Normally Hunter-Nin were subtle, often resorting to dirty tactics to ensure a swift kill. Naruto was a different type of Hunter-Nin, wanting nothing more than a full-scale battle against his enemies. As far as effectiveness is involved, Naruto managed to wipe out more criminals than all of the past Hunter-Nin combined, except for that madman Uzumaki Naruto. Coming to think about it, Jiraiya could see his methods in Naruto. Despite how sadistic he was, Naruto loved the village and would do anything in his power to rid the village of missing nin. Perhaps, Naruto's internship under his tutelage wasn't so bad after all. At the war zone . 4 hours later, the ship had arrived at its destination. The Jounin had already scattered in different directions, leaving Naruto with Jiraiya and the Mizukage alone close to the ship's location. Immediately, the three began to run with Naruto in front. Suddenly, they could see a great amount of shinobi coming their way. Jiraiya and Mei were already slowing down to talk to the battalion when Naruto activated the golden cloak as per Kurama's suggestion. Immediately, after doing so, he could feel the real nature of the men in front of them and landed a strong kick in one Kumo Nin, shocking both Mei and Jiraiya, before the one attacked was transformed into a white Zetsu. Immediately, Naruto went on the offensive, not even looking behind to see if Jiraiya or the Mizukage was following him. Summoning a Kage Bunshine, the real one used all 10 fingers and formed mini Rasen Shuriken at the battalion of white Zetsu, while the clone was busy doing hand seals. Fuuten Suidu no Tatsumaki, wind-released tornado tunnel technique. The clone was immediately enveloped by a ferocious wind, before charging the Zetsu that couldn't do anything but receive the full extent of the technique. The rest of the platoon, composed of 5 Zetsu, tried to attack Naruto by merging together. However, as soon as the merging was complete, they were face to face with a fireball easily twice their joint size. The Zetsu were turned into ash immediately while the real Naruto saw the results of his training in front of him. He had a full smirk on his face, while both Jiraiya and the Mizukage couldn't help but gawk at how fast the Hunter-Nin managed to take care of a 50-man battalion with only 3 ninjutsu techniques. Jiraiya quickly lost his surprise and smiled eagerly. He wasn't aware of the enemy impersonating the members of the alliance. Naruto, we have to assist the platoons. You were the one who could see through their disguise, so your clones will be able to do that as well. Naruto nodded and summoned another 20 clones, before sending him in random directions. Wouldn't it be wise to save his chakra, Jiraiya? Neither Pain nor Madara has appeared so far. The pervert nodded, though, he couldn't do much. Right now the alliance is at a loss out there, fighting against each other. The enemy can impersonate their appearance as well as their chakra, so neither of us could feel any difference. This way, the enemy's army will lose their disadvantage. Mei was worried for a second there, but she nodded at the pervert's assessment. Right now, the only one who could detect the enemies from the allies was Naruto. In the end, though, the blonde had a massive bundle of energy just waiting to be called upon. So we'll just have to stick close to him, though I do wonder how much chakra he is now that the Kyuubi is fully merged with its host. Jiraiya nodded while following the golden Naruto as he dealt with the Zetsu. Far away from their position, up in the mountain region, both Madara and Pain used their dojutsu to see Naruto dealing with the Zetsu. It seems the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is once more showing how much of a thorn he is to my plans. I feel that our time has come, Nagato. The Rinnegan user nodded, before everyone vanished from their position, including the 7 shadows behind them. Something about the boy showing up just didn't sound right to the organization leader. The last remaining Jinchuriki was hidden thus far from the Akatsuki by the 5 Kages. Throughout the battlefields . The Allied forces had gathered the amount of 5 different battalions separated in key positions amongst the battle zone, so that each battalion could better cover the other in case of need. The author of said strategy was none other than Nara Shikaku, and it was considered brilliant by both the Reikage and the Tsushikage. The Raikage even commented that he now understood why Konoha was such a fearsome opponent back in the previous wars. Despite the brilliant strategically wise, the Allied forces were caught with their guard down as they were unaware of the Zetsu's ability to fully transform its body into one of the Allies' shinobi or kunoichi. The Allied forces had a great amount of sensors and Byakugan users, but even they could not sense any difference between the enemy and the Allies. Because of this, many had been killed believing that the one that stood next to him was an ally. Because of this, the battalion leaders began to realize the mess created by confusion amongst their peers. Suddenly, in all of the fight zones, a bright golden beam appeared, stopping both enemies and allies from fighting. The bright golden light flickered in the battlefield, dealing swiftly and efficiently with the enemies, including the ones disguised. It all happened so fast that only a few more experienced Jounin managed to catch a mere glimpse of what was happening in front of them. Shinobi from Iwagakure began to flinch at the memory, and shinobi from Konoha were hit with a feeling of nostalgia, since they remembered the last person who managed to strike at such godlike speeds. Within minutes, each Naruto clone managed to clean the battalion of white Zetsu, including the ones that were transformed. The Zetsu were powerless to stop the Naruto clones from using his sword in swift efficiency, cutting their heads off. In one of the battlefields, Hatake Kakashi was busy dealing with a few Hyuga when the same bright golden light appeared and dealt with all of them. His lone Sharingan was widened in shock as he greatly remembered the technique in front of him. Hiraishin. Aside from Kakashi, though and a couple shinobi from Kumagakure and Iwagakure, neither one understood what was going on or the stranger's identity. With his help, though, the enemy's army was reduced considerably, allowing the Allied forces to deal with the rest. Before the clones' intervention, each battalion had a disadvantage of at least 2 enemies to 1 shinobi. Now though, the situation was 4 shinobi to 1 enemy. The Allied forces were victorious in this part of war. However, the real battle hadn't even begun, as the last members of Akatsuki had yet to show. The battalion leaders immediately ordered his battalion to count the wounded and help them back to the infirmary. Kakashi was busy overseeing his platoon together with a couple Konoha Jounin and Chunin. Mito Guy was by his side with a serious expression on his face while he saw the lost look in his old rival. "It was him, wasn't it, Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded at his rival and longtime friend. The only one who could ever hope to perform Namikaze Minato's technique was the man's offspring. "It was. I wasn't aware that he managed such a feat, and I'm quite sure the Hokage would have told me about it." Despite it all, Kakashi did smile at the fact that his sensei's legacy is now being used by the man's son. Naruto's ability managed to shift the tides of this war, and Kakashi couldn't be more proud of his former student for such an achievement. Kakashi saw a few of Naruto's classmates attending to the wounded and wondered if they knew just who it was that saved them all today. The elite Jounin wasn't alien to the fact that Naruto's efforts were long forgotten by the population, after his decision to join the elite division of Hunter-Nin. "No matter what happens, I'll make sure to tell everyone how it was Naruto-kun's youthfulness that saved us all." Kakashi looked at his friend, who was showing his usual guy pose, and smiled. "I never thought I would say this, but I will too, Guy. Some may never know the real truth of what happened, but Kakashi would be damned if he allowed others to diminish Naruto's achievements." They were about to move away when they recognized the Kazekage's sand swirling around them. Guy and Kakashi understood the message instantly and vanished to meet up with Gaara. Daru, an elite Jounin from Kumo, and Kizuki from Iwagakure, were also summoned to meet up with the Kazekage for an unknown reason. Those who knew the identity of the Golden Light, namely Shino and the members of the Inuzuka clan, smiled at the notion. Sume and Kiba were battling together and both knew it was Naruto who saved them all. Sume recognized the technique, but the Naruto clone stopped for a while and greeted the two before vanishing once more. Their new family member was one hell of a guy, and quite probably, Kiba and Sume would be able to call Naruto his/her brother/son. Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru also knew and nodded in appreciation for the clone's assistance. Shikamaru was together with Kuji and Ino and watched they talk between each other, wondering who the Golden Light was. Shikamaru smirked at Ino's question to Kuji. He wouldn't waste time saying Naruto's name to her, because it would be quite troublesome to satisfy the troublesome woman's curiosity. Shikamaru knew just how much Naruto was against being hidden, and he just showed all of them why. With the original Naruto . Having stopped because of the amount of information, Naruto couldn't help but smile at his clone's achievements. He turned to Jiraiya and Mei. The enemy army was dealt with. However, the real enemy wasn't amongst them. Jiraiya and Mei nodded. Although it was quite an achievement, now was not the time to celebrate. Madara and Pain are powerful opponents by themselves, not to mention the fact that they have the power of the Baijuu at their disposal. Deactivating the Kyuubi's energy to save chakra, Naruto turned to his sensei and the Mizukage for the next course of action when a voice behind him appeared. "So, the time came for us to capture you finally, Kyuubi." A sudden swirl appeared in front of them, before Madara and Pain appeared out of it. Mei and Jiraiya were shocked to see the Jinchurikis behind them. It was impossible for them to fight against all of them. Seeing their eyes, one Sharingan and one Rinnegan, made everyone tense. Jiraiya smirked in relief, though, when he sensed 9 powerful presences behind them. The 5 Kages, Kakashi, Guy, Kizuki and Daru were there as well, backing Naruto up for the battle ahead. Tsunade was the one who spoke. "We won't let you capture Naruto, Madara." The founder of the Uchiha clan was silent as he contemplated the opposition. They were just waiting for him to show. It didn't matter though. "We shall see who emerges victorious," Tsunade Heim. Naruto activated his golden cloak once more in preparation for perhaps the greatest battle of his career. Everyone soon followed with Tsunade releasing the seal on her forehead, activating this lightning armor, Kakashi activating his main Jinkaiyu Sharingan, Guy preparing the gates. All sides of the battle were composed of high-level shinobi. Therefore, there was no clear advantage for either of them. There was one vital difference, though, and Naruto would capitalize like hell. While they couldn't afford to kill him, he didn't have said restraint. Chapter 27, Decisive Battle. 2 days ago, a large-scale battle between the Alliance forces and the White Zetsus took place. The battle was brutal and only ended due to a strange golden light that a few managed to conclude was caused by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. With that battle gone, now another was about to take place that certainly would surpass the previous one in power and carnage. On one side was Uchiha Madara and Pain, followed by 7 Jinchuriki going from the Nibi to the Hachibi. The other side was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, followed by the 5 Kages and elite Jounin of Konoha, Kumo, and Iwagakure. Although the Jinchuriki were mere dolls, bodies used by Madara, they couldn't help but bring forward feelings of dread to those who knew them. Wanuki and Kizuki knew both Han and Rushi and were familiarized with their history. The Tsushikage felt a bit of remorse seeing as he didn't lift a finger to stop these two from being captured by the Akatsuki. Mei observed Yagura and immediately remembered her fight with the Jinchuriki before taking the mantle of Mizukage. She knew Utakata only in passing. The Raikage was fixing on both Yugito and Kiribai with a snarl on his face. In Yugito's case, I wasn't even aware of the organization's existence, but with Kiribai, he underestimated their boldness in invading his village a second time. Now, here he was facing the consequences of his misjudgment. The rest of the Allied forces looked at the enemy with nothing more than determination as they analyzed the situation. Jiraiya was no doubt facing the enemy with the Rinnegan, since it reminded him so much of Yahiko, an old student of his born in Amigakure. Tsunade was eyeing the Rinnegan user as well, but also looking at the main enemy, Madara. She remembered one Uchiha Madara when she was a child playing in her grandfather's backward. Because of the mask, she couldn't recollect much. Naruto was focusing solely on Madara. No one knew it, but the Hunter-Nin had activated Senjutsu and his eyes were the same as a toad's. Looking around the vicinity, Naruto was surprised when he felt another presence a couple miles away from his position. This feeling was similar to the one he felt from the 6 men with the same eyes. "I'd have pictured this area to be clean of other threats, but it seems you have someone else hidden. Someone's chakra feels the same as Pain over there." A small silence reigned after his declaration as everyone was focused on another threat. Pain, though, didn't take his eyes away from the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Madara for his part released a small chuckle at his comrade's misfortune. Who would have thought that someone would have been able to sense the real one from this distance? "It seems that you managed to pinpoint my real location, Kyuubi. Too bad none of you will be able to reach that far." Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and nodded briefly. They would be pairing up against him and hopefully end it quickly. Even if there were 6 of them, Jiraiya and Tsunade could handle them. Naruto deactivated his Senjutsu and smirked at the enemy in front of him. As a hunter ninja, he couldn't help but smile as he was now facing perhaps Konoha's oldest missing nin. He could only imagine how thrilled his boss would be to face the man himself. Quickly activating the golden cloak around his body, Naruto wasted little time and charged at Madara while golden hands were busy performing hand seals. Fuuten Kumu Shippu, wind release, fierce hurricane technique. Naruto vanished and reappeared in the middle of the opposing force before releasing the deadly technique consisting of a gigantic hurricane with slicing capabilities. The enemy immediately left the vicinity, not wanting to risk getting hit. When Naruto emerged from the crater he created, He was face to face with the swirling masked person. Stopping a while to inspect the enemy, Naruto realized both the Sharingan and a different eye, similar to the others. Madara also had a strange shaped fan behind his back, which though the blonde couldn't figure its use, didn't mean it wasn't any less dangerous. He needed to treat this man with extreme care, so imagining the fan to be useless would be sealing his fate. So foolish of you to believe you actually have what it takes to defeat me on your own, Naruto-kun. I would have imagined either Kakashi or Jiraiya to babysit you. Naruto smirked at the obvious goal in making him attack without a plan in mind. How he fell for it when he was a kid was beyond him at this point. They are actually quite busy now, Madara. You shouldn't be so quick in underestimating me, though. A lot of powerful enemies have done that and pretty much all of them regret it. Madara released a low chuckle in amusement as he saw Naruto utilizing speeds that reminded the Uchiha of fighting someone similar in the past. Naruto appeared in front of the masked man with his sword drawn and attacked him, but the sword passed through instantly. Naruto didn't stop the attack, though, and using his extra limbs, he attempted to strike from behind, with the same results. He saw Madara moving for the attack and managed to dodge the attack, before throwing a couple of shuriken with wind chakra surrounding them. Once more, the shuriken passed through Madara as if nothing happened. The opponent chuckled once more at the attempt. You have yet to realize how futile your attempts are. Madara gathered air inside his lungs while performing hand seals. Katenguka Mekiaku, Fire Release, Great Fire Majestic Removal Technique. Naruto's eyes widened at the sheer size of the fire blast, but used his speed to get out of its range, before attacking once more, this time appearing behind Madara before the man realized it. Naruto focused a giant Rasengan with his two hands as well as four others. The watermelon-sized energy ball passed through Madara as usual, before Naruto was grabbed by the neck by the enemy. The Hunter-Nin struggled with the man's firm grip, but at least he now knew Madara was corporeal. Using his golden limbs, Naruto managed to land a hit on Madara, pushing him away. A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he faced Madara once more. I think I'm beginning to understand your little technique, Madara. It's a matter of seconds, milliseconds even. In order for you to grab me, you had to change it instantly, huh? I need speed to beat you. Madara was really amused at the pattern of fighting father and son. Spoiler alert and also author note, in my story, Tobi is Madara even if manga 599 says differently. It took you long enough. Now that that's out of the way we can have some F. Madara stopped talking once he saw a giant fireball coming at him. Naruto was already gone from his position. The fireball passed through him and exploded behind Madara. The Uchiha activated the Eternal Mangenkaiu Sharingan on his left eye and increased the speed of his movements. He met Naruto face to face and parried Naruto's sword with a kunai, surprising Naruto at the sudden change in speed. The blonde realized the change in the Sharingan and remembered seeing similar patterns on Itachi's eyes. That meant that this man was capable of using the same techniques. His instincts proved correct when he vanished from his position, only for the black fire of Amaterasu to appear. Naruto appeared a few meters back as he faced the man of two powerful dujutsu. Madara, suddenly, extended his hand and simply muttered two words. Banshu Tenin, All Creation Attraction Technique. Naruto was suddenly dragged back to the black flames and counted on his extra limbs to change his trajectory, before moving to the offensive once more. As soon as he appeared right in front of Madara, he realized that the man had yet to lower his arm used on the first attack. Shinra Tensei, Divine Judgment Technique. Naruto was pushed by a powerful force away from Madara, before using his limbs to stop his flight. He looked at Madara and cursed the man. Not only did he need to attack at the right time, but now he needed to avoid the man's deadly attacks. So far, Naruto was severely outclassed, but he would find a way to stop him, of that he was sure. He just needed one good hit and he would be dealt with for good. So far, on the outside the man looked unbeatable, but on the inside, he was as fragile as any other human being. With Jiraiya . Aside from Naruto's battle, two more areas were suffering from extreme damage. The possessed Jinchuriki were battling the Kages aside from Tsunade and the elite Jounin. The Six Pains were busy elsewhere fighting against Jiraiya and Tsunade. So far, the two Sannin teammates knew very little about their opponents, even if they appeared to be handling the situation well. One of the enemies, they learned, was able to absorb ninjutsu. Jiraiya attested to that by seeing the man absorbing one of his fireballs. There was another who could fire missiles from his head, although they assumed it wasn't human. Tsunade even managed to pinpoint the most dangerous one after being sent flying because of a strange technique. It was the one that looked like Yahiko. Jiraiya-sensei, it is useless to stand before a god. Neither you nor the Hokage can ever beat pain. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at the 6 enemies, before the opponent with a large yellow hair waved through hand seals, before slamming both hands on the ground. A big-ass rhino appeared instantly, forcing Jiraiya and Tsunade to do the same, summoning Gamabunta and Katsuyu to aid them. Jiraiya looked at his ex-student and sighed, believing that talking now would be useless. He needed to defeat these bodies instantly and go look for the presence that Naruto felt. Now that he realized from his memory, the only Rinnegan user wasn't Yahiko but Nagato. For some reason, he realized that Yahiko wouldn't have done anything to Nagato, so perhaps Nagato is still alive and is the presence that Naruto felt. He needed to verify what happened, and because of this, he had no time to waste. Right now, his hands were full with pain, so he wouldn't be able to aid Naruto against Madara. He just hoped the boy would be okay. Shouting for Gamabunta to stall the enemy, Jiraiya began the ritual necessary for calling his strongest toad summons. Battle of the Jinchuriki . As if one Jinchuriki was hard to beat, now the rest had to defeat 7. Kizuki and the Tsushikage paired up against both Han and Hushi. The Jinchuriki were now using their first transformation, thus giving both elite shinobi quite the workout. The Tsushikage cursed his old age every second as he used his ability to fly to dodge the lava techniques of Hushi. Han was heavily suited for close-range combat, so his every move was taijutsu-oriented, which suited Kizuki just fine, seeing as he had the ability to augment his muscles by using Doden ninjutsu. However, Kizuki was no Jinchuriki, thus he had to make every move count in this fight and face his opponent head-on when he could avoid it. Daru and the Raikage were busy fending off both Kirabai and Yugito, who were also on their first transformation. Daru, with his elemental Kekai Genkai, was doing great in keeping Yugito busy, but he needed to conserve his chakra for the real deal. The Raikage wasn't having said care and he was charging his brother head-on just like he was used in doing when they sparred. Mei was fending off against Yagura while Kakashi and Guy paired up against Fu and Utakata. The worst part of all this mess was that each Jinchuriki had the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, meaning that they could expect the movements as well. To make matters even worse was the knowledge that the enemy still had a full transformation to use, meaning that any time now, the respective Baijuo would appear and join the battle. With Naruto . After testing the strength of the fan, Naruto was sent flying towards a mountain before crashing hard. The boy snarled at Madara once more, before wiping some blood from his mouth. Seeing how the fight began and how it was now, Naruto was certain that he was on to how to defeat him. He was able to match Madara's speed, but at the last minute, the Uchiha would increase his chakra and escape, before using either one of the techniques supplied by the Dujutsu. It was frustrating, he realized. He knew he was close, but he also knew he had ways to go. After getting out of the rubble, he saw Madara surrounded by a black field of energy and protected by the strange skeleton figure. This creature happened to be one of the main Jinkaiyu Sharingan's techniques called Susanoo. The creature had the appearance of an old samurai with armor and a Pinocchio-sized nose. The blonde was already witness to the power behind that black gigantic sword. He needed to destroy that thing. I was indeed wrong in underestimating Yukubi Jinchuriki, Madara said as he looked at the boy in front of him with extreme focus. The boy's speed was surprisingly greater than his own, even matching the Yondaime's jutsu. Madara couldn't capture him with the Tsukiyomi since he was cinched with the Kyubi. He wasn't able to use the Amaterasu because Naruto had experience with the technique after seeing Itachi using it. Another annoying technique of his was the jutsu after jutsu that Naruto was throwing at him. At first, the boy would throw him a fire jutsu, which Madara would use his ability, allowing the technique to pass by him as if he wasn't there. The Hunter Ninja waited for the moment when Madara released his technique, before quickly casting a wind technique and exploding everything in a 1-mile radius. It may be considered reckless chakra waste, but it was a gamble that Naruto won by calculating the amount of times that Madara could use his ability. Madara could be untouchable for the amount of 5 minutes, before having to release the ability. Now, his body was badly burned and his Akatsuki robe was torn from all the cuts from Naruto's devastating move. Whoever thought to create a gigantic tornado and add a grand fireball to the mix? Naruto, for his turn, was having an inner debate with his partner in crime. Damn, this guy is tough. His consciousness was now at the place where Kurama used to be imprisoned, now the fox was out of the cage. What did you expect from the person who controlled me just by looking? I can see, though, That you're still not using my power to its full potential, why is that? Naruto was deep in thought as he looked at the beast. Your full power is my last resort. For me to use it, I must be sure that Madara is using the same amount as well. For now, half of the power is enough. I must find a way to penetrate that shield of his without using the Baiju Dama. Perhaps a full-powered Rasen Shuriken might do the trick? I'll even add a second one for an extra punch. Kurama snorted at the brat who seemed to mind very little about the carnage he had already caused by fighting Madara. However, who was the fox to say that seeing as he used to level mountains with his tails, good times. In the outside world, Naruto cursed as he saw the creature preparing his sword strike once more. If he was hit by that thing, it would be the end for sure. Quickly summoning 10 Kage Bunshine and sending them to different positions around the battlefield, he prepared himself for the onslaught. The creature created a slash of chakra by swinging its sword. The technique was perhaps the size of a mountain and it charged Naruto, slicing everything in its path. The arc hit him dead on, but now Naruto managed to escape by simply replacing himself with one of the clones. The image he received from the Bunshine was enough to make the Hunter-Nin flinch and worry. However, now was not the time to hesitate as the Bunshines and the original prepared one Rasen Shuriken each, before throwing at the dark creature. Madara saw the 9 discs of highly compressed wind chakra and snarled at this kid. Did he have to simply throw S-rank ninjutsu as if they were nothing? The shuriken-shaped Rasengan all hit Susanoo at the same time, forming a pillar of light towards the sky, before an incredibly sized dome engulfed the giant creature. Madara was inside and could very well see the destructive power. His Sharingan couldn't even count the amount of slashes and his chakra capacity was struggling in keeping the shield as strong as it should be. Contrary to many beliefs, the Sharingan wasn't run by limitless energy. The Uchiha Patriarch snarled when he saw the cracks starting to form around his presumably impenetrable defense technique. Then, many cracks started to appear and Madara no longer considered plausible to keep up the control over the Susanoo. Naruto did have the advantage as far as chakra was concerned. He used his time-space jutsu to get out of there before the rest of Naruto's technique finally penetrated Susanoo's shield and ripped him to shreds. With Jiraiya . The fight against pain was brutal and like Naruto's fight, the area was filled with fire and destruction. The 6 enemies were now reduced to 4. After Jiraiya activated Sennin mode, he and his summons managed to understand how the enemy operated. They concluded that the bodies were connected somehow, since when Jiraiya attacked one from behind, the enemy would dodge without even acknowledging the pervert's position. The one with the large yellow hair was defeated by Tsunade's punch while Katsuya used its acid to deal with the enemy's summons. The other one that was destroyed was the body with green spiked hair. Apparently, this one had the ability to revive the others. With him gone, now stood only Yahiko and 3 more. Pain observed his opponents and found himself baffled that they managed to destroy 2 of his bodies. Countless times he was able to slip behind one of them, but the other soon moved to defend, forcing the enemy to back off and retreat. The Sannin's teamwork was being displayed now. Jiraiya moved through hand signs while his summons were busy gathering air inside their lungs. Jiraiya exhaled an oil beam, while the male toad on his right side used fire and the woman toad used wind. The joint attack consisted of a wave of highly flammable oil that would burn anything if it made contact. Once more, the one that seemed capable of absorbing ninjutsu jumped in front of the assault and stopped the technique. Because of him being busy with Jiraiya's technique, though, it left him open for Tsunade to use her agility and appear right behind his face. The body still managed to dodge the first punch, but Tsunade quickly followed with a kick with enough condensed chakra that the man's head was sent flying. The Hokage wasn't able to throw in a nasty remark before the Yahiko body appeared in front of her and extended his arm. Shinra Tensei, Divine Judgment Technique. Tsunade was sent flying with extreme force, before being stopped by Jiraiya. He could see the damage to Tsunade's body. Snarling at her amateurism, Tsunade released the seal in her forehead once more, before more markings appeared on her body and arm, healing the wounds quicker. Right now, the enemy was reduced to 3 and now the advantage in number wasn't so great. Also, aside from Yahiko, the other bodies weren't made for offensive. Their theory was proved wrong, however, when the one with a big smile on his face literally opened his head, before missiles were launched against the Sannin. Tsunade was still busy recuperating from the wounds inflicted by Pain's technique. Jiraiya, thus, went through hand seals, before slamming both hands on the ground. Doton Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Technique. The wall lifted just as the missiles came and managed to halt the blow. With Sennin mode, Jiraiya's technique was stronger than the usual one, allowing it to withstand the damage. By this time, Tsunade had realized that pain was taking advantage of her wounded state and moved out of harm's way. As soon as the wall crumbled, Jiraiya had already chosen the next in line to go and charged while gathering the Rasengan. By the time he reached the one that launched the missile, the ball was easily 10 times as big. The Yahiko body attempted to use his technique, but he was forced to dodge because Tsunade was close to him. Extending a metallic rod, the Yahiko body started attacking Tsunade while Jiraiya had slammed his Super Rasengan on his desired target, shattering what appeared to be a metallic body. Now only 2 remained, Yahiko and one with long straight red hair, which couldn't do any harm to them. He saw Yahiko battling Tsunade, before trying the Shinra Tensei once more. Tsunade managed to jump just at the nick of time, before focusing chakra on her feet to smash the Yahiko body. With one more gone, Jiraiya swiftly moved to attack, before landing a Senjutsu charged punch and dealing with the last pain. After dealing with the pests, the Sannin had inspected the bodies laid out in front of them, trying to find the real one. It was obvious by what they saw that none of these 6 were the real enemy. Plus, Jiraiya could now feel a small presence nearby. He had a slight feeling that Nagato was involved. "I have to go see him, Tsunade." The woman nodded. "Yeah, Naruto is fighting Madara." "Not Naruto, Nagato. I have a feeling that he's the one that was controlling these bodies. You go and help Naruto, I'll deal with Nagato." Tsunade wanted to argue about that, but didn't. "Don't take too long and be careful. He will be expecting your arrival." Jiraiya nodded, before seeing her rush after Naruto. He really wanted to go and help Naruto against Madara, but if he let Nagato escape, this war wouldn't be over. Not to mention that he felt responsible for Nagato's actions, as it was Jiraiya who took sympathy on 3 orphans and offered to train them in the shinobi arts. Perhaps if he went back to Konoha with his teammates that day, none of these events would have happened. The pervert was punched by both his summons, as they all knew when the Sannin was acting all depressed, and now just wasn't the time to mope about his choices in the past. With Naruto . Both Naruto and Madara were looking at each other, and from the state of their outfits and the number of bruises in their bodies, they were at a stalemate. Madara's mask was broken in half as he considered his next step. Naruto seemed just as tired as he was, though unlike the Jinchuriki in front of him, Madara had no demon to fall back to. The ones he had, he chose to give the powers to the body so that he could fight all the opposition. Madara, this time, acknowledged that Naruto was perhaps too well versed in fighting the Sharingan to be caught by surprise. All of the main Jinkaiyu techniques were proven useless against the kid, and quite frankly it irritated the elder Uchiha. The Amaterasu was no good, since the kid was too damn fast and could dodge before the flames are casted. Madara even attempted Tsukiyomi, but Naruto had broken the record for dispelling the most powerful genjutsu in little more than a second. Madara had the suspicion that Kyuubi had something to do with this. Finally, Susanoo fell victim to the kid's Wind Rasengan technique. Also, the techniques supplied by the Rinnegan weren't effective, because the kid was able to use his extra limbs to either reduce the impact from the Shinra Tensei or change his path when Madara attempted to attract him. Madara realized that perhaps the only way he could defeat someone as powerful as the Kyuubi was to unite the forces of the other Baijuu under his command. So far, none of them were defeated, so Madara sent a mental command for all of them to return to his location. He didn't know what happened to Pain, so he assumed the battle was still in progress. "I must commend you, Uzumaki Naruto, on holding your own as long as you have, but not even a beast such as Kyuubi is indestructible." Naruto narrowed his eyes at what the man was planning. "Naruto." Both Madara and Naruto turned to see Tsunade landing behind the Jinchuriki, before facing Madara by Naruto's side. Madara let out a simple snort at seeing the woman here once more. "If you're alive, it means that Nagato has failed me. No matter, even if he hadn't, I would have still killed him at the end of this fight. For that I appreciate for yours and Jiraiya's help. The only downside in this is that Jiraiya is still alive. It doesn't matter, though, as everyone will die." No sooner had Madara spoken, 6 beasts landed behind him, causing a massive earthquake. Naruto could hear how angry Kyuubi was inside of him upon seeing the Baijuu in front of him. The first beast Naruto laid his eyes on was a giant blue cat with 2 tails. The color blue wasn't fur like the Kyuubi's, but it was blue fire, instead. The Sanbi was right next to the Nibi, and Naruto saw nothing but a giant turtle with 3 tails. The Inbi was a big red-furred monkey wearing a crown at the top of his head and 4 tails behind it. The Gobi took the form of a whale-horse hybrid. The Rakubi was a strange-looking beast, looking more like an ice blue slug with 6 tails behind it. The 2 last demons and strongest behind Kyubi were the Shichibi and the Hachibi. The first being a giant and very intimidating beetle with 6 wings and a Circe counting 7 tails total. Last, but not least, the Hachibi was a hybrid of a bull and an octopus with fists that resembles a human and 8 tentacles working as legs. Naruto felt a chill up his spine, wondering how the hell the others managed to deal with such a large menace. To ease his mind, all of them appeared behind Tsunade, some almost on the verge of unconsciousness and others deadly hurt, but alive. As you can see, Kyubi Jinchuriki, it's useless to resist the joint strength of all the Baijuo. Not to mention that the power of the Ichibi is also against you. And now everything in a 10-mile radius will be destroyed. I've grown tired of dealing with you all. As if responding to their master, all the Baijuo suddenly opened their mouths and started gathering similarly looking balls of energy. The shinobi behind Naruto paled and wondered if they would be able to escape alive from the destruction that would soon follow. Naruto was merely looking at the demons in front of him as he heard Kyubi's instructions in his mind. All of you must stay behind me at all costs. They looked at the Kyubi Jinchuriki, who had his eyes closed, wondering if he had gone mad. Suddenly, when his eyes opened, all of them instantly trembled at the sudden release of energy. Naruto's golden cloak had expanded to a golden overcoat of energy and a black ball in his stomach. The alliance was now 60 feet high and on top of a creature made of pure energy, shaped like a fox. It started to roar at the opposition, showing its defiance to their act against the most powerful of the Baijuo. If it was destruction the enemy was after, then Naruto and Kyubi would show them exactly what the word meant. When Kyubi opened his mouth towards the air, he also started gathering the energy for a Baiju Dama. However, unlike the other Baijuo, his was at least twice as big. Naruto was snarling as well as he was supplying the Baiju Dama with as much wind chakra as he could muster. Even if he had an human chakra supply, he was still human. When the attacks collided, a bright light engulfed everything for at least an entire minute. Naruto's protection lasted only until the collision, before everyone was sent flying towards distinct directions. When Tsunade rose from the debris, she saw the size of the hole created by the attacks. At least half of Konoha could be well placed inside of it. She couldn't see the end of it, though. One by one, of the alliance, rose from the debris. They all saw the bodies of the respective Jinchuriki on the other side of the hole on the ground, but no sign of either Madara or Naruto. It was Guy who saw a piece of the Akatsuki's cloak and quickly went to inspect. He found Madara on the ground, his legs separated from his upper body. As the others arrived, Guy stared at the man while silently wondering if everything he had done was justified, the amount of destruction, the number of lives that was lost due to one man's greed. With the enemy dead and the bodies of the Jinchuriki secured for a proper burial, Tsunade and the rest remembered about the one that saved them all and managed to kill the enemy. After a while, though, the fact that neither managed to find him or even sense his presence for that matter, had everyone dreading the fact that perhaps Naruto hadn't made it and was vaporized by the blast. It was at this moment that Jiraiya appeared looking frantic at the destruction before him. He looked at Tsunade, who was kneeling on the ground sobbing. A sad nod from Kakashi was the only thing needed for Jiraiya to conclude, even if at the cost of his heart almost stopping from the pain that soon followed. Naruto was dead. 1 week after the battle. Konohagakure was filled with celebration as everyone were celebrating the defeat of perhaps the most dangerous organization in the world and one that were almost able to destroy the very world they all came to love and cherish. Some weren't though, remembering about the ones that perished in the war. Today was a day for mourning above all things. From the entire village, though, only a selected few remembered the truth of what happened out there. Uzumaki Naruto, the one whom everyone seemed to have forgotten even existed, sacrificed himself to defeat Madara and the Akatsuki once and for all. He was a true hero in the eyes of the few. Aside from the Inuzuka clan to whom Naruto considered his family, the 2 Sannin and Kakashi, the rest had forgotten that Naruto even existed. These selected individuals were located in selected locations around the village looking at the celebration, while wishing that their blonde hero was among them now. In the end, like his father, Naruto sacrificed himself for the greater good. However, unlike Minato, who was worshipped and still is, Naruto's memory was long forgotten by now. Kakashi was in front of the memorial stone, as usual, going through the names of people that were important to him throughout his life. First it was Uchiha Obito, a brave comrade who sacrificed himself to save Kakashi from certain death at the last great ninja war. Second was Rin, who was declared missing in action 10 years ago and last year was presumed dead. The third person was the man to whom Kakashi thought of like a second father, who sacrificed himself to stop Kyuubi and seal it inside the fourth person, his own son. Namikaze Naruto also sacrificed himself to get rid of Uchiha Madara once and for all. Tsunade was inside her office next to Jiraiya, looking at the reports of the war. She may be facing the report, but her eyes were dulled, without much focus. No one could blame her, though. After what she had witnessed, there wasn't much out there for her anymore. Even if Naruto wasn't inside the village constantly, Tsunade couldn't imagine her life without the annoying Hunter-Nin. Jiraiya wasn't much better. It was the first time that Jiraiya didn't feel like conducting his research, as it was his coping mechanism with pain from losing Minato, Sarutobi-sensei and now Naruto. The talk he had with Nagato and Konan did little to appease the feeling of responsibility he felt now. After he stopped Konan from attacking him, he had heard from Nagato that he hated Konoha because of the fact that Hanzo the Salamander had sided with Dansu to kill Yahiko a long time ago. Jiraiya snarled at the old war hawk for what he did and vouched to look into this. Too bad that the old war hawk was dead now, or he would march inside his old root headquarters and demand answers. The hidden villages, after the war was finished, had agreed to renovate the Pact of Neutrality first signed after the Third Great Ninja War. Tsunade at first attempted for a unity pact between villages, just like Naruto would have wanted, but it was a futile attempt. It just wasn't doable now that the threat was gone. In the end, though, it wasn't much different than before the war began. It was considered a victory in the sense that the new Pact of Neutrality allowed the villages to run co-op missions from time to time, and that in the case that two different hidden villages faced each other on a mission, there would be no killing involved. While it was fragile, seeing as many situations may occur to bend said rules, it was better than before. Inside the Inuzuka clan residence, Sume and Kiba were busy consoling the sobbing Hana. The dogs were there as well, doing the best they could. However, neither had the resolve necessary to be strong for the woman that was carrying Naruto's child. Hana's triplets were there as well. Mangetsu was by Hana's side weeping along with her master for Naruto's death. Kiba and Sume were patient with Hana, shouting at them wishing to be left alone, before eventually complying with her request. Hana was at the garden alone looking at the skies hoping for a signal, when a smoke appeared by her side. Hana was shocked to see that it was a toad and it was wearing glasses. Opening its mouth, the toad placed a scroll on her hand. Hana quickly opened the scroll, hoping beyond hope that something happened that prevented Naruto's death. As she read the scroll, a smile suddenly appeared on her face as she wrote a scroll of her own to give to the toad. Unknown location Uzumaki Naruto, presumably declared dead, was busy adjusting his outfit as well as his mask. If there was any day he thanked the heavens for being manipulated by Mizuki a long time ago, it was today. If not, he wouldn't have learned the Kage Bunshine technique and wouldn't have used it in the last moment to escape from the blast caused by the joint Baiju Dama. A part of Naruto believed it was better to just go to Konoha and take care of Hana and his soon-to-be son or daughter. However, the world was still filled with missing nin, which meant that any day now, a new Akatsuki may rise once more. Naruto wouldn't have any of that. He needed to rid Konoha of traitors so that none of them hurt his precious ones. He was alerted to the little toad's presence, before picking up Hana's scroll. Naruto-kun. It fills my heart with joy hearing that you survived the fight. I don't know what I would do if you're truly dead. I understand that you must rid us from the criminals that are still at large and will be waiting eagerly for your return, so long as you keep sending me letters and meeting both me and your son/daughter from time to time. I look forward to the time when there won't be a need for you to be out there hunting missing nin. So you can return and we can be a family once more. Like you requested, I'll tell Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, my mom and Kiba about the truth and ask them to keep quiet about it. Even if you didn't want them to know, I will tell. None of them deserve the amount of suffering they are going through. I love you with all my life and I can't for our child to be born. Be safe and return to me. Naruto smirked behind his mask as he read the scroll. He was glad that Hana understood his concern and got up when a voice alerted him. Are you ready to resume your duties? Uzumaki Naruto was behind his famous Hunter-Nin, before giving Naruto the updated bingo book. The blonde just returned with a short nod. Then welcome back to Konohagakura's Hunter-Nin division. Epilogue, 3 years later 3 years had passed since the major battle that took place between Akatsuki and the Alliance. Since then, the number of incidents between villages was thankfully reduced to a bare minimum. The ones that occurred were caused by Nuke Nin, who happened to be killed just hours after creating the havoc in the first place. There was a major concern shared by the Great Five villages about what happened to the Baijuas that were released because of the fight. The usual theory was that since they were made of energy, it wouldn't take long before they would reform somewhere else. The concerns shared by the villages were put to rest when Tsunade came up with the idea to seal them in the same place that Naruto trained with Jiraiya, Yamato and the Mizukage. Once there, no beast would be able to escape. The Tsushikage was a bit reluctant about it, but conceded in the end. The elemental nations thus reached a new era of prosperity similar to the one that followed after the first path of neutrality signed by the Five Kage. In Konoha, not much had changed. Every one of Naruto's graduation class was promoted to Jounin and some even were assigned to Junon teams. Uchiha Sasuke was released from custody by Tsunade's decree so long as his chakra capacity was limited for 5 years. By the end of the 5 years, a member of the Yamanaka clan would scan his brain to see whether Sasuke is still a flight risk. If not, then his chakra would be released slowly until it was safe to give him all of it. Surprisingly so, Sasuke was at ease now that Uchiha Itachi wasn't among the living. As such, he became more socially open to others around him, even surprising everyone when he was seen dating a stranger Kunoichi Jounin. Haruno Sakura was angered by this, but it didn't bother Sasuke. The rest was living their merry lives doing missions for the village and in some cases, spending time with their loved ones. After the war, a good number of couples were formed. Tsunade finally relented to Jiraiya's hints and accepted to be his wife. Tenten and Neji also got married. The ceremony was conducted by Hyashi with the entire clan present. Mitarashi Anko had practically raped Iruka once and surprisingly so, the man enjoyed it. They got engaged 1 month later and Anko was even expecting her son. Yamanaka Ino had asked Kuji for a date once and they hit it off instantly. They were now wondering if they should declare to the world as boyfriend and girlfriend. Shikamaru is still single, though because the last dates he had were way too troublesome to handle. Same with Lee, though he was the one girls thought too troublesome to handle. Some say that he is only focused on getting Sakura for a date now. Kiba and Hinata had agreed one time to be each other's backup if none of them found anyone by the end of the 3 years. Since neither had found anyone, they were a couple now. Shino ended up marrying within the clan. Kakashi and Guy remained single until now, although there was a rumor that Kakashi and Shizune were last seen drinking together. Kurenai had Asuma's child and was happy on her own. Currently, she was inside the Inuzuka clan, along with Hana and her son Inuzuka Minato. Kurenai was among the few, counting Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, that knew of the truth about Naruto's situation. Minato was a beautiful child, blonde hair and blue eyes just like his father. The Inuzuka's birthmark was clear below his eyes, similar to his mother, and if one would pay close attention to his cheeks, one would be able to notice the faint outlines of Naruto's whisker marks. Right now, young Minato was busy playing with the Heimaru triplets and a small gray pup, Mangetsus and Kuromarus. The kid was a bundle of energy just like his father and even managed to tire the dogs, earning giggles from the boy's mother upon seeing the loose tongues begging for water. While looking at her bundle of joy, the woman couldn't be happier as today happened to be the day that her lover and Minato's father would come back from his journey. At the gates . Naruto appeared in front of the gates with his usual black uniform, but with a few additions. Strapped around his neck was a red scarf similar to Konohamaru's blue one. Also, like Jiraiya, Naruto had a giant scroll strapped on his waist. Inside of the scroll were proof of his kills, thus cleaning the bingo book, at least the last one he received from his boss 3 years ago, that contained nuke nins from all over the elemental nations. The ones from outside Konoha, Naruto had already cashed in and received the bounty. As he stepped inside the village, Naruto realized how much time passed since the fated battle and wondered how his loved ones were doing. I can't believe it's been 3 years already, time flies when we're having fun hunting missing nins. It does indeed, though I'm still baffled by how long it took for you to defeat that last missing nin from Konoha. You managed to defeat Uchiha Madara and managed to come up with a wind technique that surpasses the Yondaime in speed, but you take more than a minute to defeat a low-class chunin that shouldn't even have become a shinobi in the first place. Before Naruto had a chance to retort, the fox continued. And before you say he was one of your classmates in the academy, don't bother trying to explain yourself. You could have finished the man off before he even realized that someone was there, but no, you wanted to give him 1,000 chances to surrender. The guy happened to be a known acquaintance, okay. He was just so bad that I felt pity on him. You don't have to mope about bearing with weak containers every goddamn time. If you do this one more time, I will. Now go meet your family and be gone from my sight. Yes, bosses. With a smile beneath his mask at his companion, Naruto instantly vanished from his usual position, leaving only a small breeze where he once stood. To those around, it was nothing but a blur. The now fully grown Hunter-Nin stood inside the Inuzuka clan, surprising Hana and Kurenai. Hana didn't waste time, though, and jumped at her lover at finally seeing him. When she took away his mask, she smiled upon seeing the look in his eyes upon seeing her after such a long time. There was little need for words since they exchanged letters all the time. Naruto was now home and things would be different from now on. The Hunter-Nin was surprised when he looked down and saw big blue orbs looking at him with a confused expression on his face. Inuzuka Minato was considered very bright for his age and already appeared to connect the dots. Naruto smiled at his son and kneeled down next to him. "Hello Minato-kun, do you know who I am?" The small blonde took a while, before remembering a picture that his mom showed him. "To-san, is it really you?" Naruto nodded with a smile on his face. Minato responded with a bright smile on his face before rushing to hug his father. Hana and Kurenai were smiling at the scene. Inside the house, the matriarch Tsume was also showing a smile as her family was now complete once more. She was happy that her son-in-law came back to her daughter safe. When Hana mentioned about Naruto's plan, Tsume was first concerned about it. However, after realizing that Naruto was perhaps the strongest shinobi in Konoha, or even the elemental nations, she figured that there wasn't a man that was able to kill him. She stepped in the garden and greeted the blonde with a hug, before looking at the scroll on his back. "So, did you manage to do what you set out to do?" Naruto smirked and picked his scroll before placing it on the ground. "Yeah, the bingo book is now non-existent." Tsume smirked at that, showing her pride in hunting just as Naruto did. "I should deliver the ones from Konoha to the Hokage, but not before spending a great load of time with this little one here," Naruto said, before grabbing Minato and lifting him in the air. The kid's laughter washing away the entire burden that Naruto incorporated as his own, because of his kills. After playing a while with his son, Naruto took the sleeping Minato back inside the compound and placed him inside the kid's room along with Mangetsu, who by the way just wouldn't leave his side. The hunter ninja smiled at his dog companion and caressed her ears, earning a fun snort from the dog and an angry one from the fox inside of him. Both behaviors filled his life with joy. He met Tsume, Hana and Kurenai having some coffee in the kitchen and took a seat by his girlfriend. "So, what are you talking about?" Hana smirked and responded. "We were all wondering what you would do now that your job as a hunter ninja is no longer required." Surprisingly so, all three took a sip of coffee at the same time as all three stared at the blonde for an answer. "The only real path for me, now, is Anbu, I'm afraid." By the look on their faces, they expected a different answer. "As far as everyone is concerned, I'm no longer among the living, thus the mask will be forever covering my identity. Anyway, I'll be discussing this today with the Hokage, but besides Anbu, both regular Jounin and even being a Jinan team sensei is out of the question. At least until my real story is out in the open." Hana and Kurenai were expecting him to take on a team or do high-level missions, but Tsume was the only one that agreed with her son-in-law. She didn't see any reason why her daughter would wish for perhaps the strongest ninja in the world to be out in the open, meeting with her daughter and their child. "It is indeed the best course of action, Naruto. Besides, it's not like you wish to be seen by others aside from those who knew your real story, huh?" Naruto smirked at the comment and nodded. "So true. Well, I believe it's wise to go now and meet Tsunade. Tsume-san, would it be okay if I lived here from now on? I know both Hana-chan and Minato-kun will be living here." With a smile shared by Hana, Tsume interrupted the hunter ninja and explained. "Actually, since you and my daughter pretty much destroyed her room 3 years ago, we had a new one built for the two of you." Naruto smiled in appreciation, before saluting the girls just like Kakashi. The women were startled when Naruto simply wasn't there anymore and they felt a small breeze inside the room. Hana, Tsume and even Mangetsu, who was waiting for Naruto outside the kitchen, were surprised as they couldn't sense the blonde scent anywhere. There wasn't a sunshine, since the technique only covered small distances. They were all baffled and Kurenai even believed for a moment that she was seeing hallucinations. At the Hokage's office Tsunade was busy doing her paperwork when she tensed suddenly. She saw one of the papers in her desk lift slightly because of the breeze that assaulted her office, but frowned because the windows were closed. When she looked up her desk, she was surprised to see a person there wearing black leather clothes and a red scarf around his neck. She saw the mask and smiled fondly at the boy who came to greet her. According to Hana, it was today. I'm glad you came back from your little trip, brat. You had me worried there for a moment. I wasn't expecting to take this long. A couple of A-ranked missing nins were really good at hiding. I even recollect a certain Aburame missing nin that used his bugs to create a bunshine on the opposite side of town of the actual clan member so that no one would know where he went. Sneaky that guy. Too bad women in general had a dislike for insects and screamed when the clan member was suddenly dissolved. After 2 months chasing the guy, it took me 2 minutes to deal with him because of this. Tsunade looked at the hunter ninja and wondered why the hell he was sharing his adventures with her in the first place. She had never chatted with a hunter ninja before, and now that she had, she just wasn't interested in much else. That's nice. I know that the big scroll behind you is the results of your efforts, so don't even bother to open up in front of me. Naruto smiled at that. She just didn't want to watch the heads rolling. I'll be delivering to the headquarters right after I leave from here. Now, with the bingo book cleaned up, I was wondering about the future and your plans for me. Tsunade nodded and pushed her chair back a bit in order to relax as she eyed the shinobi in front of her with a smile on her face. Her every wish was for the brat to take on regular jounin assignments with an elite jounin squad. However, with Naruto's supposed death, giving him any position that didn't require using a mask was ill-advised. It took her 5 seconds to realize that someone had petitioned her for a new spot in the Anbu Forces, Assassination Squad. Come to think of it, the leader of the squad was one to whom Naruto knew very well. Well, since you're not supposed to be alive, I know as well as you do that the only possible job for you is Anbu. Naruto nodded and Tsunade continued. As a matter of fact, a spot had opened up in a unit I believe you'll fit right in. This unit is mainly assassination but is also equipped for first response team as well. Tsunade grabbed the petition and placed his name in it, before handling to Naruto. In this scroll are the coordinates of your new assignment. Once there, ask for the unit captain and deliver the scroll for him. Naruto nodded and grabbed the petition handled by Tsunade. Welcome to the Anbu Forces, brat. I look forward to hearing from you once more. Thanks, and say hi to Jiraiya for me, will ya? Naruto said, before leaving like he arrived, with no trace whatsoever. He saw the name of the one who signed the petition and smiled at having an Aburame as his new boss, especially one he knew. Well everyone, that's it for the Path of the Hunter-Nin. I really hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, please leave a like and subscribe. It would be much appreciated. Anyways, thanks for watching. Peace.